Now we are going to read part 5 of the ICP, the Communist Party and the Tradition of the Left. This is what I summarize as just tactics, this section. So let's get straight into it. The party at all times must be structured such as an organ of combat within the class war, maintaining a physical connection to the working class so that it can engage in physical struggle, transcending mere intellectual victory. It must be in place to guide the proletariat through all stages of the class struggle, and in service of this, it requires complex, step-by-step plans of action which it is capable of carrying out. The tactical methods involved in this are not to be guided by moral prejudices, but by materialist analysis of the real relations between the various classes and between the parties that express the politics of these classes. Through this materialist analysis, there should be an assessment of events to come in the course of the struggle developed which weighs the various diverse situations that might arise. Through a process of tactical and strategic preparation in line with the invariant doctrine, binding choices are to be made in advance for what action to take under what circumstances. In service to this, the party requires predictive power and the ability to determine what actions are necessary to bring about the desired final outcomes. These in turn require an understanding of the forces at play, the actions and reactions amongst and between these forces, and the limitations on tactical action of the party, with the recognition that the party needs to anticipate that in different situations, the party must apply tactics in different ways, while also rejecting eclecticism, basically doing whatever tactic seems reasonable given time without having some historic basis and knowing that it will work or could potentially work based on historical experience. In conjunction with this, the party needs to recognize the complex nature of the class struggle, as it is not simply two contending classes acting alone in a unified manner. Hence, the party needs to advocate for tactical engagements to be based on regions and their level of capitalist development, and not based on particular nations, which is at best a shorthand. So it's saying the international should split the world up into regions based on the development of capitalism within it. And things like the first world and the third world are not really great shorthands, but that's kind of what they're orienting towards. Okay. Tactics should continually be advanced in character, quality, and capacity to be used, else the party will cease development. In service of this, the party's organization needs to be developed in such a way that it can support all tactical action and expected development of those tactics. Therefore, the party organization needs to be dynamic and developed in line with its tactics. The party's organization can be homogeneous and centralized with the use of a list of tactical rules, eventualities, and long-term strategy for large territories. The fundamental factors of choosing tactical maneuvers are two: the party's ability to predict the results of a tactic, and the ability of the proletariat to carry it out materially and psychologically. And between potential tactics within that sphere, the choice between them is decided by whichever allows the party to make itself clearly distinct from any other organization while maintaining its principles. For example, in the West, the party should take up the following official stances: 1. No alliance, front, or bloc with other political parties. 2. Support only for direct action amongst worker economic organizations. 3. No electoralism, inside or outside of the party, including consulting the opinions of the rank and file. To note, they are already doing this fundamentally by their own admission. They simply don't want to be honest about it. Functionally, this stance is an aim in their mind, not a reality, nor can it truly be one. They just screw themselves over continually because they stick their heads in the sand and pretend that they're not doing it. 4. Call for the proletariat to move away from bourgeois legalisms and towards revolutionary struggle, even for the defense of their most basic interests. Any gains within the electoral sphere for the proletariat are poison pills and contain the seeds for the destruction of those gains. There can be no reformism. 5. Attack all non-communist movements no matter their, quote, alignment on the, quote, political compass. while showing that these non-communist movements simply stymie revolutionary development and thought, and that in reality the things they call for support to can only be achieved in their totality via the class struggle, which must be done in particular ways that are actually effective. Therefore, they must be done under the guidance of the Communist Party. If a, quote, left government rises to power in the West, the party must ruthlessly and endlessly criticize it on grounds that it has not and is incapable of actually achieving the aims of the proletariat in their totality, which the working class supports them on the basis of. The aim of this is to bring consciousness to the workers in which they understand the distinction between the class collaborationist aims of the, quote, left bloc that is in position compared to the duties and aims of the proletariat as a class. There should therefore be no solidarity with this left government, even if it is being attacked by the, quote, right. We cannot abandon our principle based on false distinction of degrees of leftness. In addition, more broadly, there should be a refusal of any sort of open support of a political party that is deemed to be a better tactical terrain to operate in. The party needs to retain the strict stance of revolutionary action and rejection of reformist electoralism, so that it can show the proletariat that the bourgeois politics is fundamentally smoke and mirrors, and regardless of the victorious party or bloc, the tactical terrain actually remains structurally the same. However, the party should direct the workers to support social democratic progressive policies for their immediate interests, but at the same time wage a propaganda war upon the social democrats, aiming to show the proletariat that they do not need to sacrifice any autonomy or enter into bourgeois legalism outside from the bare minimum. Meanwhile, the party will constantly show that the actual policies promised were not and cannot be achieved through legalist reforms and activities, and that the Social Democrats are in league with the bourgeoisie to quell dissent for the rule of the proletariat class enemies. At all times, it must be remembered that the Social Democrat parties put forward demands that are tailor-made to make it seem like it is necessary for the whole of the proletariat to get behind them and wave their colors and flags. If you don't vote Democrat, not even a social democratic party, by the way, if you don't vote Democrat, then Trump and Project 2025, and, this is the most important election of your lifetime. It's been that way for my entire life, evidently. So, I don't know what exactly they're wanting. They never did any of the things that they promised to do. Roe v. Wade still wasn't, codified. Great. Amazing. They keep that in order to threaten us. That's the entire point of it. They're there to act as a lever to stop movement to the left within the electoral sphere. They're here to attack anything to the left. Okay. In response to this, the party should urge the proletariat to take direct action in the name of such policies, but not fall for such tricks which draw the workers under their banner. Ultimately, the key parts of most social democratic policies cannot actually be carried out within the domain of bourgeois systems. When the social democratic parties fail to actually achieve what they have galvanized the proletariat for, the party needs to hammer in on the details and seek to compel the social democratic parties to put up or shut up, as it were. It must be noted that means and ends are in a dialectical relation, and the kinds of means one uses needs to lead to communism. We cannot utilize any and every potential tactic regardless of effectiveness, as an incorrect one can lead to class collaborationism and the like, and systematize it within the party as well. The ICP also claims that the party's program should focus only on the struggles that result in the final struggle for proletarian victory, rather than placing itself as, quote, a manager of transitions and accomplishments that do not directly affect the class it represents, end quote. However, this is something that is self-harming, as it leads to a lack of specificity, in the same vein as those who claim that we should not add things like feminism to the program on the basis that, quote, Marxism is already necessarily feminist. Ultimately, though, the reasoning here aims to avoid the party becoming a sort of temporary stopgap measure to combat a given threat, abandoned right after rather than carrying out a revolution. So basically, the way that they were putting into text was don't add things that aren't specifically for the communist program on the communist program. It's like, well, if we're talking about clarity, then it's important to add things that are not, automatically known by everybody to be part of the Marxist program onto the program. Continuing. In service of this, they claim that the party should not apply any tactic which is compatible with or opportunistic political movements. This is more their party uniqueness stuff, which fundamentally limits the party's activities based on the activities of other organizations and thus allows other organizations to control the party. So if, some individual movement comes up that's like, we are pro-feminism and stuff like that, suddenly the Communist Party goes and says, well, we can no longer say we're pro-feminist by this conception. This is very stupid, to say the least. Your uniqueness comes from the collection of all the different activities and the entirety of the program, not any one individual part of it. So this entire conception of party uniqueness on these terms is just, no, you're just screwing yourself over. You're painting yourself into a corner, or rather allowing others to paint you into a corner. Okay. They also demand that the party maintain its ground and not give up an inch or any of its autonomy by way of external pressure. However, this is an impossible task within bourgeois society. So long as you are not growing under these conditions, you are dying. The mere basis of the moving terrain on which class struggle is fought, it means that the proletariat must act in defense of its ability to engage in any form of struggle. It must engage in, quote, transitional struggles to win itself the ground on which to operate on. I don't think that this is a contentious point, but it seems to be. We talked about before in the previous readings, Rosa Luxemburg's quote about opportunism and the art of the possible. We're seeking to marry the immediate aims with the final aim together, and that's part of taking the proper action. You can't just ignore everything that's in between you and your final goal. You can't walk across barbed wire and through the enemy's gunshots and stuff. You need to take cover and move forward in a rational and effective manner. Okay. The program itself contains the perspective of a series of situations with an associated series of actions, which can be generally applied to those situations. There is a dialectical relation between programmatic directives and tactical rules. They influence one another. As such, knowledge of the situation is a major function of resolving tactical problems, and the program series of actions are refined through experience by examining the situation and the effective actions called for by the program. The party itself must avoid any eclecticism or any integration of tactics that are not in a dialectical relation with our program, except under the most dire circumstances, and with the intent to restructure the program and tactics to fit these new tactics when called upon. Any examination of the situation to which apply action to need to account for both the party's capacities and enemy's capacities, and the activities and interrelations of both and all factions of the enemy and self. The examination of the self principally requires an understanding of the support the party can expect to gain from the proletariat external to the party, which requires an understanding and prediction of the economic and social issues which can be used to galvanize the proletariat. One form of action the party needs to undertake in any given situation is to take advantage of this understanding in order to lean into these social issues and propagandize, educate, and develop proletarian action. The party also needs to investigate the development of proletarian organizations and the spontaneous reactions of the proletariat to conditions, including their psychological reactions. This requires a study of sociology and psychoanalytical Marxist tendencies. This is something that they said straight up. In addition, the party needs to pay special attention to the state and how it's interrelating with various factions. These series of situations can be established in 5 major stages according to the ICP, and the tactics of the party need to constantly develop in response to developments of these series of actions within this terrain of situations. Though I don't believe you can make a strong delineation between development on the class terrain in this manner, personally. So they have absolute feudal power, democratic bourgeois power, social democratic government, where we are synonymous in class terrain with fascism, intermediate period of war, social war in which the bases of the state become unstable, and then finally the dictatorship of the proletariat. The party should not support attempts by liberal democracy to restore a previous iteration of itself wherein this effective deep surveillance state, which is blatantly fascistic when capital is threatened, is abolished through bourgeois legal reform. From this perspective, fascism is quote-unquote historically progressive in the sense that bourgeois society will necessarily develop it in response to pressure from the proletariat, and is the most reactionary form of the system. There can be no return to a previous state of affairs, and we should not expend energy supporting factions of the bourgeoisie attempts to do so. In the face of propaganda by the bourgeoisie calling for a return to liberal democracy through class collaboration, the party must reply in revolutionary defeatism, denounce such propaganda, and direct class struggle based on the, quote, loss of democracy via the revolutionary vanguard in all countries. Any member of the bourgeoisie or pay bourgeoisie who seeks a return to democracy should submit themselves to the communist movement. The communist movement should not place itself behind the bourgeois order in order to recover a historic political form of bourgeois society. The proletariat should recognize that a, quote, return to democracy at this stage of capitalist development is, in fact, impossible. Any form of democracy at this point is false, as the current development of capitalism precludes such an organizational form, and anyone calling for a return to a previous stage of development of capitalism can only be understood as reactionary. At best now, there's managed democracy. According to the ICP, the revolutionary position is to avoid any defeatist position. I think that I wrote this wrong in some way. We support revolutionary defeatism, but we don't want to pick up a defeatism lowercase position where we say there's no way that we can affect revolution. Okay. And instead anticipate an upsurge of the working classes, the ability for the capitalist state to maintain fascistic power wanes. However, this did not happen. Rather, the totalitarian power simply became more open, more, quote, progressive in form, and people were easily drawn into this society of control. That's my own input there. Their perspective from the 70s did not pan out. Fascism, a form of social democracy, can be defined with 4 points of view: economic, social, political, and ideological. The economic point of view as an attempt to auto-control and limitation of capitalism in order to slow down the most alarming economic phenomena by centralized discipline. This makes it so the system's contradictions only build up and can never be released, thus requiring more and more discipline. This would be like Keynesian economics and stuff, where the state engages in larger and larger expending in order to reduce the damage caused by recessions. But like it or not, actually, this only increases the devastation caused when it finally does go bust. Continuing, the social point of view is that the bourgeoisie attempting to give itself a collective class consciousness in via of its individualist philosophy in order to combat the proletariat class forces. The political is a constituted stage at which the ruling class denounces, officially or unofficially, schemas of liberal tolerance as useless, proclaims a method of single-party government, and liquidates the old hierarchies of servants of capital that are too ingrained in the democratic state and its methods of repression of the proletariat via trickery. Lastly, ideologically, fascism aligns with a false class consciousness by speaking of a nation rather than the class, the juridical equivalence of individuals before the law, and maintaining its organizational structure based on the entire social collectivity while carrying the terminologies of working class movements. We now see this in varying forms in all bourgeois states, even if they kowtow to liberal tolerances and multiple parties. Continuing, the party's ability, so just think about, for example, the integration of unions within the bourgeois state at this stage of capitalism, with unions enjoying very strong legal protections to varying degrees, even in nations that are rapidly anti-union, things of that nature, right? And then you'll have individual politicians get up and announce their support for it, while also bringing these unions deeper and deeper within the social order of capital and converting them entirely to unions in support of the capitalist system rather than in support of the workers. Continuing, the party's ability to influence external activities should be kept within the limitations of pre-planned knowledge of tactics to use at given times in order to carry them out. Note this does not leave room for trying new tactics based on an understanding of the terrain and puts a time-based cap on the development of new tactics at a necessarily arbitrary point. As usual, I complain about their demand that there be no new tactics. This will continue. The complaints will continue until the position improves, but it won't because of invariance. Ideally, the party can develop propaganda and slogans in the workshop rather than in the instant moment, as these need to be based on in the real life of the party and dialectically connected to the whole of it, not merely specifically to one action the party might be carrying out at a time. In addition, principles and doctrine are dialectically related to action, developing dynamically alongside the actions the party takes. Thus, the actions and thereby the tactics and thereby the organizational structure all influence principles and doctrine. The party hence develops as competing material interests push social groups into struggle, who in turn organize to fight the struggle in varying ways. Through the actions they take, the successes and failures theory is developed, and this theory is in turn applied to future struggles, and the organization is honed. If these historic experiences are ignored or distorted, then the development of the organization and struggle is harmed. Fundamentally, the party itself must be recognized to be a dynamic organism with a feedback loop between its real-life activity and its organizational structure, program, tactics and strategy, doctrine and theory, revolutionary aim, rules of operation and praxis, guiding principles, internal conditions, including its rank and file composition, and all within an external environment. All of these are interconnected and affect one another, and to say something about one of these is to necessarily say something about all the rest. You can identify an ideal universal tactic, then you can in turn identify an ideal universal organizational structure necessary to support that tactic. This dialectically unified party applies historical lessons to determine optimal configurations for these elements, and understands how they dialectically influence and transform each other, ensuring constant adaptation and development in service of proletarian revolution, reproducing itself materially in such a way that maintains dynamic equilibrium and thus adapting to changing conditions while staying true to its revolutionary core. This would recognize the necessity of direct and continuous feedback through consultation of the rank and file to their activities and necessities, while gathering as much information as possible rather than immediately blackboxing every recursion below the center, and aim to be an active agent of history and seek to influence the external environment in ways favorable to all other aspects, through all other aspects. This dialectically unified party is significantly divergent in theoretical basis compared to the organic centralist model, which I will be addressing in its own video, and I'll probably have that actually at the beginning of this, of a collected video of all these summaries. Out of a compilation of my analyses of their words describing it and critiques of it. Okay. The proletariat needs to be constantly reminded that the state is a system of intense barbarism and will shed its human face the moment it is actually threatened, and that therefore the proletariat needs to train, organize, and arm itself in preparation for this inevitability. For the proletariat to accept this reality, the party needs to demonstrate on all levels that it is anti-legalist. In order to do that in turn, it must build organizational structures and formations that can engage in militant struggle against immediate bourgeois counteroffensives and train both the party and masses close to it about the necessary action to take and how to carry out those actions. In addition, no initiatives or attitudes should be adopted which threaten the long-term needs of the party's struggle. On the proverbial highway, we can't suddenly decide we're going to do something else and then walk to the other side. We can go around obstacles rather than walking straight. We can go back to pick up a tool that is needed to get past obstacles. We can go to the side to get more people to go with us, etc. But the aim and intention and the plan should always have the final goal in mind, and we should not risk the ability to reach that final goal. Indeed, at no point should any temporary deviations be considered an end or aim in themselves. Only the final aim should be in mind, with the very specifics only being done insofar as we can determine that they are necessary for that final goal to be reached. And this is what I think that they're talking about when they're talking about rejection of immediatism, but you never know with these guys. You really never know. Continuing, the ICP also says that the party should not get involved directly on the ground, but instead organize trade unions with a coalition which will lead the direct action struggle. It is within the trade union coalition that the party will be represented. I don't believe that this will work as much as they think it will, because the party needs to be seen as an active agent which the proletariat can go to, not as an inactive one that people simply wear the colors of when engaging in direct struggle at some other organization's event. The ICP claims that the aim of this is not to present the party as attached to other organizations involved in such progressive movements, so that when those organizations fail, the party is recognized as external to them, as something the proletariat can move towards without remaining with the failures. In reality, though, this will just lead people to identify the party as a fence-sitter opportunist that only gets involved in the fight after everyone else has expended themselves and victory is certain. Certainly nothing to ever rely on for anything. That's how I would absolutely be looking at it from the outside, or even with the theory that they had and were justifying themselves. It's like, okay, you're just a fence sitter. Why the hell would I ever trust you with anything serious? Get out of here. We don't want you. Right? Next, the party needs to show unequivocally that the fascist militias and whatnot that attack proletarian movements are, in fact, in cahoots with the bourgeois governments, especially when the state says that the proletariat cannot arm itself or defend itself against the right. This is all the fucking time in America. All the time. Every single time. Goddamn. In this situation, it is the liberal white moderate that is the greatest threat, as it calls for legality in order to render the proletariat defenseless and disorganized, as they cease to be able to protect themselves outside the boundaries of a legal system designed to take advantage of this. The proletariat, thus, should be advised to never, under any circumstances, hand over their weaponry to the bourgeois state under threat of the far right. For example, the risk of the far right taking power through a coup, resulting in the liberal social democrat government calling for the disarmament of the whole people. In addition, the proletariat should at no point, regardless of any circumstances, declare any loyalty to any bourgeois state in the face of any threat. Though I personally see nothing necessarily wrong with the party accepting quote-unquote loyalty and then instantly betraying them, like the October Revolution and the Kornilov affair. I personally think that's actually quite a good tactic. If they're giving you stuff, then take it and then run with it. It's not gonna win you any friends, but you're not after friends. You're after enemies. You're after class struggle. Continuing, in terms of the United Front, it should only at most be with proletarian economic organizations that are autonomous and engage in direct action, which gains or protects the interests of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, wherein such attacks support the development of the offensive. In addition, the party should only accept external support when it is at the lead in making all determinations, as other organizations need to recognize that the party's victory will achieve their ends. It should never be the other way around. Fundamentally, they need for the reconstitution of the party and a revolutionary stance will come about only when the proletariat recognizes that no other organization can achieve their needs. This requires that the party take a stance against any opportunism, which results in alliance with other organizations, which creates the idea that the party requires those organizations. Of course, this is from the perspective of a party which does not require these organizations and instead gain their support as a simple extra that it doesn't necessarily need. This is, of course, not at all times the case. This sort of prefigurative politics wherein the party fakes it until it makes it can work in some conditions for some amount of time, but the party is not able to carry out the tasks it claims to want to do because it lacks support, and that is synonymous with the party being unable to carry out tactics, organization, doctrine, program aims, etc. Being unable to carry these out, in turn, are synonymous with the party entering into a state of death because it lacks movement and growth. The party is not doing either, it has no choice but to take actions to revive itself, which in turn means new tactics. It means allying with different organizations. So this entire perspective is necessarily from the viewpoint of an already established, well-developed party that is able to do all the stuff it needs in an autarkic way. But that's not going to be the case for any starting party, any developing party, or anything along those lines, unfortunately. Maybe when we have a true international that's going in and supporting these parties, that will be different, but we don't have that right now. Continuing. The movements the party participates in cannot be directed by any super party or superior organization over and above party affiliates. The party must either be the dominant force in any movement, or it must only be a united front of opportunity without any greater organization. At all times, our position must be to crush the liberty to own, oppress, and exploit in all bourgeois forms. The bourgeois system has codified and legalized, and thus tamed, forms of direct economic action by the proletariat, such as unions. The organizational structure that unions' legal forms have created is such that produces yellow unions in the same form as in fascist society. Through social democratic reforms, it has created a society of control to give the proletariat quote-unquote skin in the game through class collaboration, and thus create a golden prison led by yellow leaders managing us in their own name. However, the focus of the proletariat must be in aiming solely for the establishment of its dictatorship, which is the only solution to this higher development of capitalism. To do this, the proletariat must struggle in all forms directly against the bourgeoisie in such a way that the struggle cannot be recuperated by class collaboration of any form in thought, political attitude, or combative action. All such struggle needs to be unified in a single organism that is international in scope, exists in all phases of the development of the struggle, and will continue the struggle until victory. Okay. In terms of party action, it needs to make it clear at all times that the proletariat cannot, at any point, adequately reach its class interests through the electoral process, much less achieve political power. The class struggle cannot be fought within the terrain of legal electoral struggle, but only in the historical conjunction and balance of forces between the contending classes. The best way to develop such is necessarily a complete rejection of the political structure of capitalist society with the intent of the development of revolutionary armed assault. Therefore, at no point should the party or any worker organization recognize the validity of bourgeois society and its decisions. Within local election, the party needs to keep in mind the general objective, which is principally the aim to make it clear that the party is completely against the ruling order and is thus distinct from all other organizations. Though I will say that sometimes this sort of thing just leads to being constantly negatory can lead to problems. I experienced this myself as somebody. I'm not going to get into it, but it was a religious debate when I was an atheist, and it's like, let me find something wrong with literally every line in the Bible. It's like, it eventually gets very stupid. And you feel stupid, and it just hurts your entire argument if you're just continually negative and attacking all the time. So pick your battles a bit more than just at all times, at every time, etc. Okay, continuing. The party should agitate for his general historical demands, and as a class struggle develops, seek to develop class-based representative organs which engage in struggle, solely in the interests of the proletariat, otherwise known as worker councils. The party continually aims for the final goal, even under the conditions wherein a progressive policy might help some individual grouping within the proletariat. Liberation is through the proletariat as a whole, which contains all these groups, not for individual groups which are unable to attain liberation external to the class movement ultimately. The platforms of these partial groups, therefore, should be extracted and made in line with the party's program. This is what I was talking about, like make sure that feminism and LGBTQ plus liberation and ecology and stuff like that are in fact straight out stated, but within line of the larger organization and the class struggle and all those sorts of things. It's your whole program, which is what makes you unique and distinct, not individual pieces of it. If somebody's trying to break it down to individual pieces and say, oh, because you agree on this individual point, then that means that you should be in line with one another. The answer is no, because they don't agree on these other points, which are key in shaping our engagement with this particular point. Okay. The platforms of these, and these progressive movements criticized for the conservative character they necessarily have. The ICP rejects any form of intermediatism where an effort is used primarily in the legal form to maintain the benefits won by the working class. They reject any sort of greater positioning made possible through small gains which create a more safe or fertile class terrain for struggle, on the grounds that aiming for such gives ground for opportunists. However, this is a poor strategy born out of fear for something, opportunism, which they need to figure out how to deal with, not shy away from. And this is done through organizationally correct and organizational correction and activity, which will fix tactics such that they cannot be utilized by opportunists, rather than throwing the baby out of the bath with the bathwater, right? In order to get the proletariat to struggle on a revolutionary terrain, we need to fundamentally convince it of the fact that the electoral terrain is a losing battlefield. Thus, within reactionary times, electoralism is feasible. I believe this is stated by these guys, by the way. I'm not putting reformist words in their mouths. But more, I think that this is essentially let the child put their hand on the stove top so it learns not to do that in the future, right? Since it demonstrates to the proletariat the futility of such actions and thereby allows the construction of more militant organizational form and application of such tactics. During the conditions wherein revolutionary attack is at all possible, electoralist action becomes terrain for the defeat of the proletariat, diverting the proletariat from the correct battlefield. Hence, calls for electoralism and everything connected to it lead to backward steps in the proletarian class potential. So basically, they're saying, yeah, nobody cares if they do whatever when there's no basis for any sort of revolutionary development. But the party at all times needs to agitate against it, should a party exist. And that is the part 5, the tactics of the Communist Party and the tradition of the left. This is the Communist Party and the tradition of the left. We are reading through part 5 for this reading. So this will include the party's tactics, the introduction, the need for tactical forecasts and programming, the main tactical priority, the party's total autonomy, party tactics in the Western Europe, the Rome Theses, rejection of blocs, alliances, and fronts with other parties, totalitarianism, and electionism-ABSTENTIONISm. No solidarity with the defense of democracy. All right, let's get right into it. Interesting. There we go. Part 5. The party's tactics. Forward. The party is not a circle of thinkers or disciples of a particular philosophy, but rather an organ of combat of the class war, wielding theory and knowledge as a weapon. From this, it must be therefore inferred, as all of our theses do, that the party's action is not limited to propaganda and setting out its position, or solely to a critique of social and political facts. The party actively intervenes in these facts and struggles in a physical connection with the proletarian class, which also advances through partial and immediate objectives. The party organizes it, guides it, and urges it to fight. The action that the party must develop as a political agent of the proletarian class is therefore very complex, but is essential for preparing the proletariat in the revolutionary direction. A preparation that will never be the product of a theoretical propaganda or by demonstrating the interpretive superiority of communists. If, for Marxism, consciousness follows action, it is clear that the party cannot hope to be at the head of the class simply on the basis of propaganda or of education or pedagogical activity. It is necessary that 1,000 bonds are formed through material facts and the party's intervention in them, and the party being recognized as the class by the class as a physical entity with a well-defined presence, thanks to elements that are not about rational understanding, study, or propaganda. The combination of methods that the party must use throughout the many and varied events of the class struggle, turning them in a manner favorable to its purposes, attracting the proletariat under its banner, tearing it from the ranks of non-communist parties, demoralizing, and finally breaking down the class enemy. This is the tactical challenge, which the left has always defined as, quote, serious and difficult, never imagining that it can evade or replace it metaphysically with a pure and simple propaganda of theoretical principles, or the simple action of rational analysis. So I just want to say that if we look at military tactics, this is not carried through. Yeah, the military doesn't do simple propaganda theoretical principles. But it, at the same time, basically, the military starts from a wide. I don't know a lot about the military. But what I do know is that the military studies tactics, or at least generals do, of the various different kinds that fit their conditions. And then they work out and they train and they undergo constant activity and so on and so forth in order to refine these tactics. I really, what's necessary, I think, is for a serious study of military strategy and tactics and all that sort of stuff to understand how they come to these. But, it is functionally theoretical principles that are practiced and refined, you know. Uh, and it's not like these generals don't write books about how they about their tactics and how they come to those conclusions and stuff. All right. If we recognize, Pat and I read your book, right? Okay. If we recognize that the development of the struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie is a complex process characterized by innumerable and diverse material sequences of events, the proletariat does not simply rely on its party out of rational conviction. This raises the problem of how the party is to intervene in the reality of the struggle. In other words, this raises the problem of the party's tactics. Our starting point in this respect, based on our materialist understanding, is a ruthless critique of what we have always defined as infantilism. Tactical methods are not chosen according to moral, aesthetic, or formalistic criteria. The decision to take a given action is not made according to whether or not it is more or less in line with a moral purpose that we claim to be our own. On this basis, Lenin mocked those who rejected compromises as a matter of principle. The left has always been in agreement with him on this point, except then you go in and you say means are inseparable from ends and stuff. I don't understand what your basis for complaining is. sorry, what your basis for agreeing with him is if you're going in and you're just restating the exact thing that he condemned, but you're like, well, my argument is better. My argument for doing the same thing that the infantilists were doing is better. It's the bell curve IQ meme where it's like no electoralism on the 80 IQ, and then at the top of the bell curve at 100 it says compromises, and then at 150 no electoralism. It's at me. Let's see if I can find it. I'm sure I could find it, but I don't actually particularly want to because there's a lot of racist shit with this, which makes sense because it's IQ crap. All right. Anyway, I don't want to get into that. Continuing. But the left, together with Marx and Lenin, has always claimed that a choice of tactical methods must be made for the simple reasons that not all tactical methods are adequate for achieving the goal. Methods which appear to deliver an immediate success to the party's activity can, on the contrary, be shown to contradict the long-term development and ultimate purpose of the activity itself. The choice of tactical methods is not guided by moral prejudices, but by correct evaluation, in the light of our materialist doctrine, of the real relations between the various classes and between the parties that express the politics of these classes, by assessment of the course of events that the struggle may follow and of the actions that the party must undertake, according to the diverse situations that may arise. This is done on the actions best served to strengthen the party and prepare the proletarian forces for the final battle. This choice may be made in advance and forms a part of our heritage, as is the party's invariant doctrine. It is a theory that allows the party to define its program, which contains the hypothesis of an uninterrupted series of events through which the class struggle will arrive at the predicted outcome. It is theory that allows a party to outline the field of actions of social forces, to evaluate their reciprocal relations, and to establish the possible responses given a set of decisive factors. The lessons of historical facts read in the light of theory lead the party to establish that the road of communism necessarily proceeds through violent revolution, the destruction of the bourgeois state apparatus, revolutionary violence and terror exercised by the proletarian class under the direction of its party and through the state apparatus of the proletarian dictatorship. When they say that, they mean principally towards. This is the negative transcendence. They're going in and they are applying force to establish their new system. Which is necessary until the system has been established, and then it can take on life as its own, and it doesn't need this negative repressive force, this atheism over religion, or anything like that. Rather, it can be abolished. That's the basis of the abolition of the state. The party must equally be in a position to foresee and engineer the methods which, in a concrete historical situation, are suited to lead to these final outcomes. The forces that are in play, the actions and reactions existing between these forces, and the means which, on the contrary, must not be used because they would militate against the achievement of the revolutionary goal. Critical analysis leads the party to establish, in the first place, the different historical political contexts, the historical phases through which its activity must develop, and in which the relations and attitudes of social forces struggling against one another are different, and consequently, the methods applied by the party must be different. If this analysis and this foresight are not possible, Marxism will crumble as a revolutionary theory, and therefore one will no longer even be able to speak of the Communist Party and the party of the proletarian class. Okay, let's see. The historical context to which the party's tactics are applied have thus been defined at the general meeting that took place on Genoa on April 26, 1953. Quote, 1. The position of the communist left distinguishes distinguishes itself clearly, in addition to its rejection of eclecticism and the determination of the party's tactical maneuvers, from the coarse simplification of those who had reduced the entire struggle to dualism, constantly and everywhere repeated, of two conventional classes acting alone. The strategy of the modern proletarian movement has precise and stable lines. The strategy of the modern proletarian movement has precise and stable lines applicable to any possible future action, which are to be related to distinct geographical, quote, regions into which the inhabited world is divided and to distinct time cycles. I don't know what this means. Did we read through this? Just confirm. 1953. No, we didn't. Okay. 2. The region in which the first classic interplay of forces led to the irrevocable theory of the course of socialist revolution is England. From 1688, the bourgeois revolution abolished feudal power and quickly eradicated feudal forms of production. From 1840, it was possible to deduce the Marxist conception of the interplay of three basic classes: bourgeois ownership of the land, industrial and commercial and financial capital, and the proletariat, and the struggle with the first two. 3. In the Western European region, France, Germany, Italy, smaller countries, the bourgeois struggled against feudalism lasted from 1789 to 1871, and the situations presented in the course of history, the alliance between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie was the order of the day when the latter fought an armed struggle to overturn feudal power, while the workers' parties had already rejected all ideological confusion with the economic and political argumentations of bourgeois society. 4. In 1866, the United States of America found itself in the conditions pertaining to Western Europe after 1871, having destroyed spurious capitalist forms through the victory over the rural and pro-slavery South. Since 1871, radical Marxists in the entire Euro-American region have refused every alliance and every united front with bourgeois parties under any circumstances. 5. The situation before 1871, as in point 3, lasts in Russia and in other countries of Eastern Europe until 1917. In these countries, the challenge already known in Germany in 1848 presented itself: to provoke two revolutions and consequently to struggle also in favor of the tasks of the capitalist revolution. The condition for passing directly to the second proletarian revolution was a political revolution in the West. This did not occur, but the Russian proletarian class nevertheless succeeded in capturing political power on its own, holding on to it for several years. 6. Whilst one can now consider that in Eastern European region the capitalist mode of production and exchange has supplanted the feudal mode, in the Asian region the revolution against feudalism and against even older regimes is in full flow, conducted by a united revolutionary front of bourgeois, petty bourgeois, and working classes. Reminder that this was written in 1953. 9. In the Asian countries, where the local agrarian economy based on patriarchy and feudalism still dominates, the struggle, including the political struggle of the, quote, four classes, is a factor in the victory in the international communist struggle, even if in short term it results in the establishment of national and bourgeois powers. This is as much because of the formations of new regions where socialist demands will be the order of the day, as because of the blows that these insurrections will deal to Euro-American imperialism. Multipolarity, left comms. Is that a multipolarity left com argument I'm seeing? Yeah. Okay. So our Rome theses of 1922 make a distinction between 5 historical phases, which were at the same time a distinction between geographical regions. So, quote, absolutist feudal power, bourgeois democratic power, social democratic government, intermediate period of social war in which the state foundations are weakened, proletarian power, and the dictatorship of the councils, end quote. And they further warned, quote, In a certain sense, the problem of tactics is not only a matter of choosing the right path for effective action, but also of avoiding that the party's action falls outside its proper limits, retreating to methods corresponding to outdated conditions, which will result in a shutdown of the process of development of the party and retreat from revolutionary preparations. End quote. Our current has therefore always maintained that the tactical methods the party can use in specific historical and social contexts in relation to the occurrence of specific circumstance situations must be foreseen and quote combined in a clear rules of action end quote, which constitutes the basis of the party's organization. For if it were not possible to determine tactical rules, a quote short list of eventualities quote end quote, a valid plan for a very long arc of time and for large territories, it would not even be possible to achieve organizational homogeneity and centralization. It is not a matter, as we have said, of defining the totality of the methods, being guided by a priori postulates, but of determining in the light of the doctrine in an increasingly complete and profound manner the historical quote context within which the party struggles and the interplay of the social forces within this context. Okay. We'll add this. I don't know exactly how I want to engage this yet, though. Because I'm actually getting a little tired here. I'm going to take notes instead of continuing forward. Okay, so the party is at all times an organ of combat of the class war. The party maintains a physical connection to the working class so it can engage in physical struggle. It guides the proletariat through all stages of the class struggle, and as such, it needs to take complex step-by-step action. Our struggle needs to transcend pure intellectual victory, which they call rational understanding here, in order to kind of push forward this idea that joining the party is a mystical event, nonsense like that. But really, that has nothing to do with what is really being said here, which is, or sorry, what Marx had to say about this sort of stuff, and what Engels in particular with socialism, utopia, and scientific, right? The class consciousness that people develop, that is purely rational. However, the question is rational on what end? The struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie from the perspective of bourgeois consciousness is highly irrational. It's self-destructive. And in fact, it's class suicide. But from the perspective of the proletariat, it is eminently rational. Okay, so anyway, I didn't bother actually summarizing this bit because I think it's actually a really compact explanation. The choice of tactical methods is not guided by moral prejudices, but by correct evaluation in light of our materialist doctrine of the real relations between the various classes and between the parties that express the politics of these classes, and by assessment of the course of events that this struggle may follow and of the actions that the party must undertake according to diverse situations that may arise. This is done so that these actions best serve to strengthen the party and prepare the proletarian forces for the final battle. This choice must be made in advance and forms a part of our heritage, as is the party's invariant doctrine. All right. The next up. The party needs to have predictive power and determine what actions are necessary to bring about the final outcomes. This requires an understanding of the following: the forces at play, the actions and reactions among these and between them, and the limitations on the tactical action and the party. So basically knowing your enemy and knowing yourself, but also more advanced, knowing the interrelations between the varying factions within the enemy camps, and knowing the interrelations between yourself and your enemy, right? And the other sections of that. Okay. In different situations, the party must apply tactics in different ways, and the party needs to be able to anticipate this. Next up, eclecticism should be rejected. The class struggle is complex and not simply two contending classes acting alone in a unified manner. They advocate for tactical engagements to be based on regions and their level of capitalist development. I assume that's what they mean by distinct time cycles, not on particular nations. And finally, if the most advanced tactics are not used, then the party will cease development. The party's organization needs to be built in such a way that can support all tactical actions and the expected development of those tactics. Therefore, the party's organization needs to be dynamic. The party's organization can be homogeneous and centralized with the use of a list of tactical rules, eventualities, and long-term strategies for long territories. Because, if they know the tactics that they're going to use, then they can say, okay, well, here's the kind of organization that you require in order to carry out these tactics. Okay, continuing. Based on this practical necessity, the, quote, limits beyond which the party cannot go, on pain of negative consequence for the party itself, are increasingly well defined and clarified by the collective work and experience of the party. This is why another of our assertions of a fundamental nature is that the tactics used by the party are reflected in the organization and influence it. As in the party principles, tactics are the party's mode of behavior and cannot contradict its essence without its very essence changing, sooner or later. This is what the Communist International did when it claimed after 1922 to be able to adopt any and every method or maneuver without breaking the party and its organizational totality and in its theoretical and programmatic stability. Our line theses of 1926 drew a lesson from this catastrophic pretension at the precise moment when the International was about to be definitively conquered by the Stalinist counter-revolution. Quote, it is not only the good party that makes good tactics, but good tactics that make the good party. And this is evident if, as Marxists, we believe that it's insufficient to declare that we adhere to a certain doctrine, program, principles, and given final outcomes if the latter do not inform themselves all in the party's real activity, and do not determine their characteristics and even their most limited manifestations. If the real life of the party, its activity, its way of advancing in the face of social and political forces, ends up contradicting its statements of principle, it is clear that these very statements will fail in the long run, even if we continue to proclaim respect for them or to propagandize and agitate for them. This constitutes the classic path of opportunism, which proclaims a platonic adherence to communist principles, whilst practicing the most obscene deviations from them. For us, adhering to and being faithful to principles manifests itself in the colossal and extremely difficult effort to ensure that the entire life of the party is adapted to them and is consistent with them. And this is not just for the sake of doctrinaire luxury, but with respect to the practical necessities of the struggle. I assume doctrinaire luxury is essentially saying, oh, hey, it's easy to have to not take any stance against this if you're not in a situation where it seems necessary. The shining example of the revolution in Russia, which did tons of what you would deem opportunism, just so you know, shows that a party will only be able to win a revolutionary struggle if the party organism has been able to base a coherent game plan on the granite foundations of Marxism, remaining faithful to it throughout the ups and downs that occur in the course of struggle, never giving up an inch, nor sacrificing this continuity and rigidity of position in pursuit of easy and momentary successes. The, quote, quagmire, which Lin speaks about in What Is to Be Done, and which is always ready to welcome all those who abandon the foreseen and codified line, believing indeed that they can use whatever method and whatever maneuver, under the illusion that this will not have an impact on their very essence. So, I just want to do a side note. Lenin was a politician through and through. He was a political animal, and he was not some guy who was like, let's develop the immortal science of Marxism, Leninism, and apply it perfectly, and whatnot. No. He went out, he got on board with tons of different people, and he viciously attacked anybody who deviated and whatnot. But also, he was loose with jargon. He was not very clear a lot of the time, though a lot of the time he is very clear. But then later he clarifies, but then doesn't, at the same time, and is mutually contradictory and all that sort of stuff. There's tons of examples of that. Um, he went in and he engaged in what are blatantly political struggles, which are hidden more or less in the guise of theoretical struggles. For example, in his criticism and empiricism, you know, like I'm not saying that he's wrong about these people, but what I am saying is that these things were blatantly political acts. Lenin was eclectic. He used tons of different tactics at any given time. He swapped things around. He allied with people who, you know, were of all sorts of different sections and so on and so forth. So they're kind of lionizing Lenin here, um, and trying to lay claim on his revolution when really I don't think that that's appropriate for them to do if they're saying that these things that they're calling for are absolutely necessary for a revolution to actually occur and a successful one at that. Now, if they did come in and say, oh, well, the reason that it failed was because Lenin didn't do these things, then that would be fine. But they aren't saying that. So, okay, continuing. The condition that should be given priority in the choice of methods and tactical maneuvers is that they serve to enhance rather than invalidate the party's appearance in sharp contrast to all other parties in the political state. So this is their uniqueness stuff, and I have a bone to pick with this because I'm sorry, but believe it or not, if you're basing your actions and thoughts and whatnot on a contrarian position to seem unique, then that means other organizations are actually controlling the way that you're engaging. The tactical challenge embraces two fundamental factors: the party, as conscious entity capable of predicting the outcome of the class struggle, and the proletarian masses, who should be, in the course of the development of physical and material activity, led to follow the party, the path it shows, and the methods that it proposes. The condition which must therefore be posed as the basis for a solution to every tactical challenge is that in order to realize the second factor, we don't distort or deform the first and fundamental factor. If this proves to be the case, the masses may still move into action, but the party, having strayed from its own course, will no longer be the useful instrument for conducting the revolutionary struggle. This is the essential and valid criterion for every historical situation within which a class struggle takes place. This general principle is strictly associated with another. The party must always present itself in the proletarian masses as opposed to all the other political parties in the state, demonstrating to the proletariat practically, in the course of action, the need to embrace revolutionary methods of struggle and discounting the use of movements and actions that arise within the framework of current institutions, thereby tending to prove to the masses that the resolution of their problems, big or small, immediate or general, is impossible by peaceful and legal means, without the organized force of the proletariat clashing with legal institutions in their entirety. Okay, I'll add that. Using our Rome Theses 1922 as a basis, we will sketch out the broad outlines of the party's tactics in the Western European and American arena in the imperialist epoch. In this arena and in this historical epoch, the cardinal points, the broad outlines which delineate all the party's tactics are as follows. A. No alliance, front, or bloc with other political parties, including pseudo-proletarian parties on the basis of contingent common watchwords. United Trade Union Front on the basis of direct action by the proletarian masses, as opposed to the political United Front and common actions carried out in the legal democratic institutional area. They're saying they will support, direct proletarian action and organizations in that, but they're not going to get involved with any sort of political advocacy group that functions within the bourgeois legal system, right? So they'll work with workers on the ground. They won't work with them elsewhere. B. No participation by the party in electoral campaigns of any sort. Permanent discounting of the electoral method of counting opinions, not simply because this is useless for conquering political power, but because it is even counterproductive for defending the class's immediate interests. Permanent urging and demonstration of the necessity for the proletariat to move from the arena of legal and pacific struggle to that of direct action, even for the defense of its most elementary interests. C. Against the quote unquote apparent division of the bourgeois camp between quote left and right blocks and the seductively interesting proposition for the working class that the quote left bloc claims to want to achieve. Permanent criticism of the latter. Demonstration that it forms an anti-revolutionary front alongside the quote right. Demonstration that these propositions, to the extent that they genuinely interest the proletarian masses, can only be achieved on the basis of the mobilization of the class struggle, and not by peaceful and legal means. The party may even promote the struggle for goals that the quote-unquote left bloc proclaims demagogically, yet which truly affect the working class, calling on the proletariat itself to affirm and defend them by constituting its immediate economic organizations into the front for the struggle, basing its action at the level of the general strike. Okay, so this right here just invalidates everything they said about uniqueness. So I just want to point that out here. As usual, they make a very strong initial thing, and then later they come in and be like, actually, it's not that. It's not that strong. It's not that specific, or it's not that general. Excuse me. Rather, we say unique because I don't know why they say that. Thereby demonstrating in practice that these parties that wish to move only on the level of legal institutional action in fact betray the goals that they support in words, precisely because they reject the use of the very means that would enable their achievement or their defense. On the basis of the... okay, so here's one thing I need to say here, right? Let's consider civil rights movement. Have black people actually achieved any sort of equality legally and socially and economically with the white working class in America? The answer is no. No, they've not in any material way. But from the perspective of liberals who conceive of society as essentially, the system is fundamentally working, there's just some bugs that through the process of history and through social struggle and intellectual development, eventually everybody will be better off in the end, and effectively these issues will be ironed out. It's the perfect West Wing. If you ever watch that, it's that in a nutshell. That's the mindset. So from those people's perspective, actually the civil rights movement, which happened functionally from their perspective within bourgeois legal reform, right, was entirely successful. It's just that it needs to be, given more time. And more time is never really given a particular time frame. And it's really annoying that this is the case, but it's just this mindset that's ingrained in so many people. I wonder how much time they will say is necessary to wait for climate related issues to be dealt with through the legal system. All right, and how much time they know that we actually have. On the basis of this real historical observation is founded, since 1920, the electoral, and not just parliamentary, abstentionism of the Communist Party in the West and our polemic at the time against the theses of revolutionary parliamentarism supported by Lenin and the Bolsheviks. D. Faced with the possible existence of a government of the, quote, left, permanent and preventative demonstration that does not constitute an improvement of any sort or in the domain for the proletariat. Assessment of the social democratic experience can be positive, but only because it would demonstrate to the masses in practical terms the counter-revolutionary nature of opportunist parties, which could be converted into increasing strength for the Revolutionary Party so long as the party had denounced the experience from the very outset, has indicated to the masses its inevitable failure, and has been able to distinguish its own responsibilities from those of the opportunist parties. Absolutely no solidarity of the party with a government of this nature, even if it is violently attacked by the parties of the quote-unquote right. If in such a circumstance, the proletariat was called upon by the opportunist parties to take up arms against the dictatorship, denouncing every defense of the existing power and openly proclaiming that the latter is every bit as hostile to the proletariat as the forces attacking it, and the two sides must submit to the armed power of the proletariat led by the Communist Party. Alright, so we're going to take all these because this is in good form. 2, 3. A lot more to summarize. Wonderful. All right, continuing. These cardinal points of the party's tactics, openly declared in the Rome Theses of 1922, while the fascist offensive was developing in Italy, were confirmed and verified in the Line Theses of 1926, which drew the lesson from this period in which fascism was establishing itself, in which the party tilted dangerously towards finding quote-unquote political allies against it, not only among pseudo-workers' parties, but also among the quote democratic bourgeois parties, Aventine, etc. In this body of theses, the broad outlines described above are further elaborated. And before I get into this, I just want to do an aside. Let us say, for the sake of argument, that the Communist Party did ally with the anti-Mussolini factions within the liberal Democrats and so on and so forth. Would it have stopped Mussolini? The answer is a resounding no. He could only have been stopped through extra legal means, which only a party engaging in extra legal struggle could engage in. And the same it applies to Hitler, because the class struggle, these people are rising to power not through like democratic legal means, except they kind of are, but rather through the fact that they are supported by the hilt by the various bourgeois factions and sections of the proletariat and the peasantry and petty bourgeois, those in particular, to rise to their position. When the class struggle develops, fascists just come out of the woodwork because these people get supported by the bourgeoisie in order to protect their class interests. And we need to just recognize that that's the case and be prepared to deal with it. There's no two ways about this. We cannot go walking in and be like, oh, we're raring to go. We're getting ready to do the revolution. Hey. We got our guns and everything, and then the fascists come along, and we suddenly go running and hiding over to the democratic system like that's going to save us or something. It's ridiculous on the face of it. If there are bourgeois sympathizers that are anti-fascist, then they can join behind us rather than us being cowed to support their own form of struggle against it. This doesn't seem particularly complicated to me, but it seems like it is to other people. Like, I mean, just look at the Democrats in America who are like, "Oh, the left is ruining everything because they're not giving their 2% votes over to Biden or whatever." Right? And it's like, no, fuck you. We could have dealt with this immediately. The Democratic Party at any point could have just done stuff like debt forgiveness and got rid of student debt loans and installed universal health care and codified Roe v. Wade and constitutional law and so on and so forth. They could have done that for decades. And if they had pressed the Republican Party after Donald Trump, the entire party will just collapse like that. Just gone. Dust in the wind. But they won't do that because it's more advantageous to them to be presenting themselves as the left rather than the right. There's no alliance here. There's no, oh, hey, let's just work together against this guy. That guy will always be there if the various bourgeois factions have something to say about it, because they are necessary to keep people enthralled within this conception of struggle, this legal democratic structure. Okay, so A, denial that the party should, in the presence of class struggle and political parties which are not yet on its specified terrain, quote, choose between the two contending forces the one which represents a development of the situation which most favors general historical evolution, and join forces with it more or less openly, end quote. No choice between reactionary governments of the right and governments of the left. Demonstrates to the proletariat that, quote, the bourgeoisie tries to alternate its methods and its parties of government according to its counter-revolutionary interests, end quote, and that, quote, the triumph of opportunism has always come about by proletarian fervor for the ongoing drama of bourgeois politics, end quote. Accordingly, the, quote, the Communist Party, in the presence of struggles that cannot yet result in the final struggle for proletarian victory, will not make itself the manager of transitions and accomplishments that do not directly affect the class that it represents, and it will not barter away its character or its autonomous stance to participate in a kind of insurance company for all the political movements for so-called quote-unquote change, over all those political systems and governments menaced by an allegedly, quote, worse government. Now, I do want to say this, right? Let us say that this needs to be explained in greater detail. I am an environmentalist. I agitate on the grounds of socialism or extinction. We've got however many decades left before capitalism, with its natural tendencies, just makes it so we're all going to fucking die, right? There's no questions about this. The science is very, very clear and has been for a century now. So a lot of communist parties don't actually have, or historically have not had, environmentalism as part of their platform. Should it be on the platform or not? I would argue absolutely. I would argue that feminism should be on the party platform. These are all, quote unquote, unique to the Communist Party in their content because it's focusing on class struggle. It's focusing on the seizure of power by the proletariat as the basis for any of these things actually going through in their totality, in the way that's necessary to be the case. In the case of socialism or extinction, literally the only way that can go through and actually result in the kind of system change that's necessary to deal with it. So they're complaining essentially about the communist parties being open and bringing in all different struggles, when this is an incorrect way to go about it, I think. I understand why they are saying that. I'm reminded of a piece by the PCP, if I remember correctly, where essentially they said stop using the term Marxist feminism because Marxism is necessarily feminist. This is true. However, there's all sorts of circumstances wherein you want to be able to make that distinction and make your political stance clear. Um, so, because, you know, if we're talking about Marxism, it's an entire field of study. It's Marxology. That's a thing. That is a literal thing that you can do. Like there's entire colleges and stuff. And like I mean, fuck, sociology, anthropology, and so on and so forth were basically created by Marx and people after him. At least they're modern iterations, right? So it pays, and it's very important to be precise about this sort of stuff. If I want to talk about feminism, if I want to talk about Marxism in terms of feminism, then I think it's important to make that clarification. Um, so anyway, I understand why they're saying that you shouldn't do that, but at the same time, I think that in your program, you need to say environmentalism, feminism, support for LGBTQ plus, etc., etc. Yeah, these things are technically redundant just by saying Marxism, but unfortunately, it's not because it's also a political matter what you put in your program. And you need to be public about your stances and in a clear way, insofar as one can be clear about anything with language. All right. So we're going to take these two. Continuing. In perfect continuity with the analysis developed by Lenin, the left identifies the totalitarian order of the capitalist economy and the imperialist epoch the objective precondition for the replacement of democratic and parliamentary forms of bourgeois domination by totalitarian forms of government. The, quote, modern and progressive fascist method, which, given clear expression in Italy and Germany, thenceforth asserts itself in all the greatest imperial states of the world, everywhere destroying the old and reactionary democratic liberal form, or at most maintaining it as, quote, smoke and mirrors for the proletariat, end quote. In this imperialist phase of capitalism until the Second World War, quote, the economic, social, and political postulates of liberalism and democracy are anti-historical, illusory, and reactionary, and the world is in a phase in which in the large countries, liberal organizations must disappear and give way to fascist, more modern system, end quote. This is from Nature, Function, and Tactics of the Revolutionary Party of the Working Class, 1947. The cardinal points on tactics already set forth in the Roman line theses are reiterated in the underlying passages that follow. 1. The party must apply, quote, any tactic which, even if only formal, involves attitudes and slogans that are acceptable to opportunist political movements. I don't. What does "ida" mean? Using citations to indicate author or work that has just been mentioned. Oh, I see. This is for this thing, or maybe these two. I don't know. 2. The political praxis of the party, quote, rejects maneuvers, combinations, alliances, blocks, which are based on the common contingent postulates or slogans of several parties. Quote, in the daily economic struggle, as much as in the general and global politics, the proletarian class has nothing to lose and therefore nothing to defend. Attack and conquest are its sole tasks. In consequence, the Revolutionary Party must above all recognize In the appearance of capitalism's concentrated, unitary, and totalitarian forms, the confirmation of its doctrine, and therefore of its complete ideological victory, it must therefore only concern itself with the real relation of forces in preparation for the revolutionary civil war, relations which only in successive waves of opportunist and gradualist degeneration have so far rendered unfavorable. This is from Characteristic Theses of the Party, 1951. 4. Even when whether they seem to survive, the traditional elected parliamentary institutions are increasingly devoid of content, retaining only their phraseology. And in moments of social crisis, they allow the dictatorial nature of the state to reveal itself in broad daylight as capitalism's last resort, against which the violence of the revolutionary proletariat must exert itself. Therefore, the party, engaging in the state of affairs and the actual relations of social forces, takes no interest in democratic elections of any sort and does not engage in this domain. Is it within these precise limits dictated by history that the complex challenge of the tactics of the Communist Party must develop in the Western arena? This is why, in the last two paragraphs of this part of the work, we include quotes to demonstrate that the party's analysis on fascism and totalitarianism is, quote, progressive in relation to old liberal democracy. We are not in the phase and on the historic political region within which the proletarian party supports the bourgeois democratic movements against the old regimes in terms of armed action, whilst retaining complete autonomy of the program, tactics, organization, alliances, and blocks of particular parties were admissible then, nor in the one typical of the 1871 to 1914 Europe, when bourgeois revolution, quote, to the bitter end, was on the agenda, and bourgeois democracy, while no longer revolutionary, was at least genuinely, quote, progressive. The party fought alongside the pay bourgeoisie for the extension of democracy, for reforms, for universal suffrage, etc. We find ourselves in the epoch in which state totalitarianism prevails, substantially, if not formally, eliminating the last vestiges of parliamentary democracy with its entire cohort of guarantees and rights. Okay, I'll take this entire giant thing. This is actually a good section. Okay, so finally, the proletarian party must coordinate its action with the statement of fact, which distinguishes it, as highlighted in our theses on the second post-war period, from all other political groups for whom, even those on the, quote, extreme left, democracy will always be to a, quote, benefit to defend or reconquer, and fascism is, quote, the worst of all evils. For the party, democracy is now dead and buried even as far as the bourgeoisie is concerned. And the modern world organizes itself on totalitarian and fascist forms, even where it may find opportune to maintain the appearance of quote-unquote free institutions in order to deceive the proletariat. This is why the last paragraph of the work brings together quotations that express the thinking of the party on electoralism and on parliamentarism, which are summarized in the obvious conclusion that if in 1920 using the electoral mechanism was still a means of ensuring the rule of the bourgeoisie, and Parliament was attacked and unmasked as an instrument of the bourgeoisie, today, after the victory of totalitarianism, the bourgeoisie itself no longer rules through Parliament and elections, but uses them for the sole purpose of concealing its true instruments of power from the eyes of the proletariat. Hence, the clear tactical directive expressed in our Dialogue with the Dead, 1956, quote, since 1920, the party no longer participates, or should not participate in elections, end quote. Okay, that's sure. And it's only on the basis of these fundamental, the reason why I'm like, what's the point of, I'm basically asking, why did you do that as side quote? You know, you've already said that. All right. It is only on the basis of these fundamental cornerstones of the party activity in various different situations within the Euro-American region should be studied and evaluated. Okay, so I've split it up because this has been getting super laggy, but we're again right back into it. So the party takes the official stances on the following: no line, front, or block with other political parties. Support only for direct action amongst worker economic organizations in terms of alignment, on the ground activity. So they don't want to go in and lose any potential autonomy to any other organization by basically saying, oh, hey, we can work together on common ground. Their perspective is there is no common ground, because if you don't have our perspective, then it's necessarily the wrong one, if even in the most minute way, and it will corrupt the party, or it will make it so the party is unable to take autonomous action. This is we've already talked about this in terms of that's not how that works. Anyway, so let's continue. All right, so no electoralism inside or outside the party, including to consult the opinions of the rank and file. Note they are already doing this fundamentally, they just don't want to be honest about it. And call for the proletariat to move away from bourgeois legalisms and towards revolutionary struggle, even for the defense of their most basic interests. Complete rejection of any forms of reformism. Now, this is a theory of, this is a very long-term theory. Rosa Luxemburg's Reform or Revolution wasn't like a complete rejection of reformism. It was essentially saying utilize reformist movement in order to put you on better terrain to take revolutionary action. Now, the ICP is essentially arguing that we have reached the condition wherein any sort of reformist struggle is counterproductive. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think that we can say that on a universal basis. But I do think that there's at least some degree of truth to it. Anyway, this deserves a greater analysis in the modern period, especially on, as they say, a regional basis or whatever, to determine whether or not any sort of reformist movement is effective within the boundaries of bourgeois legalism. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably not, but I also am going to go out on a limb and say it's probably best to actually get on a stage and be able to talk and present your party as an active entity that isn't kind of just puttering around waiting for there to be enough members to do anything of note. And that kind of involves you necessarily getting involved with alternative organizations and so on and so forth, right? Okay. So attack all non-communist movements, no matter their quote-unquote alignment on the quote-unquote political compass, so right-left conceptions and blocks and whatnot. Show that these non-communist movements simply stymie revolutionary development and thought, while in reality the things that they call for support of can only be achieved in their totality by the class struggle. So the example I regularly go back to is black civil rights, right? Okay, so the left, quote unquote, who were pushing for the Civil Rights Act in America, yeah, they got it. Great. Now, did it actually go all the way? Did it actually liberate black people in the United States from oppression? No, it didn't. That can only be done through the actual ending of such tensions in the positive way. And that's only done by the class struggle. So this class struggle needs to be done in particular ways which are actually effective. Therefore, they must be done under the guidance of the Communist Party, and the correct one at that. Okay. So, if a left government rises to power, the party must ruthlessly and endlessly criticize on the grounds that it has not and is incapable of actually achieving the aims in their totality which the working class supports them on the basis of. The aim is to bring the workers to understand the distinction between the class collaborationist aims of the quote-unquote left bloc that is in position versus the duties and aims of the proletariat as a class. There should be no solidarity with this quote-unquote left government, even if it's being attacked by the right. You can make no clear distinction between degrees of leftness. So I actually want to cut in here, and you can disagree with me or not, but again, the entire point of any sort of engagement within bourgeois legalisms is to put yourself on a firmer terrain and have more capacity to maneuver and take the kind of action that you want. Now, there's been historic arguments from these guys that it might be easier to organize under like an autocratic bourgeois government. I'm just gonna say that I don't think that's the case at all. I think that any conception that it might be easier to organize in the sense of attracting people to your movement and stuff under a extraordinarily authoritarian fascist government is ridiculous. None of these places with the communist partisans, right? The communist partisans under the various government ruled by the Nazis that were put into place. So Vichy France and whatnot, none of them made any real headway. Italy kind of did, and Hosha actually Hosha and his crew, they literally liberated Albania from the Nazis twice, which is pretty impressive. Not gonna lie. You know, this it's conception that it's actually easier to organize under those conditions because people aren't, enticed by bourgeois legalisms and whatnot. I don't think that actually carries out in reality. So I think that we can actually make a distinction. However, the other question is essentially what is our effective goal, right? The Communist Party, even if it is looking at the conditions wherein, oh, hey, actually, it is better for us if this particular government is in power, can it really go in and send its people in to vote for it, to go behind it and to support it? What kind of message is that sending? So there's this balancing act at the very least. And in most other in most other organizations, that you might have a situation where they go in, they say, all right, we're not going to take an official position that you should be doing anything on this matter. However, what you do in your own time is your own business, so have at it. I don't think that the ICP's conception of the party can really do that, though, for good or ill. So it's a difficult thing to say here. I am going to say, though, again, any sort of engagement with any sort of bourgeois legalisms must always be with the most clear-cut intent to put you in a better position to take revolutionary action in the now and in the future, with a conception of the long term in particular. Um, so, so yeah, if one comes to a conclusion that any sort of government of any kind within the bourgeois system is equally hostile, which is fair for the most part, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is the same immediacy of a threat, though. So I'm not going to take a strong stance in support of this, but I'm also not going to take a strong stance against this conception. Just to be clear. I basically would argue that it's better to kind of, in general, do that. Of course, at all times, you should be in support of an actual worker party. That's not a thing in America. There's no worker party in America. The Democrats are fundamentally bourgeois on all fronts, and it absolutely isn't that. And this is what I made. This is why I made the statement: we can make no clear distinction between degrees of leftness. Right? It's like, can you go in and say, oh, well, this one is superior to the other because it's more to the left? And it's like, where do you draw the line here? Is it on a metaphysical plane or something like that? That's not a thing. However, you can draw a line in the sense of, oh, hey, this thing could be tactically advantageous, potentially. And of course, the party cannot take an active stance, regardless, for its own safety and its own ideological basis. Okay. So, refusal of any sort to open support of a political party that is deemed to be better tactical terrain to operate in, just as well as talking about before, wherein I was saying, hey, listen, under situations, it might be good to do bourgeois legalism if it leads to better terrain. This is what Rosa Luxemburg argued for with Reform and Revolution. They're saying no. And the reason that they're saying no is because they're making the claim that bourgeois politics is fundamentally smoke and mirrors, and regardless of the victorious party or bloc, um, the tactical terrain remains the same. Uh, and they add in this bit: for the triumph of opportunism has always come about via proletarian fervor for the ongoing drama of bourgeois politics. I don't know if that's the case, but sure. There, again, I don't strictly disagree with them on this. It's a take that they are entitled to make. I don't think that is absolutely correct. And it's certainly not correct universally across the board in all countries currently. All right, so the Communist Party's program should focus on communist only stuff. Note, this comes from a similar position to those who say that we should not add things like phrases of quote unquote feminism on a program on the basis that Marxism is already necessarily feminist. This is true, right? Marxism is already necessarily feminist. It's already necessarily focused on ecology. It's already necessarily all these different things that are embroiled within the left movement as a political bloc, which they are critiquing. However, I will say very clearly it is important to make it clear at all times that is the case that you're, in support of these things. And not in the liberal conception, certainly. But you have to make it clear that you're in support of these things. Because they talk about clarity a lot, and this is part of it. Part of it is being clear and saying, hey, listen, we've got all these different things in it. And we've got our own take on it, which is embedded within our larger communist analysis. But these things are within it. So I don't necessarily know if their program would have this conception because I have not actually found where they have their actual program. But I've seen this kind of stuff before, and it's very silly a lot of the time. All right. Next up, we're going to get this area. Just be careful on those terms. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're necessarily wrong. I'm saying that I don't actually trust them. All right, so the party should not apply a tactic which is compatible with opportunist political movements. Note, this is more their unique stuff. I criticize their conception, oh, we always have to be unique, on the basis that it effectively allows other organizations to control the tactics that you have. Let us talk about the Greens, for example. The Greens are not communists. They're obviously not. However, a lot of the stuff that the Greens will talk about in terms of theoretical action and whatnot is based firmly on a communist ecological theory ground, right? If you're going in and you're saying, oh, well, we have to have this unique thing, how are you going to square this circle wherein you're like, well, we can't actually use their stuff even if it is perfectly accurate? Believe you me, this stuff is really accurate on their platforms. When they talk about the character of the struggle, not always, and most of it isn't, but there are aspects of it that absolutely are completely on point. Um, right. So just I I agree with them in general, but you can't just say always be unique. Because otherwise, some other organization just comes in and corrals you by taking what they want out of you and then turning it to opportunist means. And then you can't fix your stuff because I'm not going to get into particulars of that. Anyway, the party needs to maintain its ground and not give up an inch or any of its autonomy by way of external pressure. Note, this is an impossible task within bourgeois society. So long as you're not growing under these conditions, you are dying, and the mere basis of moving terrain on which the class struggle is fought means that the proletariat must act in defense of its ability to engage in any form of struggle. Again, if for example, it suddenly became illegal to engage in direct worker action, which it already is, but then suddenly it became really fucking illegal. You gotta fight against that. You don't have a choice. Um, so, and you could call that attack, but that is defense. That is functionally defense. Um, anyway, the party should not support attempts by liberal democracy to restore a previous iteration of itself, wherein this effective deep state to surveillance state, which is blatantly fascistic when capitalist threat is abolished through bourgeois legal reform. From this perspective, fascism is quote unquote historically progressive in the sense that bourgeois society will necessarily develop it in response to pressure from the proletariat. It is the most reactionary form of this system. There could be no return to a previous state of affairs, and we should not expend energy supporting factions of the bourgeoisie attempting to do so. If any member of the bourgeoisie, wants to fight against fascism and whatnot in a serious way, then they can get behind us and become class traitors themselves. We should not be getting behind them and saying, oh, you'll save us, Mr. Anti-Fascist bourgeois person. We'll vote for your organization. That's a wonderful idea. Yes, sir. Absolutely not. All right. So, chapter 1, the need for forecasting and tactical programming. Quotations. So, 137, the tactics of the Communist International 1922. Part 2. There is no Marxist who does not stand by Lenin in denouncing as an infantile disorder the criterion for action which excludes certain possibilities for initiatives based simply on the consideration that they are not sufficiently straightforward and embedded within the formal schema of our ideas, with which they clash and create unsightly deformations. That the means can have aspects which are contrary to the ends for which we adopt them lies at the heart of our critical thinking. For an objective that is superior, noble, and seductive, the means may appear wretched, torturous, and vulgar. What matters is being able to calculate their effectiveness, and whoever does so by simply comparing appearances sinks to a level of subjective and idealistic view of historical causalities, which is somewhat Quakerish. I don't know why that's brought up. I don't know too much about Quakerism. It ignores the superior resource of our critique, which is today becoming a strategy and which is brought alive by the brilliant, realistic understanding of Marx's materialism. All right, so effectively what they're saying here is, the ends and the means are not necessarily aligned. And again, I've talked about this in the past, the positive versus negative transcendence, or the negation versus the negation of the negation, with atheism as the example, Marx uses, wherein atheism is a negation of religion, but that requires there being religion to negate. You get rid of all religion, what you have left, well, atheism goes away. So that's a negation of the negation right there. And the negation is necessarily a negative proposition. It is constantly having to establish itself, constantly having to go on the offensive and attack and so on and so forth. It is a negative transcendence of a particular thing. It's only when you have a negation of that negation that you have a positive transcendence of that thing. So, in that sense, right, you've got these means and ends, which are your means are intended to negatively transcend your conditions to reach ends that are positive, right? And that's always going to be in contradiction, uh, so long as we have a society wherein our means and ends are not one and the same. We're aiming for that, but in their current condition, it can only be a negative process. Continuing. As there is no serious argument that can exclude the utility of adopting the bourgeoisie's own methods to defeat the bourgeoisie. They're talking about revolution in the sense that the bourgeoisie, did revolutions against a feudal order. It is not possible to deny a priori that the adoption of tactics of the Social Democrats cannot defeat the Social Democrats. We do not want to be misunderstood, but we will postpone an explanation of our thinking until later on, and those who want to understand its main outlines need only study our theses on tactics in any case. When we say that the field of possible and admissible tactics cannot be restricted by considerations dictated by falsely doctrinal oversimplification, metaphysically dedicated to formal comparisons and preoccupied with purity and rectitude as ends in themselves, we do not mean to say that the field of tactics should remain unlimited and that all methods are good to achieve our purposes. It would be an error to entrust the difficult resolution of the search for suitable methods to the simple considerations that there is an intention to use them to achieve communist objectives. You would only repeat the mistake which consists in rendering an objective problem subjective, contenting yourself with the fact that they who chose, arrange, and direct initiatives have decided to struggle for communist outcomes and show themselves to be guided by a ladder. Okay, this is more windbag stuff, but let me break it down real quick. They're saying essentially that, yeah, the means justify the ends, but not all means are things that will lead to the ends that we want. Therefore, you can't do shit like revolutionary adventurism, which is actually harmful to the movement as a whole. Your means are dialectically linked to your ends, and therefore you need to pick and choose your means carefully. And we've talked about this in previous sessions, and they go in detail about that. All right. There exists, and therefore it can always be elaborated better, a criterion which is profoundly Marxist and anything but infantile, which outlines the limits to tactical initiatives. It has nothing to do with the preconceptions and prejudices of an erroneous extremism, but by another path arrives at a useful forecast of the otherwise complex links which bind the tactical expedients, the results we anticipated, and the final outcomes. As soon as our understanding of the dialectical basis of this situation is deepened, we see that all the intransigently simplistic objections completely collapse. Alliance and defeatists with those who betrayed revolution to support the revolution, exclaims the appalled communists of Fourth International stamp, or the centrist bootlicker type between the second and third. But we will not linger with this terminological exercise. Part 5. Because the party is not the invariable and indigestible subject of philosophical abstrusities, but is in its turn an objective part of the situation. The solution to the very difficult problem of the party's tactics is not analogous to the problems of the military art. In politics, you can correct, but not manipulate the situation according to your liking. The data of the problem are not our army and the enemy's army, but the formation of the army, taking in from indifferent straw and from the ranks of the enemy itself. And as much on one side as the other, while hostilities are taking place. We're going to add this because I don't think that we have that. But effectively, your your means are going to determine your end in many ways. If you created a blankist organization, and you utilize blankist methodologies, are you actually going to produce the kind of organization? Are you going to produce an actual dictatorship of the proletariat? And the answer is, as Engels says, no. And we could go back to Engels's analysis of the blankist program. He specifically rejects it on these grounds that will not result in communism and the dictatorship of the proletariat if you utilize these blankist organizational methods and whatnot. All right, so means and ends are in a dialectical relation, and the kinds of means one uses needs to lead to communism. We cannot utilize any and every potential tactic regardless of effectiveness, as an incorrect one can lead to class collaboration and the like. Problems of the party are the formation of the party's army, and the formation, I assume in this case, not meaning like building it, but rather how it is organized, like different formations within the organization, and the social relations between the different strata of society. Again, knowing your enemy is knowing yourself, all that good stuff. Okay, 138. Theses on the Tactics at the Second Congress of the Communist Party of Italy, Rome Thesis, 1922. 124. The Communist Party's program contains the perspective of a series of situations related to a series of actions, which in the course of an unfolding process are generally attributed to them. There is, therefore, a close connection between the programmatic directives and the tactical rules. Studying the situation thus appears as an integral part of resolving tactical problems, considering that the party, on the basis of its conscious and critical experience, has already predicted how various situations might unfold, and hence defined the tactical possibilities corresponding to the actions to be followed in the various phases. If you're doing that, then you're going to have to prefigure your organizational structure, because your organizational structure is going to determine what kind of tactics that you can carry out. But I've been beating this dead horse for months now. Examination of the situation serves as a check on the accuracy of the party's programmatic positions. On the day that any substantial revision of them should become necessary, the problem will be far more serious than any that could be resolved by means of a simple tactical switch, and the inevitable rectification of the programmatic outlook cannot but have serious consequences on the strength and organization of the party. The latter must therefore strive to forecast how situations might unfold, in order to exercise the maximum possible degree of influence on them. But waiting for situations to arise in order to subject them in an eclectic and discontinuous manner to the guidelines and suggestions that they have prompted is a method characteristic of the social democratic opportunism. Okay, 26. The party, however, cannot utilize its will and its initiative in a capricious way or to an arbitrary degree. The limits which it can and must set to both the one and the other are imposed upon it precisely by its programmatic directives and by the existing possibilities and opportunities for action which can be deduced from an examination of the contingent situation. Having examined the situation, an assessment needs to be made of the party forces and the relations between these and those of enemy movement. Above all, it is necessary to take care to assess the degree of support the party could expect from the proletariat if the latter undertook an action or engaged in a struggle. This means forming a precise idea of the repercussions and spontaneous actions which the economic situation produces among the masses, of the possibility of developing these actions as a result of the initiatives of the Communist Party and the attitude of the other parties. Right. So this is essentially saying that we need to, I'll get into it later. 28. The integrative elements of this study are extremely varied. a consistent examining the real tendencies involved in the constitution and development of the proletariat's organizations and reactions, including psychological reactions produced upon it by, on the one hand, economic conditions, and on the other, by the specific attitudes and social and political initiatives of the ruling class and its parties. Examination of this situation is effected in the political field by examining the positions and forces of the various classes and parties in relation to the power of the state. With respect to this, it is possible to classify the situations in which a Communist Party may find itself taking action into fundamental phases. Situations which, in the normal course of things, lead it to grow stronger by extending its membership, at the same time define ever more precisely the limits of its tactical field. These phases can be specified as follows: absolutist feudal power, democratic bourgeois power, social democratic government, intermediate period of social war in which the basis of the state becomes unstable, proletarian power, and the dictatorship of the councils. In a certain sense, the question of tactics consists not in just choosing the right course for the effective action, but also in preventing the party's activity from going beyond the appropriate limits and falling back upon methods that correspond to past situations, the consequence of which would be to arrest the party's process of development to the detriment of its revolutionary preparation. All right. And to be clear, when they're saying social democratic government, they also mean, for example, fascism. And this would be the actual seizure of the state. But essentially, they conceive social democracy and fascism as stages of development here, which will eventually result in the capacity for the proletariat to organize and seize state power. Okay. 29. Thus it is incumbent upon the party and international to explain the totality of its general tactical rules in a systematic manner, since it might eventually call upon those within its own ranks and within the strata of the proletariat which have rallied around them, to put these tactical rules into practice and to make sacrifices on their behalf, showing how such rules and prospects for action constitute the inevitable route leading to victory. It is, therefore, a practical and organizational necessity, and not the desire to theorize and schematize the complexities of the maneuvers that the party may be called upon to undertake, which leads us to establish the terms and limits of the party's tactics. And it is for these entirely concrete reasons that the party must take decisions which appear to restrict its possibilities for action, but which alone provide a guarantee of the organic unity of its activity in the proletarian struggle. And then 47. It is not theoretical preconceptions or ethical and aesthetic preoccupations that dictate the tactics of the Communist Party. Its entire tactics are dictated solely by the real appropriateness of the means to the end and to the reality of the historical process, applying that dialectical synthesis of doctrine and action which is the patrimony of a movement destined to play a lead role in an immense social renewal, the commander of the Great Revolutionary War. Alright, so the program contains the perspective of a series of situations with associated series of actions which can be generally applied to these situations. There's a dialectical relation between programmatic directives and tactical rules. They influence one another. As such, knowledge of the situation is a major function of resolving tactical problems. This sounds obvious, to be clear. Everybody knows that implicitly, and that's good. But at the same time, the reason why I say that is because from a holistic perspective, if you can say things about one thing, you can say things about another thing. If, for example, you can say things about the kind of tactics and the organizational structure that you have that make it so tactics are possible and whatnot, then you can say how you can respond to a situation. But you need to be also aware of the situation. You need to have a holistic understanding of all the different parts. But by understanding one part, you can understand parts of the other parts. Vice versa, back and forth. On all different things in all different directions and ways. The program's series of actions are refined through experience by examining the situation, the effectiveness of actions called for by the program. Again, this sounds obvious, but later they take on this invariant stance where the program just can't be changed. And I'd say we should avoid any eclecticism or any integration of tactics that are not in a dialectical relation with our program except under the most dire of circumstances. So, as I say, no plan survives contact with the enemy. On the ground, people are going to have to make decisions in an instant. And usually these things will be within limitations, but sometimes people will just look at the terrain and say, okay, we're going to do this thing that is very different. Is this always a good thing? Probably not. Is it a bad thing? No. This sort of um, tactical action, this sort of they don't like the term innovation or whatever that inspiration, probably because they think when people talk about inspiration they mean things like divine inspiration, but that's not what anybody means when they really talk about inspiration outside of some weird people. They look at their conditions in the moment and they take all the information that they have gathered from the past and then they apply that and come up with a new plan. That is inspiration right there. And yeah, it's not new, it's not divinely inspired as an idealist thing, but it's certainly new. Um, because if you were to argue that, then you would say, then you could say, for example, there is no such thing as a new story because all stories are made up of 26 letters, right? And it doesn't matter how you construct and the way you construct the letters in it, there's no qualitative distinction or anything between them because it's got the building blocks there, it's all the same. That's obviously not the case. Nobody in good faith could argue that or argue that everything is actually exactly the same because E equals mc squared, because actually everything is energy. It's like, no, there's a qualitative distinction between these different things. And also they're in motion and their dynamics are distinct, right? So, we can say that that there's distinctions here. Anyway, effectively what I'm saying is on the ground, in the moment, in the instant, you need to have the ability to go out and take action, right? That's really it. That's all I'm saying. Okay. All right. So the examination of the situation needs to account for the party's capacities and the enemy's capacities, and the activities and interrelations of both and all factions of the enemy and self. The examination of the self principally requires an understanding of the support the party can expect to gain from the proletariat and its various strata outside of the party, which requires an understanding and prediction of economic and social issues which can be used to galvanize the proletariat. Or need to lean into these and propagandize, educate, etc., developing proletarian action. Okay. All right, so the party needs to investigate the development of proletarian organizations and the spontaneous reactions of the proletariat to conditions, including their psychological reactions. It requires a study of sociology and psychoanalytical Marxist tendencies. Most of these are French and are not great. The party needs to mainly, and okay, so Marx does talk about like bourgeois psychosis and stuff like that. And these are important things to have in mind. But unfortunately, a lot of the study that's gone into them happens to be rejected by the ICP. They reject essentially all of this stuff which is developed because most of it comes from Gramsci, right? His conception of hegemony was a key thing in the development of the various Marxist psychoanalytical tendencies and whatnot. Okay, So the party needs to mainly be looking at the state and how it is interrelating with various factions. The series of situations can be established in 5 major stages. So they list absolutist feudal power, democratic bourgeois power, social democratic government, which is where we are. This is fascism. This is social democracy. This is essentially capitalism with a human face, where it's got the brutal hand of the state behind it at all times, ready to crack down on any sort of development of worker power, all with a nice face on it. Intermediate period of social war in which the bases of the state become unstable and the dictatorship of the proletariat. I'm just going to go out and say, this is a very I don't agree with this way of looking at things at all. In the sense of the conception of stages, where can you make a strong distinction between this and this? Is it maybe when the surveillance state started? Is it maybe when the education systems were well defined and essentially there's a conception of a unified nation through education within Prussia, right? Is that where you make the distinction? And you also can't really make a strong distinction between these two because there's all sorts of intermediate developments in between. Why is it that we're getting this section right here, but we're not talking about the period in between here and the period in between here? I don't think that you can really make such a strong distinction between these different things. I mean, I guess that you could just say, "Oh, hey, there's revolutions in between." That's the case here to a good degree, but you can't make a distinction between here and here and say, "Oh, there's a revolution in between here." So I don't understand the basis of making this conception of stagism within the development of the class terrain. Okay. So I'm just going to put that in real quick. Note, I don't think you can make a strong delineation between developments on the class terrain in this manner. All right. Now we're going back. We are at 139, Theses of the Left at the Third Congress of the Communist Party of Italy, the Line Theses at 1926. 24, the Communist Party's program, sorry. Part 1, Section 3. It must be emphatically stated that in certain situations, past, present, and future, the proletariat has, does, and inevitably will adopt a non-revolutionary stance, either through inertia or collaboration with the enemy as the case may be. But despite everything, the proletariat everywhere and always remain the potentially revolutionary class entrusted with the counter-revolutionary counterattack. But only insofar within it there exists a Communist Party, and where, without ever renouncing coherent interventions when appropriate, this party avoids taking paths which, although apparently easiest routes to instant popularity, would divert from its task and thereby remove the essential point of support for ensuring the proletariat's recovery. On dialectical and Marxist grounds such as these, and never on aesthetic and sentimental grounds, we reject the bestial expression of opportunism, which maintains that the Communist Party is free to adopt all means and all methods. It is said that by some that precisely because the party is truly communist, sound in principles and organization, it can indulge in the most acrobatic of political maneuverings. But what this assertion forgets is that the party itself is both factor and product of historical development, and even more malleable, the proletariat is yet more so. Proletariat will not be influenced by the contoured justifications for such quote-unquote maneuvers. offered by party leaders, but by actual results, and the party must know how to anticipate these results mainly by using experience of past mistakes. It is not just by theoretical credos and organizational sanctions that the party will be guaranteed against degeneration, but by acting correctly in the field of tactics and by making a determined effort to block off false paths with precise and respected rules of action. To construct communist tactics with a formalist rather than a dialectical method would be a repudiation of Marx and Lenin. It would therefore be a major error to assert that the means should correspond to the ends not by way of their historical and dialectical succession in the process of development, but depending on similarities and analogous aspects that means and ends may assume in certain immediate sense, and which we might call ethical, psychological, and aesthetic. I'm not sure exactly what they mean there, but I think that they're saying, oh, because you've adopted this symbol like the hammer and sickle on your organization, that means that you are an actual communist organization rather than the real life of the party. That's what I assume what it means. Okay. We don't need to make insert into realm of tactics and mistakes made by anarchists and reformists in the realm of principle, for whom it seems absurd that the suppression of both classes and state power is prepared by the domination of the proletarian class and its dictatorship, as in the proletariat is dominating, not that it is being dominated, and that the abolition of all social violence is realized by employing both offensive and defensive revolutionary violence. Revolutionary to overthrow the existing power, and conservative to maintain the proletarian power. And it would be equally mistaken to make the following assertions: that a revolutionary party must struggle at all times without taking into account the strength of friends and foes. In a case of a strike, for example, the communists must always insist it continue to the bitter end. That communists must shun certain means of dissimulation, trickery, espionage, etc., because they aren't particularly noble or pleasant. Marxism and Lenin's critique of the superficial pseudo-revolutionism that follows the path of the proletariat consists in attempts to eliminate these stupid and sentimental criteria as ways of resolving the problem of tactics. This critique is definitively acquired part of the communist movement's experience. But this critique of infantilism doesn't, however, mean that indeterminacy, chaos, and arbitrariness must govern tactics, or that all means are appropriate to achieve our aims. To say that the guarantee of coordination of the means with the ends resides in the revolutionary nature acquired by the party and the contributions that eminent men or groups backed by a brilliant tradition will bring to its decision making is just a non-Marxist play on words, because it doesn't take into account the repercussions that its means of action themselves have on the party within the dialectical play of cause and effect, and the fact that we ascribe no value whatsoever to the quote unquote intentions which dictate individual or group initiatives, let alone our suspiciousness, without meaning to give offense about such intentions, which the bloody experience of the past means we can never set aside entirely. All right, so basically they're saying, put up or shut up. Right, we're not just going to let you say, oh yes, we're communists, but then your organization isn't acting in communist ways. And when they say communist ways here, what they mean is that the actual activities that the party is undergoing at all times are in line with the dialectical relation between the program and the aims and the final goal, the tactics, the organizational structure, all those different things that, are in a relation at all times and depend on one another. Your tactics need to result in communism. That is to say, they have to result in the dictatorship of the proletariat that is capable of transitioning over to communism, right? That's why we can't, for example, support anarchist tactics, because it won't produce a dictatorship of the proletariat. It'll produce a class collaborationist milieu wherein the bourgeoisie will just simply reinstate power. And that's a fact. Historically determined at that. So, our tactical methodologies, we cannot use any and all tactics. So we have to use tactics that are, um, in line with all of our other aspects at all times. But that also doesn't mean that we base our tactics on like moralisms and whatnot. We base them solely on our goals, right? It's not based on morals, it's based on goals. It's based on our ends. Okay. In his pamphlet on infantilism, Lenin wrote that the tactical means must be chosen in advance in order to fulfill the final revolutionary objective and be governed by a clear historical vision of the proletarian struggle and its final goal. He showed it would be absurd to reject some tactical expedient just because it appeared unpleasant or was deserving of the definition compromise. What was necessary instead was to decide whether or not it was a means corresponding with the final goal. The collective activity of the party and the Communist International poses, and will continue to pose, this formidable task. If in matters of theoretical principle we can say that Marx and Lenin have bequeathed us a sound heritage, although it is not to say that there are no new tasks of theoretical research for communism to accomplish, the same cannot be said as regards tactical matters. Not even after the Russian Revolution and the experience of the first years of the life of the new international, which is deprived of Lenin all too soon. The question of tactics is much too complex to be resolved by the simplistic and sentimental answers of the infantiles. Requires an indefinite contribution to the whole of the international communist movement in light of its experience, old and new. Marx and Lenin aren't being contradicted if we state that in order to resolve this question, rules of conduct must be followed which, whilst not as vital and fundamental as principles, are nevertheless binding both on party members and the leading organs of the movement, who should forecast the different ways in which these situations may develop so as to plan with the greatest possible degree of accuracy how the party should act when one of these hypothetical scenarios assumes specific dimensions. Comprehending and weighing up the situation has to be the key requirement for making tactical decisions, because this allows us to signal to the movement that the time has come for an action which has already been anticipated as far as possible. And it doesn't, however, allow arbitrary quote unquote improvisations and surprises on the part of the leaders. To reject the possibility of predicting tactics in their broad outlines, not predicting situations, which is possible with even less certainty, but predicting what we should do in various hypothetical scenarios based on the progression of objective situations, to reject the party's role and to subject the only guarantee we can give that the party's militants and the masses in all circumstances will agree to take orders from the leading center. Alright, this still doesn't address the problem. Okay, you're on the ground, shit happens, what do you do? Right? There's all sorts of, you know, your enemy isn't just sitting there with their own list of tactical actions that they have sitting there, right? In addition, you don't necessarily know what your enemy is doing at all times. You can look at them and say, I think they're doing this, and therefore we're responding in this way. But in general, right, this is a factor of experience, of knowledge. And yes, we're talking about total party experience, but we're also talking about the experience of the people looking at the situation as they understand it on the ground. So, again, you have to have room for tactical action to be determined at the point of arrival by the people who are on the ground engaging those tactical actions, not by, the center who is looking at the history and then going in saying, well, here's what you can do and you can't do anything outside of it. No, you have to have lots of room for maneuvering. And yes, it can be within limits. There's that's part of strategy. I would call those limitations as part of strategy. That's not a tactical thing. That's a strategic basis. But they don't start talking about strategy for another 20 years or so. They'll eventually come back to strategy and only use the term strategy for another 20 years or so after that. But They have soundly rejected strategy at this period in 1926 and are only talking about tactics, as Dahmen talks about. Later, they'll come back to strategy. Come back to. Later, they will recognize, oh, hey, focusing only on tactics is a bad thing. So now we're going to only focus on strategy. Okay. 140. Perspectives on the post-war situation in relation to the party's 1945 platform. This was written in 1946. The central and distinguishing characteristic of our position, which during decades of struggle countered those of the opportunists and deserters of the class struggle, is the establishment of extremely clear directives for party action in advance of the major predictable turning points in the historical life of the capitalist world which we are fighting against. One must be totally excluded in the party, and if it is up to the task, the same goes for the class it embodies, is the central leadership and its organized groups discovering at the outbreak of the most significant and cataclysmic events that the course of events indicates new paths and slogans contrast with those already firmly established, followed by a movement. Okay, I'm just going to say this. All power to the Soviets as a slogan that came out during the struggle. These slogans are not, manufactured. You don't build them in a workshop, and then you present them out there and then expect people to pick them up as slogans. Slogans arrive in the moment. And I'm not going to say spontaneous because, yes, these things are planned out and it's based on one's understanding of the situation and being on a firm class terrain. But it is certainly not something that you can sit back and predict which slogan is going to be effective. All power to the Soviets. That slogan came out. And peace, land, and bread. That was another really big one. These things came out just in the moment. Yeah, there's a degree of planning to it, but more in terms of this, it's essentially throwing everything at the wall, and then some particular thing everybody's like, oh yeah, that sounds really nice, and then you lean in on that because you're actually paying attention to what the rank and file and the proletariat is doing, and then you say, oh hey, everybody's talking about this one particular line, and then you make all sorts of propaganda about that to lean into the slogan. So I don't think that there's this conception that, oh yes, we have to totally exclude any sort of this slogan and whatnot just develops in the moment, right? No, absolutely not. That's the only place where a slogan will develop because it's an agitation. It's not even propaganda. It's just base agitation. Okay, continue. Such is the condition which will not only allow a revolutionary movement to arise again, but also to avoid being submerged during crises such as those of the social nationalism of 1914 and the national communism imposed by Moscow during the historical phase of the Second World War. The essence of the practical task of the party and its ability to influence the balance of forces in action and the course of events lies in the fact non-improvising and contriving clever remedies and maneuvers whenever new situations arise, but in the strict continuity of its critical positions and its propaganda and battle slogans throughout the succession and counterposition, the different phases of historical development. I'll add this, but again, a lot of these things, they rise in the case of in a fervor. You can't just go in, or at least we currently don't have the predictive power because we're not like super beings. What will be particularly influential as a slogan? Sometimes you can. Sometimes you just know, okay, I have written an absolute freaking banger, right? And you just know that your title, which has been worked on for a very long time, is just going to speak directly to to the people that you're reaching out to, the proletariat in this case, on a profound level at this exact moment, because you're like, all right, now's the time for me to publish it. Check out this banger, y'all. That stuff is possible to a degree. That sort of agitational work is possible to a degree. But again, most of the stuff, all power to the Soviets, peace, land, and bread, that stuff arises just, somebody's giving a speech and everybody starts talking about that speech and they're like, oh my man, listen to what this was just said. I have a dream, right? That was entirely ad lib. That wasn't on. You can look at his actual speech. He did not plan that. You know, the power of these things often comes in the emotion and the conditions under which it was being said, and you cannot forswear all instances of this sort of stuff, and you should not. So the party's ability to influence external activities is through having pre-planned knowledge of tactics to use at given times in order to carry them out. Ideally, the party can develop propaganda and slogans in the workshop rather than in the instant, and these need to be based in the real life of the party and dialectically connected to the whole of it. And again, I'm just going to say that slogans and whatnot tend to come out of things that people looking at listening to a speech or reading out, just it clicks with them in particular, and there's no way in general that you can just figure out, oh, this right here is going to be the thing that is going to be our battle slogan. This thing right here is going to be the thing that reaches out to the working class. You can kind of do it to some degree. You can go in and say this thing is going to be an absolute fucking banger. No shot that it doesn't just reach out to people. This line right here, I love it. But it's not necessarily going to be that, and you're not going to be able to guarantee any particular thing is. Of course, if you throw out enough nets, you're going to catch some fish. That's for sure. And I could easily make the argument, essentially, that any slogan, if you truly believe that your organization is in tune with itself in this manner, and everybody already automatically knows all the different stances and tactics that the party can carry out, and so on and so forth, then anything that they say should, in effect, match up dialectically with the rest of what the party is doing. So, in that sense, there shouldn't be any issue of doing stuff in the moment on the ground. That's the entire point, isn't it? So, I'm not too clear on the reasoning here, but I think that you should aim to definitely create a really good banger of an argument. I think you should definitely aim to do that and aim for this particular thing to come out as a slogan. Just don't expect it to. That's something that gets picked up by the masses in the moment. Spontaneously, if you so wish to use the term. All right, so 141. Nature, function, and tactics of the Revolutionary Party of the Working Class. This is from 1947. Principles and doctrines do not exist for themselves as a fundament that emerges and establishes itself before action. The former and the latter are formed through a parallel process. In practice, competing material interests push social groups into struggle, and the action that arises from such material interests forms a theory that becomes a characteristic inheritance of the party. If the relationship between these interests and the incentives towards action and their practical directions are brushed aside, then the doctrine of the party is brushed aside and deformed. To think that this might be made sacred and inviolable through its codification in a programmatic text and by means of a strict organizational and disciplinary body of the party organism, and that we can therefore agree to a variety and multiplicity of directions and maneuvers in tactical action, implies not seeing in a Marxist way that is a real problem to be resolved and arrive at the choice of methods of action. Right. So essentially, they're saying that there's one answer, and that particular answer is correct at all times. That is essentially if your answer is broad enough to be applied universally. Like I could say all warfare is fought at some point with violence, right? We could say that as a universal, certainly. Now, is that particularly useful? What if I said all warfare is fought with violence in the social sphere? That's also correct, but that's not the totality of war. So I think that there's a bit of a problem here. You have to have some degree and method of increasing specificity and zooming in and out both. Yes, there will generally be one answer that is correct for a particular circumstance. If there is a specific answer to these social problems, I don't think that. But listen, I'm reminded of scientists trying to become philosophers for a second here, and being like, "Oh, we can determine morality scientifically." It's just like, no, bro, just stop it. You can't do that. You're just going back into utilitarianism or some shit like that. And as soon as you do that, you're outside the bounds of science, and you're inside the boundaries of philosophy. Um, so I don't think that you can necessarily say that there is one answer and that is the right answer and that all other answers are wrong in many questions that the party is going to encounter. Many questions of tactics, many questions of engagement in activities, and so on and so forth. In addition, your tactics are going to have to be tempered not only for the specific circumstances that the actions are engaging in, but also with the specific people they're carrying out the tactics. And yes, they are essentially trying to make it so everybody is acting and thinking in the exact same way as they carry out their tactics through organic centralism. I don't think that that's going to work, and even if it does, I don't think that that's a particularly effective strategy. I don't think that that's going to necessarily produce the most well-rounded and effective people. People need to have their feet firmly on their class terrain, and that class terrain is going to be localized in its own right. Certainly not universally. Let's not get into super minuscule microscopic stuff. The party shouldn't be, focusing on that minuscule microscopic stuff. But it should allow ability for various militants to recognize their local microscopic conditions and engage on the basis of those things using their own knowledge of both the theory and their practical activities and their material conditions. Like, if I was trying to put together a renters strike, right? If I was trying to put together direct proletarian action for a renter strike, I need to have a strong understanding of the exact circumstances that my fellow renters are dealing with. You know, I need to talk to them and say, "Hey, how's the landlord treating you?" I have to know all of this. I have to be in tune with them. It's a very localized thing. It's directly there. Okay. Continuing. Today it is possible to conclude, without recalling the totality of the key arguments from the texts of the contemporary discussions, that the balance sheet of over-elastic and over-manipulated tactics, not only had negative effects but was ruinous. Uh, so I think that when they say over-elastic, they mean too general, and encompassing. And when they say over manipulated, I think that they mean essentially the super specific stuff. So they're advocating a middle ground here. And that's kind of what I was advocating. I don't know the particulars on how they call for that to happen though. the way I call for it to happen is essentially for more autonomy for the local stuff, the system ones, as they would be called, um, in such a way that allows for complete harmonization. They seem to be against that. They want their tactics to come solely from the center, who makes all decisions in those terms, whether or not they are actually aware of what's going on at the ground. Again, usually, this goes back to the black boxing question. Usually, with these lower recursions, these lower systems and whatnot, the center, yes, will effectively not pay attention to the particulars of what's going on because it's too complicated. Um, and instead, they'll just look for the inputs and outputs. But they want the center to be going in and saying, here's a universal tactics for everybody to be utilizing. Here's your tactic sheet, your technology matrix. Everybody use these at your locale. Usually in business, what happens is the local is actually presenting the list of things that they believe that they can do to the center rather than the other way around. Um, you know, because the local knowledge problem in this case is actually a thing. All right. Unless, of course, you're doing proper democracy, but they don't really want to do that. All right. Continuing. The cause of these failures must lie in the fact that successive tactical slogans rain down on the parties and through their cadres with the character of unexpected surprises without any preparation of communist organization to the various outcomes. In order to foresee the full spectrum of situations and responses, the tactical plans of the party cannot and must not become an esoteric monopoly of supreme hierarchies, but must be rigidly coordinated with theoretical coherence, with the political consciousness of the militant in the tradition of the movement's development, and must permeate the organization in such a way that they are prepared in advance and can foresee what will be the reactions to unitary structure of the party, to the favorable or unfavorable sequence of events in the struggle's development. To expect something more and different from the party, to believe that the party will not be smashed by unexpected turns of the helm, is not the same thing as having the more comprehensive and revolutionary concept, but clearly, as demonstrated by the concrete historical comparisons, is the classical process that ends up in opportunism, whereby the revolutionary party either dissolves and is shipwrecked against the defeatist influence of bourgeois politics, or is more easily exposed and disarmed in the face of repressive initiatives. I think that we've actually already read this section before in, I want to say, the far-flung past. Yeah, right here. Way up here. So the tactical plans of the party do not rest in the sway of hierarchies external to the party who come up with new ideas when it suits their fancy. Rather, tactical plans are rigidly coordinated, theoretically coherent, are in line with the political consciousness of the militants who are trained to accept such. And essentially, if it isn't, then they just don't do it, and there's no disciplinary action against those who refuse. And rests within the party tradition. They're not new, but instead development of historical tactical action. They're prepared in advance and known to all within the organization so that the center knows how the periphery feels about the tactics. If the tactics are not such, then the bond between the captain and crew is broken and the ship will run aground because essentially the periphery will not trust the captain who's making orders that seem nonsensical to their understanding. Um, there's a degree of truth to this, but I'm just going to say straight out that when it came to captains and crews, um, the way these things functioned wasn't one of trust, though there absolutely was that. It was more along the lines of, I'll have you flogged, and I actually had the legal right of a monarch. That was an actual thing for ships, and it still is to a certain degree. Um, it's if you're the captain of the ship, then you're essentially a government official with full rights and powers and whatnot. You can send people to prison. on a ship. You can do within limitations of naval law and stuff, but you know, you are you are the absolute authority in all senses, and you have absolute disciplinary power, and the people on the ship are to follow your instructions, regardless of what they feel about it, within limitations, of course. But I am going to get this section right here. All right, so principles and doctrines are dialectically related to action, developing dynamically alongside of it, and thus the actions and thereby the tactics and thereby organizational structure, which are necessary to take action, influence principles and doctrines. So again, these are all in a dialectical relation with one another. The aims, the program, the principles, the doctrine, the tactics, the organizational structure, the all of that is and more are dialectically connected with each other. You can't do one without doing the other, and they all influence one another. So if you can say things about one thing, you can thereby say things about other aspects of it. So essentially, the process is competing material interests, class interests, put social groups into struggle. These social groups organize to fight the struggle in varying ways. The bourgeoisie have the state currently, and they're utilizing the state and the various formations that they have in order to repress the class interests of the proletariat. And the proletariat, in turn, fights back. And through the actions to take, the successes and failures theories developed. And it's not just proletarian theory, it's also bourgeois theory on how to maintain their system. So recuperation and other such methodologies that they utilize unconsciously and consciously to suppress the proletariat. It is a war. It is a class war, and that is fought on all levels of society in all realms. So this theory is applied to future struggles, and the organization is honed. The historical experiences are ignored or distorted, then the development of the organization and struggle is harmed. Okay, continuing. Action and Theory, the Forley Reunion, 1952. Part 1. Sorry. Part 1, Section 1. Given the current situation in which revolutionary energy is at an all-time low, the party's practical task is to examine the historic course of the struggle in its entirety, and it is a mistake to define this as an activity of a literary or intellectual type, and to contrast it with who knows what descent into thick mass action. 6. Since the abrupt return by the masses to an organizing activity suited to a revolutionary offensive is thus not conceivable, the best result that can be expected in the immediate future is restating of the true proletarian communist goals and demands, and a reaffirmation of the lesson according to which every tactical improvisation which changes from one situation to the next under the pretext of taking advantage of unexpected factors within them is nothing but defeatism. I think that you have to be more specific about what that is. Anyway, 7. The stupid actualism activism. I'm not sure what actualism is. Which adapts its gestures and moves to the immediate facts of the day. A veritable party existentialism must be replaced by reconstruction of a solid bridge linking the past to the future, and whose main lines the party sets out for itself once and for all, forbidding members, but especially leaders, from tendentious attempts to seek and discover new paths. All right, so I'm just going to say, if you're describing a solid bridge linking the past to the future, one particular thing about bridges is you have to walk across them or otherwise move across them. It's not like a portal. And the reason why I bring this up is essentially in this sense, right? You're going to have to take you're going to have to be in movement. You're going to have to be in motion. You're going to have to change your gait. You're going to have to do different stuff. Yes, you're walking in one direction, but that doesn't mean that you're doing the exact same thing over and over and over again, no changes. Doesn't mean that you're looking in the future and saying, okay, this is what we are doing in the future to achieve victory, therefore we're also going to do it in the past. This is just another question of a model organization in its own right, is it not? And my own perspectives on that are more along the lines of we need to be talking about the realities of organizational structure and the fact that all organizations share particular systems in order to make it so they can function as organizations. You got your universal, you've got your general, and then you got your specific. They're very focused on the specific, and then they essentially try to make that specific be universal in the sense that they reject any sort of universal, but only when it comes to organization. um, so what I'm essentially saying here is, if you're wanting to do this thing, wherein you've got your universal tactics and stuff, you're also going to need to be talking about all developments of those tactics, because your tactics need to be dynamic. They need to be shifting and changing as your position on this quote unquote bridge changes. Um, you're doing your calculus and you're at different derivatives. Okay. Continuing. This bad habit, especially when it slanders or neglects doctrinal work in the restoration of theory, just as necessary today as it was for Lay in 1914 to 18, assumes that action and struggle are all that matters and ends up destroying Marxist dialectics and determinism. Okay. Yeah. It's. I mean, I don't know who these guys are. They look like trots if they're with the socialist worker, but you know, I've never heard anybody on the actual left claim that Marx is deterministic. You know, I'm kind of flabbergasted that they're going to try and put this out here. The entire conception of stagism was just completely thrown out the window with his letter to that one Russian guy. He's like, yeah, the peasantry within Russia could potentially create communism. I just, I'm just profoundly surprised that this is even being brought up here. Yeah, I'm just profoundly surprised to see this. Anyway, replacing the immense historical research into the rare moments and crucial points on which it is built with dissolute voluntarism, which then adapts itself in the worst and crassest of ways to the status quo and its wretched immediate perspectives. Um, okay, you're fighting a war, and your armies are marching upon one another. And your general then gets up and says, we need to be thinking about what it is that we're going to be doing at our victory, or rather at the final battle. And you're like, okay, yeah, sure, let's think about that. And then they say, we need to we need to construct our entire tactical process and principles around this one final battle. And you say, okay, so you want to get the troops into position for that. And then they say, we want to make it so our tactics are designed entirely for this final battle. And we're not going to care about the terrain on the way there and the multitude of battles that are going to occur on the way there. And then you're kind of sitting there like, hold on, wait just a moment. You don't want to talk about like traversing this bog over here and how you're going to get the various tanks and whatnot across it and the difficulties that are specific to this particular terrain. And you say, well, no, we're just going to have these tanks over here to carry out the final battle. You know, that's gotta happen. So we're going to make it happen. And you're like, no, you gotta deal with what you've got at the time that it's happening. Like, I mean, I don't understand what their resistance to the idea of, hey, a different developments of the circumstances, we need to engage in different ways. You know, this doesn't seem very strange to me in my own thoughts. And it certainly doesn't seem strange to me to go and say, hey, listen, we can't necessarily know at all times the local conditions, and therefore, people are going to have to do different things in order to reach out to their local neighbors because they're dealing with their own shit. Which, yeah, it's generally unified, but it's not completely universal. I mean, okay. Anyway, I don't want to be a dead horse. Even though that's why I've been doing this entire time. 11. Such an undertaking is long and difficult and requires years. On the other hand, the balance of forces in the global situation will take decades to be overturned. So every stupid and falsely revolutionary short-term adventure seeking must be rejected with disdain, as is characteristic to those who do not know how to stand firm on the revolutionary position. Um, okay. And who abandoned the great highway for blind alleys of short-term successes, as many examples in the history of deviation show. What if those blind alleyways happen to have, for example, a bunch more people that then you walk back onto the main road with? What if those blind alleys happen to have, for example, munitions and other stuff? And then you just walk right back out. It's not like you're necessarily entrapped once you walk down these things. uh, Gosh. All right, 143. Considerations on the organic activity of the party when the general situation is historically unfavorable, 1965, part 5. The relation that exists between tactical solutions, such as are not to be condemned by doctrinal and theoretical principles, and the multifaceted development of objective situations, which are, in a certain sense, external to the party, is undoubtedly very mutable. But the left has asserted that the party must master and anticipate such relations in advance, as developed in the Rome Theses on Tactics, which was intended as a proposal for tactics at the international level. Okay. All right, so chapter 2, the priority elements in tactic, absolute autonomy of the party. So it's not even going to give a analysis. It's just going to go straight into quotations. Okay, 144, the Tactics of the Communist International, 1922. Part 4. We believe that such a plan is based on a contradiction and in practice contains the elements of an inevitable failure. There is no doubt that the Communist Party must also resolve to utilize the non-conscious movements of the broad masses, and cannot devote itself to negative, purely theoretical preaching when it is faced with a general tendency towards other paths of action that are not specific to its doctrine and praxis. But this utilization can only be productive if by placing itself on a terrain on which the broad masses move, and thus working at one of the two factors essential for revolutionary success, we are sure that we are not compromising the other, no less indispensable factor, which consists of the existence and progressive strengthening of the party and of the organization of the part of the proletariat that has already been led onto the terrain to which the party's slogans apply. If one day, after a more or less prolonged period of struggles and incidents, the working masses should finally arrive at the vague realization that any attempted counterattack is useless unless it fights back against the bourgeois state apparatus itself. But in the earlier stages of the struggle, the organization of the Communist Party and those of the movement on its flanks, such as the trade union and military organization, had been seriously compromised, the proletariat would find itself deprived of the very weapons it needs for its struggle, of the indispensable contribution of the minority which possesses a clear vision of the tasks that need to be carried out, and which, by having had and held on to this vision over a long period without ever losing sight of it, had undertaken that indispensable training and equipped itself with the indispensable weaponry, in the broad sense of the term, needed to ensure the victory of the broad masses. Okay, so essentially they're saying that the party needs to be a solid thing, and throughout its entire lifespan have always had the exact same process and goal and stuff. And that's going to attract the people who suddenly uh, make the revolutionary realization that they need to struggle against the state in a direct way and struggle against bourgeois mode of production. And this kind of rides on some unspoken assumptions. The first is that, the workers recognize that the Communist Party is the organization that can actually achieve victory, right? They're not going to bet on the wrong horse. That's just not going to happen. The next thing, and if you're expecting people to read through ridiculous amounts of theory in order to come to that conclusion, then you've got another thing coming. Essentially, your organization needs to be on the ground, on people's lips, and active, so that whenever people, as soon as people think, oh, what could actually achieve the things that we want, the first thing that comes to their mind is not just a communist organization or socialist one, but your particular communist party, right? And that means that you have to be an active force. That means that you can't be sitting around. It means that you need to have made it so you are clearly an active agent in stuff. And that means essentially that you need to work with other organizations. You need to go in and build connections. You need to do all the things that they don't want to do, United Front stuff. Again, if you're not growing, you're dying. If you're not expanding outwards, if you're not developing qualitatively and quantitatively, then you're dying. You're a your cells are undergoing senescence. You're withering away because everything else that is living is growing itself. And the only way that you are going to grow is by going down these quote unquote blind alleys and picking up new allies, picking up new resources, and so on and so forth. Now, you might argue that, oh, hey, all the resources and allies you need are at the end of the highway. But I wouldn't go out on that limb. And I certainly wouldn't risk everything on that. That is tantamount to marching on an army with the expectation that on your pathway, you're just going to magic up the exact formations and resources that you need to actually carry the day. I don't know what's more adventuristic than that. It's not stopping and smelling the flowers. It's going in and walking into the burning building in order to carry out the people, and then and making it so they can actually join up with you. Okay, continuing. We think that this would happen, demonstrating the sterility of all tactical plans like those we are examining, if the Communist Party overwhelmingly and blatantly assumed a political stance and annulled and invalidated its intangible character as the party of opposition in relation to the state and other political parties. Huh? I, what? Doesn't this go against everything that they were saying before? All right, I'm going to continue reading. Maybe it'll be answered in a bit. In fact, oppositional activity means constant preaching of our thesis on the inadequacy of all action directed towards conquering power by democratic means, and of all political struggle that wishes to stay on legal and peaceful terrain. Fidelity to being exercised through constant criticism of the work of governments and legal parties and avoiding any joint responsibility for it. I don't think that you automatically get joint responsibility for it by going in and, you know, saying, okay, anyway. And, like, consider the Greens. I keep talking about the Greens. Fuck it. Let's talk about the DSA, right? Nobody could ever say that the DSA or the Greens have any joint responsibility for the activities of the Democrats and Republicans, or any of the policies that are in place. Nobody could actually get up and say anything. Um, I mean, there's some liberals, well, many liberals, but they'll get up and they'll say, "Oh, if the left had just voted with the Democrats, and they would have gone to position." But that, that just evidences a lack of joint responsibility, except to kind of think there's a responsibility of the left to vote for Democrats in order to defeat the Republicans. Funny, but then of course the non-voters are the majority of Americans in general. So that that even falls flat on the face of it. I don't think that this is a strong argument to make here. That the party accrues responsibility for bourgeois legalism by being present in it. I just don't think that that's an argument that has any real basis. Um, I'm not saying that the party should necessarily engage in it. I'm just saying that this argument for it is a bad one. Continuing. And through the creation, drilling, and training of the organs of struggle that only an anti legalist party such as ours can build, outside and against the mechanism that is there for the defense of the bourgeoisie. Um, all right, so I think I must have misread this before, because this restates what they had been taking the position on before. It's just when they say um, Communist Party overwhelmingly and blatantly assumed a political sense that annulled and invalidated its intangible character. Okay, so they want to get rid of. Okay. Um. No, I'm very confused. I think that what they're saying is they want to avoid having the character, the party just taking an intangible and spoken stance of being against the say in other political parties, but not actually carrying that out in reality. And they, which is fair. And then they say, okay, and then they say essentially that you shouldn't engage in any legalist structure, because then it becomes no longer intangible but tangible, um, as an anti-state in other political parties. Okay, I guess that makes sense. In this respect, we, loyal to the radiant tradition of the Communist International, do not apply to political parties the same criterion we do to the trade union economic organisms. That is to say, considering them on the grounds of the recruitment of its members and the class trade on which they recruit, but on the basis of their attitude towards its state and its representative machinery. A party that keeps voluntarily within the confines of the law or can conceive of no other political action than that which can be developed without the use of violence against civil institutions of the bourgeois democratic constitution is not a proletarian party, but rather a bourgeois party. In a certain sense, a mere fact that a political movement, even those that place themselves outside the boundaries of the law and the democratic, like the democratic and syndicalist ones, refuses to accept the concept of the state organization of the proletarian revolutionary power, i.e., the dictatorship of the proletariat, is enough for us to deliver this negative judgment. At this point, we can only state the platform defended by our party: Proletarian Trade Union United Front, unceasing political opposition towards the bourgeois government and all of its legal parties. Part 5. The bourgeoisie and its allies work within the proletariat to spread the conviction that violent methods are not required in its struggle to improve its standard of living, and that peaceful employment of the democratic representative apparatus within the orbit of legal institutions are the weapons it should use. Such ideas severely undermine the chances of revolution because at a certain point they are bound to fail. But at the same time, such a failure will not cause the masses to lend support to the struggle against the bourgeois legal and state apparatus by means of revolutionary war, nor proclaim the support of the class dictatorship, the sole means of crushing the enemy class. The proletariat's reluctance and inexperience to use these crucial weapons will be entirely to the bourgeoisie's advantage. Thus, the task of the Communist Party is to destroy, among as many proletarians as possible, this objective repugnance to delivering the decisive blow against the enemy and to prepare it for what will be required to take such action. You know, I just want to do a quick aside. I'm reminded of this libertarian candidate in America that ran a couple years ago, whose oath was in the first day of office to just um, to essentially get he said he had discovered some law within the Constitution or whatever, which would allow him to just get rid of the federal government. And he said, the instant that I'm in office, I'm just going to get rid of the federal government entirely. Just write it out of existence. And of course, that's not going to work. But you know, I don't think that anybody could sincerely argue that that such a stance and such a libertarian thing where it's like we're kind of here as a protest vote um is necessarily going to result in effectively removing people's ability to engage in revolutionary struggle. um Anyway, although it is fanciful to pursue this task by the ideological preparation and drilling in class warfare of every single proletarian, it is nevertheless indispensable to ensure it by developing and consolidating a collective organism whose work and behavior in this sphere represents an appeal to the largest possible part of the working class, so that by possessing a point of reference and support, the inevitable disillusionment which will eventually dispel the democratic lies, good luck with that, will be followed by an effective conversion to the methods of revolutionary struggle. The people don't just naturally drop that. That's not really a thing to have. I mean, just look at Russia. Everybody fucking knows it's fake. There's not a single person that you could really point to in Russia that would be like, oh yes, our elections are free and fair and stuff like that. And the people that we have amongst our selection of electoral candidates have actual ability to make changes according to our interests. Nobody there is going to make that mistake, and it's not going to happen in America either. Or sorry, everybody recognizes that. It doesn't matter. It does not matter that whether they recognize it or not. This is barking up the wrong tree. Their assumption is, oh, people will recognize that they're in a totalitarian state with no ability to utilize democratic mechanisms in the way that they were told that they could be used, and as a result, they will join the revolutionary movement. That's not how that works. The thing that happens first is a recognition of the need for for um change, right? Um yeah, okay. Anyway, where were we? Okay, the path of the revolution becomes a blind alley of the proletariat in order to realize that the multicolored facade of liberal and popular democracy conceals the iron bastions of the class state, or to proceed to the bitter end without thinking to equip itself with the appropriate means of demolishing the last decisive obstacle, until the point when the ferocious forces of reaction, armed to the teeth, emerge from the fortress of bourgeois domination and throw themselves against it. The party is necessary to a revolutionary victory inasmuch as it is necessary that, well before it, a minority of the proletariat starts shouting incessantly at the rest that they must take up arms for the final battle, equipping and training itself for the inevitable struggle. This is precisely why the party, in order to accomplish its specific task, must not only preach and show through reasoned argument that the peaceful and legal path is an insidious path, but must prevent the most advanced sections of the proletariat from being lulled to sleep by democratic illusions, and organize it within structures and focus it within formations which, on the one hand, begin to prepare for the technical requirements of the struggle by confronting the sporadic actions of bourgeois reaction, on the other hand, accustom it, and a large section of the masses close to it, to the political and ideological requirements of decisive action after with its incessant criticism of the social democratic parties and struggle against them inside of trade unions. Finally, a good argument, a good argument that doesn't need some degree of correction. This is the kind of argument that isn't like questionable, like whether or not, oh, you gain responsibility in the eyes of the proletariat. No, you don't. Don't be ridiculous. But the goal is to be able to be out there and be actively taking this anti-legalistic stance. Okay. The action of the broad masses in the United Front, therefore, can only be achieved in the context of direct action and cooperation with the trade unions in all places and of whatever category and tendency, and it is up to the Communist Party to initiate this agitation, since the other parties, by supporting the inaction of the masses in the face of the provocations of the ruling and exploiting classes, and by diverting it onto the legal and democratic terrain of the state, have shown that they have deserted the proletarian cause, allowing us to push the maximum the struggles to lead the proletariat into action with communist directives and with communist methods, upheld alongside the humblest section of the exploited who just want a crust of bread or defending it against the insatiable greed of the bosses, but against the mechanisms of the current institutions and against whoever places themselves on their train. All right, so I kind of will cut in here with a very different take on this, and I'm just going to say it right here. What about legal struggle against imperialism? Right? One of the things that we're supposed to do is agitate within the working class in order to essentially stop transport of weapons and go in and support direct proletarian action within the within colonized nations. We're supposed to support the national struggles to the hilt of those breaking free of imperialism, as it will weaken the imperial system internationally and therefore give us better conditions. Now, what about legal struggle in the global north, within the imperial core, against imperialism and pressuring the bourgeoisie in that way? Going out on protests, entering a united front. Is that against the rules here? Is that the plan? I don't think that that's going to be particularly effective if you're saying, oh no, we can't do any of that. The thing is, the international system does at least have some degree of methodology of at least reducing imperialism. Now, I'm not going to go on a limb and take a strong stance here without actually going in and doing a real examination. That really needs to be said here. But I am also going to say that we have been told multiple times over by places like China and whatnot to, in fact, engage in legal struggle by Mao, right? To engage in legal struggle in order to, and this is in the Third International, this is throughout the board, to engage in legal struggle to reduce the amount of imperialism. And, the legal struggle does not remove the capacity to engage in illegal struggle. Now, they might argue, oh, well, it reduces your energy. Some bullshit. Not everybody at all times can engage in the illegal struggle, right? Not everybody is in a position to go in and engage in legal struggle in illegal struggle at all times. Organizations are capable of doing multiple things at the same time. It's one of their many strengths that makes them distinct from, individuals. I don't think that it's too tall of a thing to go in and say we should go and demand, using all forms of struggle that are available for us to stop engaging in production of weapons and selling them to different places, right? I don't think that that's that's too bad of a thing. Yeah, there'll start to be a black market. Oh shit. Whoa. It's still better, right? Um, this kind of reminds me on the debate of should Marxists support human rights stuff? And the answer is probably yes. You know, um, I don't think that there's anybody who can realistically take the stand that Marxists should go in and say we don't recognize your human rights. It's like, how about you specify that zone? We don't recognize bourgeois right in the way that Marx specified it, And yes, our human rights right now are in the form of bourgeois right. They're structured in such a way. Gosh, can't even believe I have to talk about this, but I think that there needs to be a serious discussion and not just a universal tossing aside of all forms of struggle in particular sections on the grounds that it somehow corrupts a party. I don't think that that's how that works. In fact, I can tell you straight out that that's not how that works. um, I think that there can be a tendency for it, but that's not how that works. And I reject conceptions of a really, really pure, true communist party or organization. That's ridiculous. Again, you can only have a negative transcendence. You can only have a negative transcendence. That is negating capitalist society. You cannot have a positive transcendence, a negation of the negation. You cannot fully get rid of the conditions that you are. You are stamped with the birthmarks of the society that you are from. And more specifically, the Communist Party is currently in. And that means that you need to be thinking about where you are at all times, firmly planted on the ground, and in recognition of where you are, and thinking about where you want to go. But just thinking about where you want to go. Not thinking you're already there. Not going in and saying, we need to have everything with us right now for the final thing. No, you have your lines from the back, bringing your supplies up to the front in preparation for you when you finally get there. And you do different things at different times in order to respond to different situations in the best way possible. And not do the exact same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's not going to work. Especially because your enemies are in fact dynamic and they are learning and they're looking at what you're doing and they're responding to that. Okay, next up. Theses on Tactics at the Second Congress of the Communist Party of Italy, the Rome Theses, 1922. This is part 6, section 30. The initiatives and attitudes to adopt in such a case constitute a delicate problem, and the basic condition which must be laid down that they must on no account be or appear to be in contradiction with the long-term requirements of the party's specific struggle, in accordance with the program of which is the sole proponent and for which at the decisive moment the proletariat will need to fight. Any sense which causes or entails the demotion to a secondary level of complete affirmation of this propaganda, which not only has theoretical value, but is maintained but is mainly derived from day-to-day positions adopted within the actual proletarian struggle, and which continually has to emphasize the need for the proletariat to embrace Kai's program and methods. Any sense which made the reaching of given contingent benchmarks appear to be an end in itself, rather than a means to proceed further, would lead to a weakening of the party structure and its influence in preparing the masses for a revolution. Okay, we're going to take this. And I need to go back and do that, but after this section. 36. The Communist Party will then raise the same postulates, emphasizing and clarifying them as a banner of struggle for the entire proletariat, pushing the latter forward to force the parties which only talk about them for opportunist reasons to engage with them and commit themselves to taking steps to actually conquering them. Whether it be economic demands or those of a political nature, the Communist Party will propose them as the objectives of coalition to trade union demands or organizations, avoiding the formation of executive committees of struggle and agitation in which the Communist Party would be uninvolved and represented alongside the other political parties. And this is always to focus the attention of the masses specifically on the communist program and to maintain its own freedom of movement, so it can choose when to widen its sphere of action by supplanting the other parties who prove themselves impotent and been abandoned by the masses. The Trade Union United Front, understood in this way, offers the possibility of combined actions by the whole of the working class. And the communist method can only emerge victorious from this and is only method capable of providing the unitary movement of the proletariat with real substance, free from any co-responsibility for the activity of the parties which, out of opportunism and with counter-revolutionary intentions, express merely verbal support for the proletarian cause. That's kind of politics. You know, um, that's kind of politics. And when somebody's expressing, yeah, you don't want to end up being in bed with somebody that is not actually going to materially support you. But usually these things are tit for tat, right? That's the entire concept of a united front. You go and you say, oh, well, if you support me doing this, and I'll support you doing that. And actually, hey, we're kind of doing the exact same thing currently, so let's support each other. And that's our tit for tat right there. We're both supporting each other. And yeah, maybe it's not perfectly one to one, but on the by and by it is, and eventually we'll fight it out between ourselves in the future, and we'll see how things fall, and I'm willing to gamble on that. And of course, there's the question of whether you want to gamble or not. But then you have to ask yourself, can you actually take the action that you need to do at this very moment? Thinking in both the short and long term, because if you're on a highway, what happens if you're not able to take the next step forward? Well, it doesn't matter if you could take every other step after that. you know, it doesn't matter if you could take every step after that. If you can't take the next step forward, then you're not going anywhere. Sometimes you gotta, if there's an obstacle in your path, sometimes you gotta go around it. Or you've got to go back and get a tool in order to get past the obstacles in some other way, there's all sorts of circumstances where this might be the case, where you gotta take on a quick turn into a quote unquote blind alley to get the tool that you need to move forward on your main path. There's all sorts of circumstances where that might be the case. Um, yeah, again, I'm not agitating for any sort of quote unquote eclecticism. What I am saying is, again, you got to think about where you are at the moment and not only be thinking about where you're planning to be. These things are in a relation. Um, fucking calculus, man. Do your derivatives. Recognize that, motion is happening. And you gotta go through all different points in order to get to the end goal. Um, Actually, Dark Marxism had a very interesting video on this topic quite recently. I say quite recently, but it's not really. There it is. Motion is Contradiction, Zeno, Hegel, and the Calculus. It's a very good piece. You should watch it if you got the time. All right, I'm going to summarize these 2 points here, and we'll be right back. Okay, so the proletariat needs to be constantly reminded that the state is a system of intense barbarism and will shed its human face the moment it is actually threatened, and therefore the proletariat needs to train, organize, and arm itself in preparation for this inevitability. The party needs to demonstrate on all levels as anti-legalist, and in order to do that, it must build organizational structures and formations that can engage in militant struggle against immediate bourgeois counteroffensives, and train the party and masses close to it about the necessary action to take and how to carry it out. So basically, we gotta be constantly on the ground engaging in violent struggle in order to essentially train ourselves and train the masses on how to fight and the actions to take. Okay, so no initiatives or attitudes should be adopted which threaten the long-term needs of the party struggle. So, for example, on the highway, we can't suddenly decide that we're going to do something else rather than walk to the other side. We can go around obstacles rather than walk straight. We can go back to pick up a tool needed to get past obstacles. So, of course, ideally, it's very close by. And we should go to wherever is closest, not, but also, within the limitations of our needs. We can go to side to get more people to go with us, so on and so forth. But the aim and the intention of the plan should always have the final goal in mind and should not risk the ability to reach that final goal. At no point should deviations be concerned in themselves an aim. Only the final aim should be in mind, with the very specifics only being done insofar as we can determine that they are necessary for the final goal to be reached. Okay. Next up, we are at Chapter 3, the Party's Tactics in the Western European Region, the Rome Theses. So these are quotations again. So 146, Theses on Tactics at the Second Congress of the Communist Party of Italy, Rome Theses, 1922. Part 31. In the historico-political situation which corresponds to democratic bourgeois power, there generally takes place a division in the political field into 2 currents, or quote-unquote blocs, the left and the right, which vie with each other to run the state. The left bloc is normally supported more or less openly by the social democratic parties, which favor coalitions on principle. How this contest unfolds is not a matter of indifference to the Communist Party, both because it concerns points and demands which affect the proletarian masses and attract their attention, because its settlement and the victory of the left can really smooth the path to the proletarian revolution. 32. An essential task of the Communist Party in preparing the proletariat ideologically and practically for the revolutionary struggle for the dictatorship is to engage in a ruthless criticism of the program of the bourgeois left and any program that seeks to resolve social problems within the framework of bourgeois parliamentary democratic institutions. The substance of the disagreements between the bourgeois right and left, for the most part, affect the proletariat only insofar as they are demagogic falsifications, which naturally cannot be disarmed purely by theoretical criticism. but must be revealed for what they are in practice, in the thick of struggle. In general, the political demands of the left, whose aims certainly do not all include taking one step up the ladder to some intermediary rung between the economic and political system of capitalism and that of the proletariat, correspond to conditions which give much more breathing space to modern capitalism and ensure its more effective defense. As much in their intrinsic value as because they tend to give the masses the impression that the existing institutions can be utilized to achieve their emancipation. This is true of the demand for extension of the suffrage and for other guarantees and improvements of liberalism. So I don't think that I don't think that most people within the working class think that democratic institutions can be utilized to achieve their emancipation. They think that they can do lesser harm stuff with it. And that's really what has to be addressed. Not the idea that, oh, there are people who actually truly believe in the promise of bourgeois democracy. Any liberal you talk to nowadays, they're going at it from a lesser harm, lesser evil perspective, almost to a T. It doesn't matter where you are. Okay, continuing. This is true of the demands for extension of the suffrage and for other guarantees and improvements of liberalism, as is that of the anti-clerical struggle and the whole baggage of Masonic politics. Legislative reforms in the economic or social fields have a similar value. Either they will not be carried through, or they will be carried through only insofar as they create an obstacle to the revolutionary dynamic of the masses, and with that intention. That's absolutely true. 33. The advent of a left bourgeois or even social democrat government may be seen as a preliminary to the final struggle for the proletarian dictatorship, but not in the sense that their practical activity would create useful preconditions for an economic or political kind, and certainly not in the expectation that they would allow the proletariat greater freedom to organize, prepare, and engage in revolutionary action. The Communist Party knows and has a duty to proclaim, by force of critical reason and of bloody experience, that these governments will only respect the freedom of movement of the proletariat when it recognizes them and defends them as its own representatives. Basically, if the proletariat accepts this social democratic government as actual representative of them, then that bourgeois state will not go against them, because effectively the proletariat won't go against that state. But as soon as the proletariat start going against that social democratic state, then the mask will fall off. That was a very long way of saying what I was trying to say. Sorry. So, excuse me, 1 second. These governments will only respect the freedom of movement of the proletariat when it recognizes them and defends them as its own representatives. Whereas faced with an assault by the masses against the machinery of the democratic state, they would respond with the most ferocious reaction. So I will say, that would be the duty of any state. The problem isn't that they're going to have a ferocious reaction. It's the problem is that they aren't actually a representative of the proletariat. That's what needs to be made clear, because anybody's just going to nod their head when you say, hey, the state's going to crush you if you're treasonous to it. You're going to be like, well, yeah. What are you talking about? Why would this be surprising? Everybody knows that. Don't be ridiculous. But what needs to be done, which is distinct to social democracy, is that the proletariat needs to be shown not only, hey, yeah, your interests aren't actually being protected, but then also be shown, hey, it's actually better for you to, go against the current state, rather on a violent militant stance. and out and out states that have no democracy in any real form. Again, America, Russia, and so on and so forth. People know full well that any conception of democracy and the candidates that are available and whatnot are bullshit. Russia has to threaten its people to vote. And it's not just Russia. There's tons of places across the world that do this. Um, uh, and it's like it's not the problem that people recognize the undemocratic nature of bourgeois society. People do recognize that. They're just going for that lesser harm stuff because the Communist Party has not presented itself as a capable fighting force. Um, and in order to do that, it's anyway. I've said everything that should need to be said there. It is thus in a very different sense that the advent of such government may be useful, insofar as that is that their activity allows the proletariat to deduce from harsh experience that that only the installation of its dictatorship can really defeat capitalism. Clearly, the exploitation of such an experience will only be effective to the extent that the Communist Party has denounced the government's failure in advance and preserves a strong. No. That's not clear at all. That's not clear at all. uh, you could easily just say, "Yeah, we thought this would work out, but it didn't. Sorry, guys." And that would be entirely effective. Uh, Again, I'm not saying they're wrong. It's just that their reasoning is ass backwards, and it doesn't work. Okay, and preserved a strong independent organization around which the proletariat can regroup after it is forced to abandon the groups and parties which it will partly support in their government experiment. So this only is the case if you go and say people in the Communist Party can only be part of the Communist Party, which these guys say is the case. Most other Communist parties don't have that limitation, to my knowledge. I'm going to go out on a limb that, for example, the Denmark experience, the Denmark Communist parties, probably let you be in multiple parties. I'm just going to make that assumption in general. Okay, 34. Again, I'm not saying they're wrong about their understanding of social democracy. What I'm saying is that their reasonings are ass backwards, and that means that the stances that they take, even when they're right in the abstract, are not wrong. They're not right in the concrete. And in addition, it creates some misunderstandings about how people engage. You think that people are like uh, drowning in the wondrous nature of democracy that is actually fake, and it's like, no, bro, they're not. People fucking know it's fake. People understand implicitly. But what they need is a different system that is there and has a chance of actually being there and being the lesser evil, being the greater good, to support that. And that requires that the party be active. It means that it has to be out there and it needs to be taking action. It needs to be visible for everybody. It needs to be a household name. Um, and that's not going to happen in the way that they have structured, where essentially you got this continually self-devouring system. You know, I don't see how these guys grow significantly. Their organizational structure kind of makes that not a thing. I might be wrong, but I don't really see that being the case. Okay, continuing. On the other hand, the Communist Party does not disregard the undeniable fact that demands around which the left bloc focuses its agitation attract the interests of the masses, and in their formulation often correspond to their real requirements. The Communist Party will not uphold the superficial thesis that such concessions should be rejected on the grounds that only the final and total revolutionary conquest merits the sacrifices of the proletariat. There would be no sense in proclaiming that this, since the only result would be that the proletariat would be sure to go behind the Democrats and Social Democrats and end up enslaved to them, because essentially the proletariat would be like, again, if the Communist Party is not active and isn't there at all times, and the proletariat is just gonna be like, lesser evil, these guys over here, and it's not the communists, because the communists aren't even there to be to exist, right? Um, the Communist Party will thus call upon the workers to accept the left's concessions as an experiment, but emphasize in its propaganda its pessimistic forecast as an experiment's outcome, and the necessity for the proletariat, if it is not to be ruined by this venture, not to stake its organizational political independence upon it. Okay, so they're saying, tell the proletariat, kind of like, I'm reminded of, and this I agree with. I'm reminded of that Calvin Hobbes comic where Calvin asks his mom if he could smoke a cigarette, and she says, "Sure, I think that your grandfather left some," and then she gets them for him, and he's like, "Wow, look how cool my mom is," and he lights one up on the front porch, and then he is just absolutely floored by it and coughs up a lung. And then she comes down, she says, "Did you learn a lesson today?" And he says, "Yes, yes, I did." And he won't smoke again, right? Because he's learned his lesson. And that's essentially the way that they're going about this. They're saying, don't stop them, let them, advise against it, but let them, and essentially say, but keep the party secure. Don't have the party actually adhere to the social democrats stuff. Just keep it out of it, but let individuals go off and do what they want. Okay. But actually, no, they will call upon the workers to accept the left's concessions. So that they'll actively go in and say, yeah, go ahead and support the social democrats. Just be warned that it's not going to do anything. All right. Or it's not going to get you what you really want. And necessity of the proletariat, if it is not to be ruined by this venture, not to take its organizational and political independence upon it. The Communist Party will the masses the Communist Party will the masses to demand of the social democratic parties, who guarantee the possibility of the promises of the bourgeois left being achieved, that they honor their commitments, and with its independence and incessant criticism, it will prepare to reap the harvest of the negative outcome of such experiments by showing how the entire bourgeoisie is in fact arrayed in a united front against the revolutionary proletariat, and how those parties which call themselves workers' parties, but which support the coalition with part of the bourgeoisie, are merely its accomplices and agents. This would be like the Labour Party in Britain, by the way. So we're going to add that. Back to it. 36. The demands put forward by the left parties, and especially by the Social Democrats, are often of a sort that is appropriate to urge the proletariat to move directly to implement them. Since if a struggle did get underway, the inadequacy of the means by which the Social Democrats propose to arrive at a program of benefits for the proletariat would once become apparent. Yeah, because if the Communist Party goes and says no, don't have health care, what the response of the proletariat is going to be like, dudes, what the fuck, right? The Communist Party would then highlight those same demands, making them more specific, and raise them as a banner of struggle for the whole of the proletariat, urging the latter to compel the parties which talk of such demands purely for opportunistic reasons to demonstrate their commitment to winning them. Whether these are economic demands or of a political nature, the Communist Party will propose them as the objectives of the coalition of trade union organisms shunning the setting up of committees to lead the struggle and agitation in which the Communist Party would be represented and involved alongside other political parties. So essentially, they're not going to become a household name in this way. That's not going to happen. They're if they can't lay claim to any of the victories here, then people are just going to say, well, what have the communists ever done for us? Right? I understand why they don't want to do that, but really what they need to be doing is getting involved and lay claim on it and then saying, well, guess what we wanted, but we couldn't get because these guys are anti-worker, right? And that's not going to be universally applicable, of course. But I don't think that this is a winning strategy to try basically say, oh yes, we will utilize energies of the party to support this stuff, but then we're not going to take any credit for it. Nah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna get you in people's minds as an alternative. All right. The aim being always to focus the attention of the masses on the distinctive communist program and maintain its own freedom of movement so it can choose the right moment to widen its sphere of activity where it needs to by ousting the other parties who had revealed their impotence and been abandoned by the masses. That's not going to happen right there. The Trade Union United Front, understood in this way, and I'll tell you what exactly happened, when in these very social democratic countries, and that's happening currently, where these parties failed and have been failing because they can't actually continue carrying out with their social democratic programs and in the ways people want them to. The people went to the right. That's where they went, and there are communist parties there. They tend to be Maoists and Trotskyists, but there are communist parties there. And they are much more of a household name. But in this situation, people are going, right. Why is that? Is it because of the failures of the communist parties to do that? No, not really. I don't know enough about the situation, but I can tell you, like Bets D. Marks, another content creator. I guess I can call myself a content creator. You know, gosh. Anyway, the Trade Union United Front, understood this way, offers the possibility of combined actions by the whole of the working class from which the communist method can only emerge victorious. It being the only method susceptible of lending the unitary movement to the proletariat real substance, free from any co-responsibility for the activity of parties which express their verbal support for the proletariat's cause merely out of opportunism with counter-revolutionary intentions. I'll add that. And continue. 37. The situation which we are considering may take the form of an assault by the bourgeoisie right upon the a democratic or social democratic government. Even in this case, the stance of the Communist Party cannot be one of proclaiming solidarity with governments of this sort, since we cannot present to the proletariat as a gain to be defended a political order whose experiment we greeted and are following with the intention of accelerating into proletariat the conviction that is not one designed in its favor but for counter-revolutionary ends. It may happen that the left government allows the right-wing organizations, the bourgeois white gangs, to engage in their dramatic exploits against the proletariat and its institutions. And not only does it not ask for the proletariat support, but insists that the latter has no right to respond by organizing armed resistance. In such a case, the communists will demonstrate that it can only be actual complicity indeed a division of functions between liberal government and reactionary irregular forces. In this situation, the real and most deadly enemy of revolutionary preparation is the liberal side government. It tricks the proletariat into taking its side in the name of legality so it can render it defenseless and disorganized, so it can defeat it in full collusion with the whites on the day the proletariat finds itself forced by events to struggle against the legal apparatus which presides over its exploitation. So it's what they're saying here, and this very recently happened, but I'm sure you could think of a billion different examples, um, wherein in order to fight against imperialism in Palestine, protesters go and they stop traffic, and then people on the right get, oh, how dare you, you're stopping all that sort of stuff. Or Black Lives Matter as another example. People go out on the streets, and the state doesn't necessarily go in and repress them. The police just stand there, but guess what they're doing while they just stand there? The Proud Boys are going in and beating up the protesters and otherwise doing shit. And in addition, the police are also in plain clothes and causing all sorts of trouble in order to make it so they have legal basis to go in there and crack heads themselves in their proper police clothes. And essentially, this is the main danger that they're calling attention to, because it makes it so it makes it so people who are not aware of the situation really get fooled into thinking, oh, well, the state's just doing what I was saying before. No state is just going to roll over for a bunch of insurgents doing an insurrection in order to take over. And they're just going to be like, oh, well, that's fine. The answer is it's fine in the sense that that's just what the states do. That really is just what states do. You can't say anything against it. You just gotta be in recognition that it's inevitably going to be the case. Um, it's not like the state is acting in an evil way because it's protecting itself. I mean, the state is already evil necessarily, but insofar as we can attach such moralistic terms to it. Which is why it's important to always be saying, "Hey, listen, this thing is going to eventually slit all of our throats." So there's nothing immoral about ignoring its demands. Slave morality is in fact a bad thing, people, right? Don't listen to the state when it tells you, "Oh, fighting against us is bad because we're the state. It's okay when we fight against you." All right. 39. Another hypothesis is that the government and the left-wing parties which it compose invite the proletariat to participate in the armed struggle against a right-wing attack. This invitation is inevitably a trap, and the Communist Party will reply to it by proclaiming that weapons in the hands of the proletarians means advent of the proletarian powered state and disarming of the traditional bureaucratic and military machinery of the state, since the latter will never follow the orders of the left government, which has attained power by legalitarian means, which summons the people to armed struggle, and since only the proletarian dictatorship could lend a stable character to a victory over the white bands. As a consequence, no quote-unquote loyalism should be proclaimed or practiced towards such a government, and most important of all, the masses will need to be aware that the consolidation of the latter's power with the help of the proletariat against the right wing rising or attempted coup d'etat would be very dangerous, because it would mean the consolidation of the very organization that will oppose the proletariat's revolutionary advance when this has become its only way out. If control of the armed organization of the state has been left in the hands of the Democratic parties in government, in other words, if the proletariat has laid down its arms without having used them to overturn the existing political and state forms against all the forces of the bourgeois class. So I'm going to cut in again here, and we're going to talk about the Russian revolutionary experience. One of the things that occurred was essentially due to the pressures of World War One and the inability of the state to actually govern itself, the Tsar state to govern itself in the local regions and whatnot, along with the provisional government. Effectively, no, not effectively. What happened straight out was due to the dual power and its development that the Bolsheviks had been doing. The Bolsheviks, the Tsar and the provisional government literally went in and armed the Bolsheviks and said, "We want you to police the streets because we can't adequately control our regions." And the Bolsheviks were like, "Okay, sure." And pretty much immediately, not immediately, but so fast that the Bolsheviks were actually tailing the masses, because the Bolsheviks just were like, "All right, all power is in your hands because we're in your hands." To the proletariat, the proletariat then go in and start fighting and against the state. And the Bolsheviks, they're like, "Well, do we carry out what we promised to the Tsar state?" And they were literally tailing the masses here. They were literally behind them. And then Lenin, was guilty of this too. But they eventually got on board. And when the provisional government tried to bring in troops and that one general I can't remember the name of, the train workers just refused to transport them. So with basically not as like 200 people died in the actual seizure of power by the Bolsheviks. It's only what happened later where deaths started to pile up. But it's there's nothing wrong. Yeah, the Kornilov affair. Thank you, Comrade Panny. There's nothing wrong with the Communist Party going and listening to the social democratic slash liberal bourgeois government going to them and saying, "Hey, we need your help to defeat the right wing party." You just say, "Okay, we'll do it. You need to arm us and make it so that we can take the action that's necessary to defend ourselves." If they don't, then you just say, "Hey, they won't do that." You don't support them. You put yourself in a position wherein you can take power. There's nothing wrong at any point with actually accepting a deal from them to say that, as long as you are willing to betray them. And of course, any student of history within bourgeois society that's trying to protect itself would know this is the case. So you shouldn't be expecting to get a deal from them of this manner at this point. And that's part of why building dual power is so important. They would have never gotten that ill-fated deal if they had not had the kind of dual power and on-the-ground organizing capacity that they had. That made it so the Tsarist government was just like, "Okay, fine. How about you guys just do your own thing?" And then, oh, doing your own thing meant actually giving power to the proletariat, and the proletariat utilize all the weapons that we made available to actually overthrow us. Wow, who could have seen that coming? Right. Okay. 40. Another and I just want to be clear, they're arguing against this. But at the same time, they're not. They say no loyalism should be proclaimed or practiced. I think it's fine to proclaim it. I don't think that there's anything wrong with just lying your fucking ass off and saying, "Oh yes, absolutely, we won't turn our weapons against you that you're giving to us. Thank you," and then you just betray them. I don't see anything wrong with that on any level. part of the reason why with Mao's New Democracy, I don't see a problem with doing New Democracy, as you know, you're doing your temporary class collaboration to overthrow the feudal state. The problem is that they didn't betray them afterwards. It's not that they did it. It's the fact that they didn't betray them afterwards and just say, "Oh, thank you for helping us. Now we're liquidating you. Bye bye. You're all being proletarianized. Thank you for your help against the Kuomintang and the Japanese. We no longer require you." All right. Continuing. 40. In other circumstances, however, the left and social democratic parties are indifferent towards the immediate and urgent requirements of the working class, whether they are of defensive nature or to the future conquests. The Communist Party, not having sufficient strength at its disposal to call on the masses to make those conquests itself, because of the influence the Social Democrats have over them, refrains from forging any alliance with the Social Democrats and indeed declares the latter to have even betrayed the workers' contingent and immediate interests, and goes on to formulate these objectives of proletarian struggle as ones to be accomplished by a proletarian united front to be realized on the trade union terrain. The implementation of this front would find communist militants in the unions already at their posts, there, but at the same time it would leave the party the possibility of intervening should the struggle develop in a direction against which the Social Democrats inevitably and the syndicalists and anarchists sometimes would line themselves up against. On the other hand, the refusal of other proletarian parties to implement a trade union united front for these objectives will be utilized by the Communist Party to combat their influence, not merely with criticism and propaganda to demonstrate their actual complicity with the bourgeoisie, but above all by participating in the front line in those partial actions of the proletariat which the situation is bound to give rise to on the basis of those essential points from which the party derived its proposal of the Trade Union United Front of all local organizations in all categories, deriving from the latter a concrete demonstration that the social democratic leaders, by opposing the extension of its actions, are preparing for its defeat. Okay, so basically they're saying anything outside the immediate calls by the working class should not be on the communist, in this sense, should not be on the Communist Party's docket. And the only place that it organizes for those immediate calls by the working class, where it might, be in line with the left bourgeoisie, is in the abstract. It's when they're fighting on the ground alongside the direct proletarian action with the trade unions and stuff, not bring the party into coalition with any of these left bourgeois parties. And instead, they engage in propaganda against them. And that is chapter 3. Okay, so the Communist Party should direct the workers to support social democratic progressive policies for their immediate interests, because if they don't, then it's like, imagine the Communist Party saying, "No, you can't argue for health care. That's just a trick by the bourgeoisie." And it's like, fuck you, no. Right? But at the same time, wage a propaganda war upon the Social Democrats, aiming to show the proletariat that they need to not sacrifice any autonomy or enter bourgeois legalism aside from the bare minimum. So basically just going out and voting and not putting any sort of effort into it. The party will constantly show that the actual policies promised were not and cannot be achieved through such. The Social Democrats are in league with the bourgeoisie to quell dissent for the rule of the proletariat's class enemies. So, I just want to cut in here real quick for advice on how this might look, right? Nobody's saying not to go and march for healthcare rights and stuff like that. Do so. But don't carry the flag of the enemy. Carry the flag of the communists, and if the And if the Social Democrats go in and try to lay claim on them, you say, no, we're the communists. We do not agree with you. Right? So you march for your own interests. You take action for your own interests. If the bourgeoisie go in and try and recuperate you, you do your best to fight off their recuperation, but accept the handouts that they give in the meantime, while attempting to show the proletariat that, hey, direct action works, and you should be part of the party, to continue that, because that's the only way you're going to get what you want. All right, so the Social Democratic parties put forward demands that are tailor-made to make it seem like it is necessary for the whole of the proletariat to get behind them and wave their colors and flags. The party should urge the proletariat to take direct action in the name of such policies, but not fall under any such tricks which draw the workers under their banners. The key part of most social democratic policies cannot actually be carried out within the domain of bourgeois systems. When the social democratic parties fail to actually achieve what they have galvanized the proletariat for, the Communist Party hammers in on the details and seeks to compel the social democratic parties to put up or shut up, as it were. The Communist Party will not get involved directly on the ground, but instead organize with trade unions with a coalition, which will lead the direct action struggle. It is within that trade union coalition that the party will be represented. I don't think that this will work as much as they think it will. The party needs to be an active agent, not an inactive one that people simply wear the colors of, which is the only way that this can be really translated to, in my view, at least from an external position. I think from the perspective of the party, it's like, oh yes, we're active here. But from any sort of external position, including with the workers and stuff, it's effectively going to be that the party isn't actually going alongside them. Rather, there are people in the trade union who happen to be wearing the Communist Party's colors and be marching alongside them. It doesn't lend the conception of the Communist Party itself being an active living thing that is there. When in reality that's the exact opposite of what you're going for. You need to be like, hey, the Communist Party is there and you can join it, and then it will be active in your lives in all sections of it. It needs to be visible. It needs to be its own entity that that people can see in their lives, not as something that is effectively playing politics here. And that's what I'm going to get for this here. The aim is not to present the party as attached to other organizations involved in such progressive movements, so that when those organizations fail, the party is recognized as external to them, as something the proletariat can move towards without remaining with the failures. I don't think that this is going to work. I think that these social democratic parties are just going to turn and blame the quote unquote ultra left for their failure and say, oh, if they had just joined with us, we could have gotten it. And people are going to fall for that. People fall for that all the fucking time. All the time. It isn't a winning strategy. Um, so, it's like, I don't think that's going to work. They're just going to blame us for their own failures, and then people are going to be like, because it's some cost fallacy and all sorts of stuff like that. They're going to be like, yeah, why weren't they up there with us? Why weren't they fighting alongside us? If you're worried about the party being quote unquote corrupted or attached to these other organizations, then just be strict about the way that you engage, right? I don't think it's that particularly difficult. I might be wrong, but I don't see how. Yeah, you gotta build linkages with the other organizations to collaborate for common activity. Whoa, incredible. So difficult. I can't imagine how difficult it is to get on a Skype call and talk with some of these people to plan out action 2 months down the line. Absolutely insanely difficult, which can absolutely corrupt your party in an instant. Of course not. Come on. It's not that difficult. All sorts of organizations march alongside one another without even having to, like, collaborate with one another. This doesn't seem particularly difficult to me. Or like some massive betrayal of the working class for the Communist Party to go out and march alongside everybody else, you know, for a completely obviously progressive and proper policy. This doesn't seem particularly difficult to me. I get that they're like, oh, it's opportunism, it's opportunism. I just don't think that. I think that they're way off the mark here. I don't think that's going to work the way that they want to. It's just going to leave them more vulnerable without getting anything out of it. All right, so the Communist Party needs to show unequivocally that the fascist militias and whatnot that attack proletarian movements are in fact in cahoots with bourgeois government, especially when the state says that the proletariat cannot arm itself or defend itself against the right. In this situation, it is the liberal, and I added this in, white moderate, in the vein of MLK's letter from Birmingham jail, that is the greatest threat, as it calls for legality and law and order in order to render the proletariat defenseless and disorganized as they cease being able to protect themselves outside the boundaries of a legal system designed to take advantage of this. So let's talk about Kyle Rittenhouse for a second, right? This is a guy who traveled across state lines with an assault rifle, insofar as that's a term, you know, a rifle that's for killing. It's not like a pistol, which is, you know, for self-defense. I mean, they're all for killing, but a rifle is absolutely not for self-defense. So you know, this guy crosses state lines with a weapon that is blatantly not for self-defense. This thing is not something that you can, like, wear in a satchel. It's not something that if you're cornered in some alley or something like that, you can just pull out. And it's short and stuff like that. No, this is a thing that requires you to stand in place and then fire it from a range, from a distance. You cannot argue that this is a defensive weapon unless you're in a defensive position, like inside your own home or something along those lines. You know, and what happens? He gets off on the grounds that he felt threatened. And, you know, that would make sense, except for a bunch of other. I don't want to get too in depth with this. I'd have to bring up, like, Socialism for All did a wonderful analysis of this. But what is happening here is the bourgeois government turns to its legal structures in order to bail out the far right, right? They're designed in such a way that goes with it. For example, the laws that were passed that, because I just want to say this, with the results of the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, it's the exact same result of the Stand Your Ground laws, wherein effectively, if you want to get off, then you have to kill whoever it is that you're fighting so that they can't say anything against you, so that they can't say, I felt threatened. Kyle Rittenhouse's entire argument is on the basis that he is able to go out and say, well, I felt threatened, therefore I could do it. But if the other guy is alive to have said, well, I felt threatened, then he would be on the hook. So the ruling there incentivizes you to always kill, and never just harm or maim or whatever. Always kill. And it's the same thing with those laws about making it so it's legal to run over protesters, right? If you're in your car and protesters are in your way. There are all sorts of laws that were being pushed, and I think that some of them got through, that make it so it is legal to just drive right through them, right? And kill people. This would be a war crime in wars, you know. But apparently, it's okay to do against protesters. So, the bourgeois state utilizes its laws in order to make it so the far right gets off, even when it makes no sense and it flies in the face of everything else. And then when the left goes in and arms itself, it goes and says, law and order, you can't arm yourself, and if you do, then we're going to attack you, right? And if you do disarm yourself, then guess what? The far right keeps doing what they're doing. So it's a 1-2 punch. It's the frontal punch, and then when you respond, it's that sucker punch that gets you right in the kidney. And it's stupendously dangerous, and it's stupendously effective, unfortunately, because people keep on getting tricked by it. All right, so the proletariat should be advised to never, under any circumstances, hand over their weaponry to the bourgeois state under the threat of the far right. For example, the risk of the far right taking power through a coup, resulting in the liberal social democratic government calling for the disarmament of the whole people. You see that too in America currently, where it's like, oh, all these school shootings. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. But then they say, well, we should ban gun rights. And it's like, no, we should create a society that doesn't have fucking school shootings. You don't disarm the working people and remove their ability to do anything, right? So yeah the the proletariat should at no point, regardless of circumstances, declare any loyalty to the bourgeois state in the face of any such threat. Note, we talked about this before, but I see nothing wrong with the party accepting quote unquote loyalty and then instantly betraying them. The Russian Revolution, because the workers recognize, oh hey, the Bolsheviks now have all the guns and they're the ones policing the street, and the Bolsheviks aren't gonna stop us. So then they go out and they just fucking they take action because they know that the Communist Party sure as hell isn't going to stop them. And yeah, the Communist Party was in fact tailing them, and they were trying to figure out what they're doing. But that's not ideal, and that's the problem with the Bolshevik Party. But that's not a problem of accepting. Oh yes, absolutely. We'll totally police your streets for a little bit while you're trying to figure yourself out. Absolutely. Please give us your guns. Thank you very much. We will happily accept them. Chapter 4: Rejection of Party Blocks, Alliances, and Fronts with Other Parties. Quotations 147, The Tactics of the Communist International, 1922, Part 2. But the tactic of the United Front as understood by us communists does not contain these elements of renunciation on our part. They remain only as a potential danger, which we believe becomes preponderant if the base of the United Front is removed from the field of direct proletarian action and trade union organization and encroaches on that of parliament and government. And we will say for what reasons connected to the logical development of the latter tactic. The Proletarian United Front is not about a banal joint committee of representatives of various organizations, in favor of which communists relinquish their independence and freedom of action, bartering it for a degree of influence over the movements of a larger mass than would follow it if they acted entirely alone. It is something completely different. We propose the United Front because we feel certain the situation is such that the joint movements of the proletariat as a whole, when the latter poses problems which are not of interest to just one category or locality, but to all of them, can only achieve their aims by taking the communist road. That is to say, the road we would take them down if it depended on us to guide the entire proletariat. Basically everybody has to agree and get behind the Communist Party rather than the Communist Party tailing any other organization. We propose the defense of immediate interests and of the existing conditions of the proletariat against the boss's attacks, because this defense, which has never been at odds with our revolutionary principles, can be made only by preparing and effectuating the offensive in all of its revolutionary developments, just as we have every intention of doing. So they are advocating for United Front only within within direct action, um, direct on the ground proletarian activities in the economic sphere. So any trade union activity against the bosses, any sort of progressive economic policy or anything along those lines that is actively attacking the bourgeois, uh, basically just the bosses. Now, I don't know what they have to say about, like, for example, people calling for a higher minimum wage. You know, that's a policy decision within the state. Um, but it is also a direct economic demand in its own right. So I'm not sure exactly what their stance on that would be. But they had just talked about the areas wherein they would call for the proletariat to stand not behind, but I guess to the side of social democratic parties, progressive politics, and so on and so forth. So, continuing. Part 5. The social democratic experiment in certain situations is bound to happen and should be utilized by communists, but one shouldn't think of this utilization as an abrupt act which happens at the end of the experiment, but rather as a result of an incessant critique carried out by the Communist Party and for which a clear separation of responsibility is indispensable. Hence, so again, I'm not sure how the Communist Party adequately defends itself against people who say, effectively, who go in and propagandize on, hey, look at what all the social democratic parties have done, but you haven't been involved in any of them. And all of their failures to carry out on what they say they're going to do rests on your shoulders because you refuse to get involved. You could have made it so it would have worked. What's your response to that? Oh, it just couldn't have. Oh, you're a defeatist then. It's like you need to have the ability to adequately respond, and I don't think that you can claim a clear separation of responsibility when you are making the active choice not to get involved. You know, uh, any this isn't a bystander sort of situation, right? You have a duty and responsibility, and the external isn't necessarily going to understand or accept the responsibilities that you claim for yourself. For example, the responsibility to keep the party quote unquote pure and stuff like that. So I'm not saying that they're entirely wrong. I think what I am saying is that they need to be thinking about not exactly the optics of it, but more along the lines of how can we demonstrate the party as an active agent rather than one that sits in the background doing nothing besides critiquing. If you're just sitting in the background critiquing, then nobody's going to have any interest in you. Least of all, the active proletariat. Because they're going to be wanting to get involved with something that is on the ground, taking action as an autonomous, active entity. And the only one that isn't appearing like that is the Communist Party. The Social Democrat parties seem to be active and autonomous. The trade union economic organizations, of course, they are active and usually autonomous, not always. But no, they're not really autonomous. No, they are. They're direct action. Um, so yeah, I don't think that they're going about this the right way, and I think that they're shooting themselves in the foot by arguing about it on those terms. Anyway, this is an expansion of my critiques of their conception of the United Front. I think that they've done well to temper that to go in and call for support of trade union on the ground activities, but anyway. Hence our idea that the Communist Party can never abandon its position of political opposition to state and other parties, considered an element of its work of constructing the subjective conditions for the revolution, which is its very reason for being. A communist party confused with the pacifist and legalistic parties of social democracy, political, parliamentary, or governmental campaign no longer absolves the function of the Communist Party. Okay. So we're going to take this. And we're going to continue for time being. 148. Theses of the Left at the Third Congress of the Communist Party of Italy, the Line Theses 1926. We read this. Part 1, Section 3. Another error pertaining to the general question of tactics, and one which can be clearly traced back to the classical opportunist positions dismantled by Marx and Lenin, has been formulated as follows. That the party, in the case of class and political struggles which aren't yet on its specific terrain, must choose the side which represents the development of the situation which most favors general historical evolution, and should more or less openly support and coalesce with it. The pretext for this is that the conditions for the final full proletarian revolution, to be set in motion by the party when the time comes, will have only come about when there has been a sufficient maturation and evolution of political and social forms. The assumption behind such a policy is wrong, because the typical scheme of social and political evolution fixed in every detail, held up as the best preparation for the final advent of communism, belongs to the opportunist brand of quote-unquote Marxism and is used by the various Kautskys to justify their defamation of the Russian Revolution and the present communist movement. Neither can we establish as a general thesis the most propitious conditions for the Communist Party are to be found under certain types of bourgeois regime, for example, the most democratic ones. For whilst it is true that the reactionary and, quote, right-wing measures of bourgeois governments have checked the proletariat on many occasions, it is no less true, and has happened far more often, that the liberal and left-wing politics of bourgeois governments have also stifled the class struggle and deflected the working class from taking decisive action. A more accurate evaluation, which is truly consistent with Marxism's breaking down of the democratic, evolutionist, and progressive spell, is that the bourgeoisie tries and often succeeds in alternating its methods and its parties in government according to its counter-revolutionary interests. All our experience shows us that whenever the proletariat gets enthusiastic about the vicissitudes of bourgeois politics, opportunism triumphs. We've already read that like 3 times. Okay. In the second place, even if it were true that certain changes of government under the present regime ease the further development of proletarian action, experience has clearly shown that this would be on the one express condition: the existence of a party which has issued timely warnings to the masses about the disappointment which would follow what has been presented as an immediate success. And not just the existence of the party, but its capacity to act, even before the struggle to which we refer, in a manner that is clearly autonomous in the eyes of the proletariat, who follow the party because the party's practical approach and not just on the basis of schemes which might be convenient to adopt at an official level. The Communist Party, therefore, in the presence of struggles which are not yet able to develop into a definitive struggle for proletarian victory, doesn't become the manager of transitional demands and accomplishments which are of no direct interest to the class it represents, and doesn't trade its character on autonomous activity in order to become some kind of insurance society for all the movements of the... we've already read this section. Against the need to follow this line of action, Marx's formulation that, quote, communists support any movement directed against existing social conditions, end quote, and all of Lenin's catechisms directed against, quote, the infantile disorder of communism are often brought forward. The attempted... I'm using Have we read this section in this very text before? I don't remember. Definitely read it above, and I don't want to go through it again. The attempted speculation on these demands inside our movement doesn't differ in its essentials from the analogous speculation continually being constructed by the revisionists and centrists in the name of Marx and Lenin, be their leaders called Bernstein or Nenny, I don't know who that is, have insisted on mocking the revolutionary Marxists. Referring to these statements, we must first of all make two observations: that they have a contingent historical value, with Marx referring to pre-bourgeois Germany, and Lenin's book, which describes a Bolshevik experiment, referring to Tsarist Russia. But these grounds are not the only ones on which we should base a resolution of tactical questions under classical conditions. For example, proletariat in conflict with a fully developed capitalist bourgeoisie. Secondly, the support Marx is talking about and the, quote, compromises Lenin talked about are support and compromises, a term Lenin especially liked flirting with as a great Marxist dialectician, he who remained a champion of real, non-formal intransigence directed towards achieving a mutable goal. What? Support and compromises with movements still forced, even against the ideologies and long-term aims of the leaders, to clear the way with insurrection against outmoded forms, and the intervention of the Communist Party therefore occurs as an intervention in a civil war setting. Thus, the Leninist formulation of the peasant and national questions during the Kornilov affair and 100 other cases. However, these two substantive observations aside, a sense of Lenin's criticism of infantilism, while Marx's text on the suppleness of revolutionary politics, does not in the least conflict with the barrier deliberately raised against opportunism, which Engels and then Lenin defined as absence of principles or abandonment of the final goal. Okay, none of this actually responded to any of this. None of this responded to any of this. Yeah, I you basically said, "Oh, it no longer applies," but you haven't explained why. I mean, I guess it kind of explained why. They said, "Oh, they're just talking about it in the case of the feudal order," and no, no, that's not what. Okay, that's not what Marx was saying, and he wasn't saying it solely about the German situation. And Lenin specifically continued to say that in the case of Germany, and the lefts complained incessantly that that Lenin told them to break bread with their enemies, the various peasants and the petit bourgeois, and so on and so forth. So no, this is incorrect. Now you can certainly say that Lenin was applying his theory in a correct way, but you can't say that Lenin was, actually just talking about the Tsarist condition, because he wasn't. This is a rewriting. Why you do this? Okay. 149. The political platform of the International Communist Party, 1945. Part 7. The Italian proletarian class has no interest in neither particular nor general, neither immediate nor historic, exploring the politics of groups and parties which, by profiting not from their own strength but from the military ruin of the fascist government, personify today the semblance of power that the armed victor thought fit to leave to an Italian state apparatus. The party, the expression of proletarian interests, must refuse not only to collaborate with these groups in government, but refuse to support any of their doctrinal, historical, or political proclamations which talk of national class solidarity, a joint struggle of bourgeois and so-called proletarian parties in the name of freedom, democracy, and war against fascism and Nazism. The party's rejection of all political collaboration does not only concern the organs of government, but also the national liberation committees. Is there a footnote? No, I don't think there is. Along with any other organization or similar combination formed on the same or different political foundations. There. The National Liberation Committee was a political umbrella organization and main representative of the Italian partisans fighting against the German occupation of Italy in the aftermath of the armistice of Cassibile. is a multi-party entity whose members are united by their anti-fascism. The proletarian party, in Italy as in the rest of the world, must differentiate its fundamental historical approach from the jumbled mass of all the other political movements, or rather, from today's pseudo-parties, by means of its original evaluation of the antithesis between democracy and fascism as types of organization in the modern world, in order to accelerate any revolt against existing state conditions. The communist movement in its early days, around 100 years ago, was forced to and did accept an alliance with the Democratic parties because at the time they had a revolutionary historical role. That role expired a long time ago, and today those same parties carry out a counter-revolutionary function. Communism, despite the defeats of the proletarian decisive battles, has made as a movement gigantic strides. In characteristic today, from when capitalism became imperialist, from when the First World War exposed the counter-revolutionary function of Democrats and Social Democrats, is to have historically broken with and denounced any policy of parallel action, even temporary, within democracy. In this situation following this crisis, communism will either disappear from history, engulfed in the shifting sands of progressive democracy, or will act and fight alone. It did the latter, and for the most part, and it also got engulfed in the shifting sands of progressive democracy and got lost to history for the most part. As regards political tactics, the Revolutionary Party of the I might be wrong here, but and certainly the Soviet Union, you know, sought that, and it's certainly true that effectively the result was that the Communist Party's aim got just deleted out of existence, more or less, in the post-war period. Though, of course, it had been effectively deleted out of existence before that. But in the post-war period, essentially, they were able to say, oh, well, we're still recovering, and so on and so forth, and endlessly push the proletariat back within the Soviet Union. As regards political tactics, the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat in Italy, as in the rest of the world, will only revive to the extent it differentiates itself from all the other parties, and above all, from the false communism that appeals to the present regime in Moscow by having mercilessly denounced the defeatism of all the dubious penetration and encirclement maneuvers presented as temporary commitment to objectives in common with other parties and movements, and justified by promising in secret or within the inner circle of members that such operations serve only to weaken and ensnare the adversary, or in order at a given moment to break the alliances and ententes and pass into a class offensive. This method has shown that it is liable to lead to the disintegration of the Revolutionary Party, to the incapacity of the working class to struggle for its own ends, and to the dissipation of its best energies in achieving results and conquests which only favor its enemies. That sounds like a personal problem. That doesn't sound like a problem of the action. If it's, oh yes, your party has done stuff in alignment with, you know, done stuff in alignment with these other organizations, and then it gets corrupted by its alignment with those other organizations. Why is it that none of these organizations ever get corrupted by the Communist Party? Is it why is that? You know, now it could be argued that capitalism has greater recuperative capacity, and as a ruling ideology, it essentially is able to just eat up the other stuff far more easily. But does that really excuse the situation? Or is it maybe that your methodology leaves you stupendously open to being eaten up because you don't have a strong center? I think it's more the latter than the former. I don't really think that if the party is like, it's so easily just eaten up by other organizations. and the membership just leaves without problem, or just goes in and does all that sort of stuff, then that's an entirely distinct problem. Uh, you're not creating a strong and disciplined organization if it's at risk of just uh, getting disappeared just by a temporary alignment with somebody else. That's ridiculous. Okay. As in the manifesto a century ago, communists consider it unworthy to conceal their principles and goals, and they declare openly that these goals can only be attained with the violent downfall of all the social organizations that have existed up to now. That's not what it said, though it's not entirely incorrect what they've said there. It's just not a one-to-one quotation. Let me find that. There it is. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. This is distinct from social organization. Not entirely, but it's a bit more broad. Okay, anyway. Within the framework of the current phase of world history, if by chance bourgeois democratic groups, that is, of course, if we're working off the same translation. So I might be incorrect there, but because I'm working off of a particular English translation, I don't know. Within the framework of the current phase of world history, if by chance bourgeois democratic groups should retain a residual historical role due to the possible partial survival of the need for national liberation, or liquidation of the backward pockets of feudalism and other similar relics from history, the way to ensure that such a task will be carried out in the most decisive and inclusive manner to make way for the final cycle of the bourgeois crisis is not achieved by the communist movement abdicating and passively adapting to demands which are not its own, but by virtue of an implacable opposition on the part of communist proletarians to terminal weakness and laziness of petty bourgeois groups and bourgeois parties of the left. Corresponding to these directives, which are entirely valid at the global level, a communist movement in Italy is bound to mean, in the terrible situation of dissolution of every social framework, and the doctrinal and practical disorientation of all classes and parties, a vehement appeal for a relentless clarification of the situation. Fascists and anti-fascists, royalists and republicans, liberals and socialists, Democrats and Catholics, engaged in their perpetual sterile debates devoid of any theoretical sense in despicable rivalries and their repugnant maneuverings and horse trading, should thus encounter a ruthless challenge, which should force them to lay bare the class interests, domestic and foreign, which they in fact reflect, and fulfill, if by chance they should have one, their historic mission. If, in the current disintegration and fragmentation of all collective group interests, a new crystallization of openly combative political forces is still possible in Italy, the resurgence of the Revolutionary Proletarian Party will then be able to induce a new situation. When this movement, which will be the only one to proclaim its final class objectives, its party totalitarianism, and the harshly defined limits which separate from other movements, finally sets in its political compass to the revolutionary north, all the others will be challenged to confess their failure. Okay. 150. Nature, Function, and Tactics of the Revolutionary Party of the Working Class, 1947. Based on the practical experiences of the opportunist crises and struggles conducted by left Marxist groups against the revisionism of the Second International and against the progressive deviation of the Third International, it is clear that it's not possible to maintain the programmatic approach, the political tradition, and the organizational solidity of the party intact if the party applies a tactic which, even for formal positions alone, entails attitudes and rallying cries acceptable to opportunist political movements. Okay. Wasn't there that entire section up above of, the fact that the social democratic parties and whatnot, and the progressive politics say the exact things that the proletariat are interested in? Again, this is a problem with saying, oh, we always have to be unique. We always have to be unique. Because it allows other organizations to by default, in an indirect way, control the way that your organization is working, right? Because then they all they have to do is get up and say, okay, well, we support all the things that they support. But then, of course, this organization is opportunist, But are you supposed to just change your positions? Obviously, no. If you've taken the correct position, then you should stand by that position, even if another organization is picking up those things in a bad way, you know. Okay. Anyway. Similarly, every uncertainty and ideological tolerance is reflected in an opportunist tactic and action. The party, therefore, is distinguished from all the others, whether openly hostile or supposedly alike, and also from those that claim to recruit their adherents from within the ranks of the working class, because its practice rejects maneuvers, combinations, alliances, and blocks which traditionally formed the basis of contingent postulates and agitational slogans common to several parties. I, this doesn't. What? I don't understand. I don't understand. How does this? Oh my gosh! I'm not even gonna write this down. We're gonna move past it. This party position has an essentially historical validity which distinguishes it in the tactical sphere from every other, just as it is distinguished by its original vision of the period which capitalist society is undergoing. The Revolutionary Class Party is the only one to understand today the economic, social, and political postulates of liberalism and democracy are anti-historical, illusory, and reactionary, and the world is changing, whereby the liberal order in large countries is disappearing and giving way to the more modern fascist system. In the large countries, not and the large countries. By contrast, at the time when the capitalist class has not yet initiated its liberal period, when it still has to destroy the old feudal power or still has to run through the considerable stages and phases of its own expansion into major countries, and when it is still laissez faire in terms of economic processes and democratic in terms of the functioning of the state, a transitory alliance between the communists and parties that were in the first instance openly revolutionary outside the law and organized for armed struggle. In the second instance, carried out attacks which assured useful and genuinely quote unquote progressive conditions was both understandable and acceptable because the capitalist regime would accelerate the historical cycle that will lead to its downfall. Accelerationist left comms. The passage, not really, but still. The passage of communist tactics between the two historical epochs cannot be broken down into a local and national case history, nor can it be consumed in the analysis of the complex uncertainties that the cycle of capitalist development undoubtedly presents without giving rise to practice de- de- deprecated by Lenin in the one step forward, two steps back. The politics of the proletarian party has been first and foremost international, and this distinguishes it from all others. What about the church, for example? Ever since the first statement of its program and the first appearance of the historic need for effective organization. Supporting every revolutionary movement everywhere that is directed against the present political and social state of affairs, communists, as the manifesto states, emphasize and assert, along with the question of ownership, those common interests of the whole proletariat which are independent of nationality. The outlook of communist revolutionary style strategy, where not misled by Stalinism, is that the international communist tactic seeks to break the bourgeois front in the country, in which the greatest opportunities appear, directing all the movement's resources to this end. As a result, the tactic of insurrectionary alliances against old regimes came to its historic end with the great fact of the Russian Revolution, which eliminated the final imposing military state apparatus of a non-capitalist character. This was written in 1947, I'm pretty sure that there are plenty of places in the global south that did not have a fully capitalist character and that had maybe not significant military power, but certainly, while imperialized, had significant military powers. After this historical phase, the still theoretical possibility of tactical blocks must be considered formally and centrally denounced by the international revolutionary movement. The excessive importance given in the first years of life of the Third International to the application of Russian tactical positions to countries with stable bourgeois regimes and also to extra-European and colonial countries was the first manifestation of the reappearance of the revisionist danger. The nature of the Second Imperialist War, and it's all, they mean World War II in this case, very, very imperialist on the part of the Soviets. Absolutely, totally. Imperialist all the way through. I've addressed this before. I'm not going to get back into it. And its already apparent consequences is the secure influence in every corner of the world, even the most backwards kinds of indigenous societies, not so much of assertive capitalist economic forms as the inexorable political and military control on the part of the great imperial centers of capitalism. For now, they're gigantic coalitions which include the Russian state. But right here, so in other words, they've got the imposing military state apparatus, you know, inexorable political and military control, non-capitalist character, not so much of an assertive capitalist economic form. So, in other words, they're recognizing that in imperialized nations, this is entirely accurate. But then they just, skip right over it. I don't understand their logic. Okay, continuing. Consequently, local tactics can only be aspects of general revolutionary strategy. What? How do you make that leap of logic? Where does this come from? I don't understand. His first task is the restoration of the programmatic clarity of the worldwide proletarian party, followed by the reestablishment of the network of its organization in all countries. Maybe they're saying that essentially they want the international back because these are now weak links in the capitalist system. So essentially they can there's greater opportunities and they want to be able to direct the movement's resources on an international basis to these national conditions. If that's the case, then that's fine. But it certainly does not read like that. I don't know how they have this reads like a leap of logic that I don't understand how they got to that unless I essentially tease it out. Okay, continuing. This struggle unfolds within the context of the massive influence of traps and seductions presented by opportunism, which is returning ideologically in propaganda about the revival of liberty against fascism and with immediate effect in the political practice of coalitions, blocks, fusions, and illusory demands presented by colluding hierarchies of innumerable parties, groups, and movements. Only in one way will the proletarian masses understand the necessity for the reconstitution of the Revolutionary Party, substantially different from all the others, and that is when it proclaims a rejection of the practice of accords between parties, not as a contingent reaction to the opportunistic saturnalia and the acrobatics of the politicians, but as the fundamental and central directive. None of the movement in which a party participates must be directed by a super party or by an organ superior to and over and above a group of party affiliates, not even in transitory phases. In a modern historical phase of global politics, the proletarian masses will be unable to mobilize in a revolutionary way once again only by realizing their class will be able to mobilize in a revolutionary way once again only by realizing their class unity and action of a party that is unitary and compact in theory, action, and preparation of the insurrectionary attack and the management of power. Such a historical solution must appear to the masses in every manifestation, even limited, of the party as the only possible alternative to the international consolidation of the economic and political domination of the bourgeoisie and its finite, but nevertheless currently increasing capacity, control the contrasts and convulsions that menace the existence of its regime with formidable power. Okay, so we're going to grab this section. I could also grab the other stuff, but I don't care to. Okay. And we're going to break those down. We'll be back for Chapter 5, Totalitarianism. Okay, so the United Front should be within proletarian economic organizations that are autonomous and engage in direct action which gain or protect interests of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, wherein such attacks support the development of the offensive. Before I was talking about how essentially the proletariat do in fact have stuff to lose, and the defense of those things is actually a key part of the struggle. Because they're saying essentially that it's all offense, but it seems that they consider defense synonymous with offense, which, okay, sure, whatever. If we're going down that road, then sure, why not? The party should only accept external support when it is at the lead and making all determinations, as other organizations recognize that the party's victory will achieve their ends, never the other way around. So basically, the party should never subordinate itself to another organization and go in and say, oh, hey, we have shared interests. If I help your organization achieve its ends, then this particular section of my program gets fulfilled. Instead, we have our program and we are doing it all at once. And if you want to get in on it to support your particular thing, then feel free. But you don't get to dictate to us any of our particular things. This is fine. This is a regular thing. Usually it's only when you have an organization of sufficient size and strength that you can do these sorts of maneuvers. And make no mistake, this is a maneuver. And the question, of course, becomes, can you build up the power to do these sort of maneuvers without first subordinating yourself to other organizations to get out and recognize and build up forces? Great question. I have no idea. Continuing. All right, so the need for the reconstitution of the party in the revolutionary sense will come about only when the proletariat recognizes that no other organization can achieve their needs. This requires that the party take a stance against any opportunism which results in an alliance with other organizations, which creates the idea that the party requires those organizations. Now, this is from the perspective of a party that does not require those organizations. This is not all times the case. This sort of prefigurative politics, faking it until you make it, can work in some conditions for some amount of time. But the party is not able to carry out the tasks it claims to want to do because it lacks support. It lacks the numbers, it lacks the organizational capacity, it lacks the reach, and all those different things. Then that's synonymous with the party being unable to carry out the tactics and thereby organization, the doctrine, the program, and the aims, etc. And if it's unable to do that, then the proletarian masses will look at the party and say, oh, so you do actually need those different organizations, and you were acting in a deeply infantile way to reject any sort of alignment with them. It is the benefit of the strong to be able to operate in this, autonomous way. And again, the question is whether or not you can gain this autonomy and in the first place and have complete autonomy from the very get-go. And the answer is going to be no, probably not. I'm not going to say absolutely not. but I'm just going to say no, probably not. Probably at some point you're going to need to be on the ground, involved with other organizations as stuff who happen to, just by sheer dint of their size and power, be able to direct what's going on there. And you're going to be able to do your own thing to a certain degree so long as it doesn't step on their toes. That's just kind of how that works. Um, I can't tell you with absolute guarantee here, but I am just going to say I don't think that this conception will really work. It's particularly at the early stages. Later on, absolutely. Later on, when you have the power to dictate terms, then you should dictate terms and never give up an inch where you don't have to. But early on, if you need to, if you can dictate terms, sorry, but early on, you should take generally what you can get, not everything, not anything that would lose your ability to direct the actual organization, but anything that will, get you on the board. That's, and you could call that opportunist or whatever. I call that not acting in an infantile way. Again, your stuff is based on your ability to carry out your stuff. Nothing more, nothing less. Finally, the movement of the party participates with cannot be directed by a super party or superior organization over and above party affiliates. Party must either be the dominant force in any movement or must be only a united front of opportunity without any greater organization. And it's that second one that's likely going to be the case for the most part. You're aiming to for early stuff. You're aiming to get people on board, recognize the existence of the Communist Party, that you're an active agent, and so on and so forth. You're flying your own colors. You are separate but within the movement as best as possible. And you are an effective organization because you have high discipline. Your people are out there every single day and they're the loudest, they're the most active, and so on and so forth. All that good stuff. But if you're just saying, oh, well, we're not going to go out there because, yeah, because, I mean, if another organization says, oh, well, you have to wear our colors, then absolutely say, fuck, no, we're not doing that. We are going to wear our colors and we're going to take the actions that we consider. That would be the rejection of any super party or superior organization. But for the most part, it's just going to be you're doing these united front without any greater organization. Maybe you have a Skype call to say, hey, we're going out today, or we're going out in 2 weeks, or something like that, and we're going to be over here, and that's it. There's nothing in this that will quote unquote corrupt the party or anything along those lines. All right, Chapter 5, Totalitarianism. And these are, as usual, just quotations. They did not bother to do a quick summary outside of it. They just said, read these and they'll tell you everything you need to know. 151. Political Platform of the International Communist Party in 1945. Part 4. The central political position of the International Communist Party in all countries will not to be to await, to push for, and to demand, through agitation slogans, the reconstitution of the bourgeois order, typical of the outdated period of transitory liberal and democratic equilibrium. This position was already set out during the war and the apparent struggle of bourgeois regimes, they mean World War II, which defined themselves as democratic against the fascist forms of capitalist government. It applies equally to the present post-war period in which the victorious states will inherit and will adopt the same fascist politics after a more or less adroit and more or less brusque conversion of their propaganda. This absolutely happened for the most part. The party therefore rejects all collaboration with bourgeois and pseudo-proletarian parties which proclaim the false and deceptive postulate of substituting fascism with quote-unquote truly democratic regimes. This politics is above all illusory, because throughout its time of survival, the capitalist world will no longer be able to organize itself in liberal forms, but will orientate itself more increasingly in different countries towards monstrous state units, armed with an increasingly strong police and ruthlessly expressing the economic concentration of the bosses. This politics is in the second place defeatist, because even if democratic forms can briefly survive in some secondary sectors in the modern world, it sacrifices the most important vital characteristics of movement to the pursuit of this democratic postulate, as far as doctrine, organizational class autonomy, and tactics capable of preparing and clearing the path to the final revolutionary struggle. The essential goal of the party are concerned. In the third place, it is counter-revolutionary, in that it gives credence in the eyes of the proletariat to ideologies, social groupings, and parties whose substance is skepticism and impotence of reaching the objectives of this democracy that they profess in the abstract. Basically, they're saying here that, hey, look, all these worker parties and whatnot, they're saying, hey, listen, just get us into position and we'll get democracy back. And it's like, no, you can't. You need to have your communist revolution. There's no circumstances wherein your legalistic struggle is going to be able to regain democracy on any level, because the very functionings of modern capital make it so democracy cannot exist at all. Especially in the modern age, because we can look at things like the intense police state fact that America is in. We can, as an example, there's other places as well, the immense, security state system wherein information is gathered about us all the time, and it's shared and it's sold and it's and whatnot to various state agencies, so on and so forth. It makes any sort of it's what was the term that was used? 1 second. There it is. Society of control. We've got a system wherein they don't need to force us to do anything. Rather, the organizational structure of society will direct us to act in particular ways, and through their vast amounts of information, it allows them to essentially direct things in this way. Now, to be clear, this is exactly the same thing that the Organic Centralist Party wants to do. It wants to create a society of absolute control, wherein the tactics and wherein everybody, is in agreement about everything that needs to be done, because that's the only thing that can be in place. They can't disagree through proper channels or anything along those lines. And while they can refuse to do anything, the only actions that can be taken are within the limitations of the program and so on and so forth. So really, that's kind of what's going on here. Okay, continuing. It gives credence in the eyes of the proletariat to ideologies, social groupings, and parties whose substance is skepticism and the impotence of reaching the objectives of this democracy that they profess in the abstract, whose sole function and sole goal, clearly corresponding to those of fascist movement, is to ward off at whatever price the independent progress and direct assault of the exploited masses against the economic and juridical foundations of the bourgeois system. Okay. 152. The perspectives of the post-war period in relation to the party's platform, 1946. Thus, the conclusions that a Marxist critique can reach, free from the opportunistic influences and degeneration since the dawn of the conflict that has now concluded, again, World War II, regarding the vacuity and lack of consistency of the agitational material used by bourgeois Democrats and the fake proletarian Russian state, and with them by all the movements that were inspired by it and supported it, today appear simple and banal after the terrible disillusionment suffered by the masses who had largely believed in these declarations. The thesis that the war against the fascist states and the victory of their adversaries could not bring the outmoded and sterile ideals of liberalism and bourgeois democracy back to life, but would instead mark the global affirmation of the modern capitalist mode of existence, which is monopolist, imperialist, totalitarian, and dictatorial, and is today a thesis that everyone can grasp. But 5 or 6 years previously, it could have only been formulated and defended by the vanguard revolutionaries who had remained absolutely faithful to historical lines of the method of Marx and Lenin. The strength of the political class party and the proletariat must arise from the effectiveness of these anticipations, which simultaneously relate to critique and combat, and from the confirmation that they stem from the sequence of events and not from the game of compromises, accords, and blocks which has sustained the life of bourgeois and parliamentary politics. The new international class party will rise with a true historical efficacy, and will offer the proletarian masses the opportunity for a revival only if it knows how to commit all of its future behavior in strict consistency with previous class and revolutionary battles. While thus attributing maximum importance to critique of erroneous positions taken by so-called socialist and communist parties during the war, of their interpretation of events, their propaganda, and their tactical behavior. And while basically they're saying that, hey, the Soviet Union was in fact a capitalist state, and the war between Nazi Germany and the USSR was an inter-imperialist war. And thereby we should have applied a revolutionary defeatist stance to it, rather than allow the Soviet Union as the leaders of the Third International, and thereby have complete control and ability to direct the international communist parties. The ability to do that. They essentially called for the proletariat to refuse to support the war effort against the Nazis on the grounds that on the grounds of revolutionary defeatism as a tactic of choice. Continuing. While demanding what should have been the restoration of a class politics in the period of the war, the party must today equally trace the interpretive and tactical lines corresponding to the so-called peace that has followed the cessation of hostilities. Here, too, they want to prove to proletarians that the regime of parliamentary freedom is a conquest in which they have an interest, a historical inheritance that they risk losing, and which is threatened as yesterday by Teutonic or Japanese imperialism, tomorrow by that of Moscow. In the face of this propaganda and the invocation of the united warring front in the name of freedom, to which will adhere, along with 1,000 pay bourgeois nuances, the socialists of the Second International sort, who, during the temporary truce, would become anti-Russian like they did for other reasons during the time of Lenin. Numerous anarchists, the various basically bigoted... it's 1974. The various basically bigoted and confessional social democrats who infest all countries. The reason I said that is to note, oid as a suffix is a slur targeted towards Mongolian people, and then later adopted for people with learning disabilities. So it is a slur. And then they're like, oh yeah, these bigoted people. It's like, guys, you just said a slur, and then in order to insult these people, and then you insult other people, and then you call them bigoted. Come on. And confessional social democrats who infest all countries, the proletarian class party will reply the most resolute opposition to war, the denunciation of its propagandists, and wherever it can, with direct class struggle based on that of the revolutionary vanguard in every country. And will do this in alignment with the specific and critical evaluation of the present historic phase, according to which, while the Russian regime is not a proletarian regime, and the Moscow state has become one of the sectors of capitalist imperialism, its centralized and totalitarian form nevertheless appears more modern than the outdated and dying form of parliamentary democracy, and the anachronistic restoration of democracy in place of totalitarian regimes within the limits of the capitalist future is not a postulate that the proletariat should defend. This postulate is in any case contrary to the general historical path, and has not achieved in imperialist wars through the victory of states which make themselves its champions. So they're essentially saying that hey, fascism and the end of liberal democracy is in fact a historical stage in the development of capitalism, and we can't call for essentially going back. Um, we can't call for going back to previous forms of democracy and of bourgeois society, and doing so is not only harmful to the proletariat's interests, because our interests need to be focused not on restoring a previous stage of of capitalism, but instead focusing on the seizure of power by the proletariat and a violent revolution. Um, but in addition to that, it allows various bourgeois organs to, rather than the sympathizers being like, okay, well, if we want to restore democracy or whatever, then we gotta join behind the proletariat. Instead, it subordinates the Communist Party to the bourgeois factions, right? At all times, the party needs to be the leading organ. It cannot be the following organ. It needs to be the leading. If the workers are, falling into the bourgeois politics and stuff, then are we really progressing the class struggle? And the answer is no. Even if it would be nice to return to a previous state of affairs, it is impossible. The development of capital has necessitated by its very existence this sort of police state, this sort of extreme information gathering and whatnot on the populace, because it's necessary to maintain the power of the bourgeoisie and the class struggle. So there's no basis for returning to a previous stage, nor should we be fighting for it, because it would mean fighting for the bourgeoisie, um, and the backward sections. If any if any bourgeoisie wants to, achieve democracy, not that these guys are in support of democracy, but if any bourgeoisie wants to achieve democracy, then they should get behind the communist movement and become a sympathizer. It's that simple. Um, we should not be bending our own interests to theirs. Okay, continuing. 153, the historical cycle of the bourgeoisie's political domination. This was written in 1947. Since, as the potential of industrial production has gradually increased, the numbering of laboring armies has increased. The critical conscience of the proletariat has sharpened and its organizations have grown stronger. The bourgeois ruling class, in parallel to the transformation of its economic praxis from liberal to interventionist, needs to abandon its method of apparent tolerance to ideas and to political organizations in favor of an authoritarian and totalitarian method of government. And it is here that can be found the general direction of the current epoch. The new direction of bourgeois administration of the world levers the undeniable fact that all human activities, because of the very effect of progress in science and technology, proceed from the autonomism of isolated initiatives, specific to less modern and complex societies, towards the institution of increasingly dense networks of relations and dependencies in all fields of activity, which gradually cover the entire world. Private initiative has achieved wonders and broken records, from the first audacious navigators to the reckless and savage enterprises by the colonizers of the far corners of the earth. But today, this is giving way to the predominance of the astounding interconnectedness of coordinated activities in the production of commodities and their distribution, in the management of collective services, and into scientific research in all domains. An autonomy of initiatives is unthinkable in the society which makes use of aerial navigation, radio communications, cinema, television. All these discoveries being exclusively social applications. basically, it's a problem of the idea of privatizing trains, right? The only result that can be is, the trains crash, because if you don't have this central node organizing everything, then the trains are going to end up doing their own thing, and then there's lots of catastrophic damage, right? Continuing. Consequently, the governmental politics of the ruling class for several decades now, and with an ever more decisive rhythm, is also evolving towards strict forms of control, unitary direction, and strongly centralized hierarchical organization. This stage in this modern political form, a superstructure born out of the monopolist and imperialist economic trend predicted by Lenin from 1916, with the affirmation of the political forms of the most recent capitalist phase, can only apply tyranny and oppression. This phase, which tends to replace that of classical democratic liberalism in general in the modern world, cannot be anything other than fascism. We're talking about the society of control here, wherein through vast amounts of information gathered and stuff like that, um, essentially everybody is being watched all the time. You're under constant surveillance. Even if you wanted to rebel, the act of rebelling is commodified, you know, um, and, and and all that sort of stuff, all the stuff written in the 70s onward, from the French and so on and so forth, is talking about this, really, where it's like, you got the surveillance state that just makes it so any sort of action is impossible. Um, Continuing, confusing the birth of this new political form imposed by the period, the inevitable condition and consequence of the survival of the capitalist system of oppression in the face of the erosion of its internal contrasts, with the reactionary return of the social forces of feudal classes. I believe that's in reference to landlordism. I might be wrong, wherein essentially you've got people living off of their control over these social these social things: aerial navigation, radio communication, cinema, television, land rents, etc. Sometimes this is called techno feudalism, wherein nobody really owns anything. You rather just rent everything. um I don't agree with that terminology, but it's not entirely false. Anyway, which threatened to replace bourgeois democratic forms of the restoration of the despotisms of the ancient regime, is an enormous scientific and historical error when the bourgeoisie has for centuries incapacitated and wiped out these feudal social forces in the greatest parts of the world. Oh, okay, yeah. They're saying confusing it is a bad thing. I agree. Yeah. Whoever suffers, even to the slightest degree, the effect of an interpretation and follows, even to the slightest degree, the suggestions and preoccupations, places himself outside the communist arena and politics. The new form by which bourgeois capitalism will administer the world, up to the moment in which the proletariat's revolution will overthrow it, makes its appearance according to a process which is not deciphered by the banal and scholastic methods of philosophy critique. Marxists have never given credence to the objection according to which the first example of proletarian power must be provided by an advanced capitalist country, and not by Tsars and feudal Russia. Insofar as the alternations and class cycles is an international phenomena and the play of forces at the global level, which manifests locally where favorable historical conditions are in play, so wars, defeats, excessive survival of decrepit regimes, organic structure of the Revolutionary Party, etc. Um, One must be even less astonished when the manifestations of the passage from liberalism to fascism can dialectically present the most varied successions in different countries, since it is a less radical passage in which the ruling class itself does not change, but only the form of its domination. Fascism can thus be defined from the economic point of view as an attempt at auto-control and auto-limitation of capitalism, tending to break the most alarming aspects of economic phenomena, which lead to the system's contradictions becoming incurable through centralized discipline. So this is what we would term in Marxism more specifically, if we were going back to Marx, as the common ruin of the contending classes, wherein they're due to the naturally conservative character of the ruling class and their power, it makes it so it's impossible for the rising class to actually seize power, right? Usually, historically, this has been dealt with by some external country. And examples of this would be China, Russia, more historically, uh, the ancient Mayans, all sorts of different groups along those lines. And usually, the way that this is dealt with is some external force that is a more dynamic society comes in and just utterly crushes these guys. That's usually how this ends up, because the more advanced class society tends to be more technologically advanced. It's just the historical reality of the situation. Um, but now that capital is a global system, the question is whether or not such a thing can actually happen, right? Um, right. Are we going to be able to get some external agent come in and just crush us all like an alien? Probably not. Um, and we really don't want to be in a situation of uh, the common ruin of the contending classes, because class struggle is a limited time thing, you know. There's all sorts of circumstances wherein this state of affairs could be made permanent um, through continual greater and greater oppression, but also through the negative transcendence of classes. I could think of situations like, for example, we're gene engineered from universal beings into, okay, this group of people is only good on a genetic and intellectual basis to do this sort of work, right? And then the division of labor ceases being a natural one, um, natural technical one that just arises spontaneously and instead becomes a biological imperative, a la, uh, the division of labor within eusocial animals like ants and termites, right? That's one example. Or perhaps AI gets developed and, the bourgeoisie just look at the proletariat and say, we don't need you anymore. And then it's a class genocide, right? Both are entirely possible scenarios. And of course, there's the just everybody dies in option, which would be climate change, right? Because the bourgeois mode of production is completely incapable of actually dealing with climate change. But the naturally conservative nature of any ruling class will lead it to fight regardless of the reality that lies in front of them. And, you know, we're running out of time here. We don't have time to wait for some hopeful external thing or for, some perfect scenario. We've got to expect that the scenario will develop as conditions change, I personally believe that, climate change is just going to absolutely crush most circumstances, and it's at that point that we need to be prepared to to actually go in, and then hopefully we can save whatever we can save. I don't know how much that'll be, but we'll see. Yeah, it might be that the big red buttons get pressed. Okay. Anyway, from a social point of view, it can be defined as the attempt by the bourgeoisie, born with the philosophy and the psychology of absolute autonomy and individualism, to give itself a collective class consciousness and to oppose its ranks in political and military framework to the class forces that arise threateningly within the proletariat. So essentially, they say, okay, the various individual interests of the bourgeoisie are incapable of protecting the bourgeois system. So we're going to centralize, and the state's going to effectively be the party organ of the ruling class, right? And that ruling organ is going to have class consciousness in its own sense, and it's going to focus on the long-term and immediate interests of the ruling class. And part of that is to essentially organize in such a way that that members of the proletariat lack the ability to influence the class interests of the state in a more direct way, by making it so members of the proletariat cannot find interests into political or military frameworks. And more specifically, what ends up happening is with historic 20th century fascist governments, they find some section of the proletariat along with the petty bourgeoisie, and this might be white proletarians, for instance. And then they say, you are superior to these other groups of proletarians, and we need your help to maintain that save affairs. And things get brutal. Really fucking brutal. Okay, continuing. Ideologically, politically, fascism constitutes the stage at which the ruling class denounces schemas of liberal tolerance as useless, proclaims a method of single-party government, and liquidates the old hierarchies of servants of capital that have become too gangrened by using the methods of democratic trickery. And this is where there comes the illusion of, oh, fascism is getting rid of all these long-term corruption and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's getting rid of corruption of the bourgeoisie by the bourgeoisie, but all it's doing is it's just reintegrating them in the same way, only worse, right? Ideologically, finally, fascism, and with this, it reveals itself not only a revolution, but not even a historical resource, universal and secure of the bourgeois counter-revolution, does not renounce, because it cannot, using a mythology of universal values, and, while having overturned them dialectically, makes the liberal postulates of class collaboration its own, speaks of nation and not of class, proclaims the juridical equivalence of individuals before the law, and wants to present its organizational structure as resting on the entire social collectivity. So the entire basis of fascism is, we're doing class collaboration whether you like it or not. Right? As Lenin established through his economic diagnosis, he who deceives himself that to monopolists and state capitalism can return to liberal capitalism as the first classical forms is a reactionary. It is likewise clear today that he who evokes the mirage of a reaffirmation of liberal democratic politics opposed to that of fascist dictatorship, with which at a certain point in evolution bourgeois forces crush the autonomous organization of the proletarian class via frontal tactic, is equally reactionary. I think that this puts it quite simply. Other stuff in there is worthwhile. Actually, I'm gonna get this entire section right here. But that doesn't really have to do with the actual content that we're looking at. I just want that because that's a very good breakdown of the character of fascism. This right here, it's a restatement of what was said here, but I think that it's a very good way of expressing it. Continuing. The doctrine of the proletarian party must put forward as its cornerstone the condemnation of the thesis according to which, faced with the fascist political phase of bourgeois domination, the slogan that should be raised as a return to parliamentary democratic system of government, as opposed to which the revolutionary perspective affirms that the totalitarian bourgeois phase will quickly exhaust its tank and will submit to the revolutionary upsurge of the working class, which, far from crying over the irredeemable end of the lies of bourgeois freedoms, will move to crush by force the liberty to own, to oppress, and to exploit, which has been the banner of the bourgeois world from its heroic birth in the flames of the anti-feudal revolution. Through its passage to the pacific phase of liberal tolerance and to its pitiless unmasking in the final battle for the defense of the institution, privilege, and exploitation by the bosses. I'm just going to say it did not exhaust itself quickly at all. It still goes on, and in fact, usually what's happened is the class collaborationism has only gotten more and more tight. And then eventually that recedes in its own right, like in America. You had the FDR period, you had something approaching social democracy, and so on and so forth, but then that recedes. And that's also the case within the various social democratic countries in Europe, right? But those sorts of systems can work because people actually because the class collaborationism, from the perspective of the people directly involved in it, is quite good. And in addition, through the security state, through the vast amounts of information that they have at hand, along with the control of education and so on and so forth, it makes it so people don't really they do what these guys want them to do, in that they are disciplined in a positive sense. They don't need coercion to engage in class collaboration. They just spontaneously do it because that's what they have been trained to do. So I don't think that it's fair to say that, oh yes, this situation will just naturally dry itself out and we need to be in preparation for it. I think quite the opposite. I think that you need to force it. Okay, continuing. The ongoing war has been lost by the fascists, but won by fascism. Despite the use of democratic hucksterism on a vast scale, the capitalist world, having saved even in this terrible crisis the integrity and historical continuity of its most powerful state entities, will undertake a further huge effort to dominate the forces which threaten it, and will achieve an increasingly tight control of economic processes and the immobilization of every social and political movement threatening to put the constituted order in jeopardy. As the legitimists who defeated Napoleon had to inherit the social and legal organization of the new French regime, those who defeated the fascists and Nazis in a more or less rapid process will recognize through their acts, while denying it through empty ideological proclamations, the necessity of administering the world terribly disturbed by the Second Imperialist War with authoritarian and totalitarian methods that were first tried out in the defeated states. This fundamental truth, rather than being the result of difficult and apparently paradoxical critiques, reveals itself every day in the work of organizing for the economic, social, and political control of the world. The bourgeoisie, once individualistic, national, liberal, isolationist, holds its world conferences, and just as the Holy Alliance tried to stop the bourgeois revolution by means of an absolutist international, today the capitalist world is trying to found its international, which can only be centralist and totalitarian. Will its basic task, which, under the cover of preventing a resurgence of fascism, is in fact increasingly open, that of repressing and breaking the revolutionary force of the proletarian international, be achieved? 154. Trends in Socialism, written in 1947. Gradualist reform is, however, not dead in such a phase because capitalism itself needs it. The capitalism of recent decades has presented characteristics that are well known, and which have been analyzed in Lenin's imperialism. These new economic forms of relationships, of monopoly and planning, have led it to new social and political forms. The bourgeoisie has organized itself not just as a political class, but also as a social class. It has, moreover, sought to organize a proletarian movement itself, including in its state and in its plans, and in return has incorporated a range of reforms long since advocated by the gradualist leaders of the proletariat in its own programs. Thus, the bourgeoisie, which has become fascist, corporatist, and national socialist, has glaringly cast aside the system based on individual liberty and electoral democracy, a system which was indispensable to it in its historical emergence, which was its oxygen, but in no sense a concession to the classes it had dominated and exploited, nor a useful means of action for the latter. The communist movement in Italy, vigorous, independent, clear in theory and tactics, had to become a slave of Soviet totalitarianism, which so much intrigued Saragat and his associates in the initiative. I don't know what that is. By diverting it from its programmatic position to obey these stupid orders to struggle for liberty in Italy. Liberty, in its modern sense, no longer serves the bourgeoisie, which is modernizing and advancing in history by increasingly tightening the mesh and tangling its individuals, its enterprises, its initiatives in every corner of the earth. It has thrown away its now useless weapon of individual liberty and has seized our weapon, that of revolutionary proletarians. Sociality, classism, organization, tearing it from our hands. Our response cannot consist in picking up its blunt and worn out weapon and using it to fight a struggle just as senseless and desperate as that which the artisan fought against the mechanized factory, or that the Perouge fought against the battleship, or the human torpedo fought against the atomic bomb. Human torpedo. I've got to look this up. A manned torpedo. How do you survive? I guess it's not for blowing up. Okay, whatever. However, the relative historical superiority of the Soviet version is in its totalitarianism, progressive because it plans and centralizes, with brilliant high points of technical output, and unburdened by scruples for liberal tolerance. So, a quick example of this is, in fact, South Korea. South Korea, in fact, had a total of 35 years of 5-year economic plans. It had an absolutely centralized totalitarian government. Its leadership was elected in the most ridiculous of senses. They crushed the workers under tank treads, literally, as opposed to the figurative of the Tiananmen Square. I lived in South Korea for a couple of years. People that my dad at the time worked with had parents who were striking workers, and one of his friends had witnessed with his own eyes his parents just being turned into nothingness under the American-backed dictatorship's tank treads. You know, this country underwent decades of 5-year plans in the same format of the Soviet Union, with the intent of solidifying capitalist control in South Korea. You know, this is the kind of thing that we're talking about here. The utilization of the principles and techniques of communists, but within which are fundamentally more advanced and more rational than the anarchist structure of bourgeois society. But they're utilizing it in the interests of capital. And because capital is a fundamentally irrational system that cannot subsist on its own long term, this sort of totalitarian state of affairs is necessary to get any of these things off the ground. And this state of affairs has never really changed in South Korea. I mean, like, Japan is the same way. Japan, I think that the election had like 2% of people voting for the alternative, or something like that. South Korea's current president, his main thing is removing minimum wage and maximum working hours and stuff like that. These people are not put in position because the workers are like, oh yes, we totally want to have no minimum wage. We totally want to have no limits on working hours. He's put into place because it's a colonial outpost of the United States. They don't even control their own military, for that matter, right? Um, and everybody is all men, unless they're like becoming doctors or something like that within college, and thereby they can argue that they need to directly go into it into college. They have to do a military stint of like 2 years, all men, right after they graduate high school. And it's at that point that there's intense disciplining and wiring of people's minds and whatnot. Okay, continuing. However, the relative historical superiority of I'm sorry, and therefore, why take offense at the totalitarian epithet? Why outwardly preach democracy and declare it progressive? The reason is pure demagoguery. It is the ground that best suits the momentum of the common offensive, the most gigantic swindle in human history, against the fascist monster, the model of its vanquishers. The key to putting these people in their place is thus simple. The sequence is not fascism, democracy, socialism. On the contrary, it is democracy, fascism, dictatorship of the proletariat. Um, there is no sequence. I want to be very clear here. There is no sequence. The dictatorship of the proletariat was established in the Paris Commune, and there absolutely was not a fascist system at that point of time. Right. So get this conception out of your head if you're being confused by it. However, it is true to say that in our current state of affairs, we should not be seeking to reestablish previous organizational structures within capitalist society in the aim of supporting the bourgeoisie. Okay, continuing. 155. The historic course of the class movement of the proletariat. This is written again in 1947. Capitalism at the imperial stage, as endeavors to dominate its historical contradictions through a central control mechanism and to coordinate all the social and political facts in a hypertrophied state apparatus, thus modifies its action with regard to workers' organizations. At first, the bourgeoisie had condemned them. Later, it had authorized them and allowed them to grow. In a third phase, it understands that it can neither suppress them nor let them develop on an autonomous platform, and attempts at integrating them by whatever means in the state apparatus. An apparatus which, exclusively political at the start of the cycle, becomes in the imperialist epoch simultaneously a political and economic apparatus, transforming the state of the capitalists and bosses into a capitalist state and a boss state. Within this vast bureaucratic system, positions in, quote, golden prisons are created for leaders of the proletarian movement. Through 1,000 forms of social arbitrations, welfare institutions, organizations that apparently serve to balance class interests, the leaders of the workers' movement cease to rely on the latter's autonomous forces and come to be absorbed into the state bureaucracy. So, another thing to bring up an example of the Taft-Hartley Act in America. And this is happening, if I remember correctly, around this time. I might be wrong. It might be significantly later. But through the legalization of worker organizations, well, no, it was definitely around after this, right? Through the legalization of these organizations, worker organizations and whatnot, it essentially made it so the government could go in and regulate them, right? And it did that. And it's easier for the workers to just enter into organizations that are not constantly in fights with the bourgeoisie. By legalizing it, it destroyed them. And in And what happened was effectively during the Red Scare, the the government went in and said, okay, all of you who have communists in you and communists in leadership, you're now illegal. Um, they couldn't make them illegal, but what they could do is say, well, we will drop the hammer on you and attack you unless you expel the communists from your organization. And the AFL and the CIO and others all dropped their communist membership. And these are millions of the most advanced and active membership. What's the obvious result of this? The unions just fucking break. They just completely break. And then the Taft-Hartley Act comes in. And it does stuff like ban unions from engaging in donating to political causes, from doing collective strike action, from doing black cat strikes. It makes it so the company is able to select who can be on the ballot to be voted into leadership positions after the first construction of the union. So the initial construction of the union is all good, but then everything after that, it's going to be a company man through and through. Um, and this endless list of things that makes it so the unions just have their balls cut off. And in addition, they're completely inundated and established within the limitations of the bourgeois state, right? No wildcat strikes, so no legal striking, and no union for the most part is going to actually carry out on that because they won't get the support of other unions. It used to be that if one union was doing a wildcat strike, if one union was, well, technically a wildcat strike, to be clear, is when the rank and file membership of the union goes against its union bosses and strikes. And the time at which this would be the case is if you've got a yellow union leadership, a union leadership that's aligned with the bosses and essentially acts as a manager on behalf of the workers on behalf of the bosses, uh, which is very, very, very common. And the structure is to produce these yellow unions. The aim is to produce as many of these as possible in order to make it so the actual red unions are on the side of the workers, and not just the workers in the company, but all the workers are incapable of functioning and just get eaten up by yellow unions. So if you want to read more about the Taft-Hartley stuff, the Jacobin actually did a good article on it. And I know I'm referencing the Jacobin, but they did the best job that I'd seen of breaking down the results. So, yeah, you're not going to see me recommend the Jacobin all that often or ever if I can help it, but in this case, it's accurate. Okay, continuing. The movement of economic organization of the proletariat will see itself imprisoned in exactly the same fashion that was introduced by fascism. That's to say, with a tendency towards legal recognition of the trade unions, which signifies their transformation into organs of the bourgeois state. It will become evident that the plan to devoid of any content the workers' movement, particular to reformist revision, laborism in England, economism in Russia, pure syndicalism in France, reformist syndicalism in Cabrini, and the Rigola di Aragona type in Italy, coincides substantially with that of the fascist syndicalism, the corporatism of Mussolini, and the National Socialism of Hitler. The only difference is that the first method corresponds to a phase in which the bourgeoisie only thought of defending itself against the revolutionary danger. Whereas in the second phase, because of the increased pressure from the proletariat, the bourgeoisie went on to the offensive. In neither of the two cases has it owned up to working in its class interests. but rather it has always proclaimed that it wants to satisfy certain economic needs of the workers and wants to achieve a class collaboration. Instead of a world of liberty, the war will have led to a world in which the oppression is still greater. When the new fascist system, generated by the most recent imperialist phase of the bourgeois economy, launched its political blackmail and military challenge against the countries where the outmoded liberal lie could still circulate, relic of an obsolete historical phase, this challenge did not leave the dying liberalism a single favorable alternative. Either the fascist states would have won the war, or their adversaries would have won it, but only on the condition that they adopted the political methodology of fascism. This is no conflict between two ideologies or between two approaches to social life, but the necessary process for the arrival of a new form of bourgeois world, more intense, more totalitarian, more authoritarian, and more determined to preserve itself against the revolution, whatever effort it takes. Faced with this new construction of the capitalist world, the proletarian class movement will only be able to respond if it understands that we can't and must not regret the passing of the phase of liberal tolerance, of sovereign independence of small nations, but rather that history offers a sole path for eliminating all exploitation, all tyrannies, and all forms of oppression. And this path is that of revolutionary class action, which in every country, whether as a ruler or a vassal, places the working class against the local bourgeoisie, in complete autonomy of thought, organization, political attitudes, and combative actions, and which unites the forces of the workers of the world into a single organism beyond frontiers of all countries, whether at war, peace or at war, whether in, quote, normal or, quote, exceptional situations, whether these are expected or unexpected by the schemes of treacherous Philistinism, and whose action will not stop until the institutions of capitalism have been completely destroyed. All right, we're going to grab this. Did I want to get any of this other stuff? No. I wanted to get that and then that. And then we're going to break down these quotations because we have, believe it or not, reached chapter 6. Thank goodness. Okay. In the face of propaganda by the bourgeoisie calling for a return to liberal democracy through class collaboration, proletariat must reply in revolutionary defeatism, denounce such propaganda, and direct class struggle based on the quote-unquote loss of democracy via the revolutionary vanguard in all countries. Any member of the bourgeoisie or pay bourgeoisie who seeks a return to democracy should submit themselves to the communist movement. The communist movement should not place itself behind the bourgeoisie in order to recover a historic political form of bourgeois society. The proletariat should recognize that a quote-unquote return to democracy at this stage of capitalist development is, in fact, impossible. Any form of democracy at this point is false, as the current development of capitalism precludes such organizational form. Because, it just doesn't work for that. And we're going to skip past this because, again, this section is mainly for because I think that's a good section, not because I think that fits in with the rest of the research that I'm doing for this text. Okay. So anyone who calls for a return to a previous stage of development of capitalism can only be understood as reactionary, even if that previous stage is liberal democracy, right? Again, we're focusing on establishing communism. We're not focusing on reestablishing a previous phase of capitalism. Our eye is on the goal, not on, oh, we need to go back to something or another. Okay. Yeah. So the revolutionary position is to avoid any defeatist position, instead anticipate an upsurge of the working class as the ability for the capitalist state to maintain fascist power wanes. Note this did not happen, rather the totalitarian power simply became more open, more quote-unquote progressive in form, and people were easily drawn into this society of control. All rejection of the system became commodified. All revolutionary energy just got eaten up by it and accepted, and in doing so, it just wiped it away. And then we get to talk about Mark Fisher and stuff like that. Fun. Okay. All right. So the bourgeois system is codified and legalized, and thus tamed forms of direct economic action by the proletariat, such as unions. The organizational structure that their legal forms have created is such that it produces yellow unions and in the same form as fascist society. Through social democratic reforms, it has created a society of control to get the proletariat quote unquote skin in the game. You know, the whole, oh, the proletariat has nothing to lose but it's change. Not so much anymore, because we have managed to struggle within the boundaries of it. Through class collaboration, and thus create a golden prison led by yellow leaders managing us in our own name. But all right, so the focus of the proletariat must be in aiming solely for the establishment of its dictatorship, which is the only solution to this higher development of capitalism. To do this, the proletariat must struggle in all forms directly against bourgeoisie in such a way that this struggle cannot be recuperated by class collaborationism of any form, thought, political attitude, or combative action. All such struggle needs to be unified in a single organism that is international in scope, exists in all phases of development of the struggle, and will continue to struggle until victory. And now we are to Chapter 6. Electoralism-Abstentionism. Absolutely no solidarity with the defense of democracy. And we again are getting a bunch of quotations. 156. Theses of the left at the Third Congress of the Italian Communist Party, the Line Theses written in 1926. Part 3, Section 2. Immediately after the war, Il Soviet became the mouthpiece of the extreme left and the first newspaper to support the policies of the Russian Revolution and to confront anti-Marxist, opportunist, syndicalist, and anarchist misinterpretations. It correctly set out the essential problems of the proletarian dictatorship and the party's tasks, and from the very start defended the necessity of a split in the Socialist Party. This same group supported electoral abstentionism, but the Second Congress of the International would dismiss its conclusions. Its abstentionism, however, didn't derive from the anti-Marxist theoretical errors of the anarcho-syndicalist type, as its resolute polemics against the anarchist press have shown. The abstentionist tactic was recommended above all for fully developed parliamentary democracies, because this political environment creates particular obstacles to the winning over the masses to an accurate understanding of the word dictatorship. That sounds like a personal problem, not a problem necessarily embedded with, engaging within parliamentary democracies. I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm saying that this line of argument I don't feel is accurate at all, because the obvious response is, essentially, well, the proletarian democracy is different than and the proletarian dictatorship and democracy are synonymous, right? It's the democracy of the proletariat. Only the proletariat get to have a say, and they get to have democratic say. It's very easy to just state that out, and people are like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, sure. Difficulties which, in our opinion, continue to be underestimated by the international. Again, I don't think that the reason why this conception that dictatorship is synonymous with one single individual making all decisions as an autocracy is because basically we lost the ability to propagandize. It's not because we engaged in bourgeois democracy. It's because we lost our position as major suppliers of information to the working class. I don't think that you can reasonably make the argument that because the various parties were calling for the calling for their membership in the proletariat to engage in parliamentary democracy. That made it so when people said the dictatorship of the proletariat, they understood that as somehow, you know, distinct from liberal democratic engagement. I just don't think that's the case at all. Okay. Anyway, in the second place, abstentionism was proposed at a time when huge struggles were setting even bigger mass movements into motion. Unfortunately, not the case today, and not as a tactic applicable for all times and all places. So basically, situations were changing very quickly, and they're like, hey, this might be the time at which we can actually move forward. We don't want people being embroiled within the liberal democratic system while we are taking every action possible at this very moment to eventually overthrow that system. Uh, Continuing. Though I will say, is there a problem with doing the protest vote in the sense that throwing anything at the wall to make the government incapable of taking action by its own organizational structure and then has no choice but to abandon its precepts? You know, just saying that if that's your argument, right? Anyway, with the 1919 elections, the bourgeois needy government opened up an immense safety valve to the revolutionary pressure and diverted the proletarian offensive and attention of the party by exploiting its tradition of unbridled electoralism. The Soviets' abstentionism was then entirely correct, in that it responded to the true causes of the proletarian disaster that ensued. At the subsequent Bologna Congress, October 1919, only the abstentionist minority correctly proposed the question of a split with the reformists, but sought in vain to come to an agreement with a section of the maximalists on this point, even after abstentionism had been renounced in order to achieve it. The attempt having failed, the abstentionist fraction remained the only section of the party, up until the Second World Congress, which worked on a national scale for the formation of the Communist Party. This was therefore the group that represented the spontaneous adherence, based on its own experiences and traditions, of the left of the Italian proletariat to the policies of Lenin and Bolshevism, which had lately emerged victorious with the Russian Revolution. 157. Platform of the International Communist Party, 1945. 17. In the same way that exchanging the monarchy for a republic does not represent a solution to the burning social problem in Italy, nor can the convocation of an elected representative constituent assembly be accepted as such. In the first place, the influence of such an assembly would be very restricted, due to the persistence within the territory over which this assembly would have to exercise full sovereignty, first of the military forces of occupation, and then of the armed forces arranged and installed by the peacetime organization that will follow the present conflict and which will enter into force in these satellite states. In any case, whatever the tactics of the party may be, merely participating in the election campaign with written and spoken propaganda, putting forward candidates, intervening within Parliament, they will have to be inspired not only by its programmatic principles, but prompted by the open proclamation that consultation via the elective mechanism can never allow the exploited classes to give adequate expression to their needs and their interests, much less to achieve the administration of political power. The party will distinguish itself from all other present Italian parties, not only because it is not in the market of electoral combinations and groupings, but also because it takes substantive social position that, while all others proclaim that the political program to be implemented and accepted without further resistance is the unknown one that ends up winning a numerical majority in the assembly. The Revolutionary Party rejects this abdication from the outset and, based on the abstract hypothesis, but also practical certainty, that electoral victory will leave the fundamental institutions of capitalism in place. The party continues its struggle to overthrow these institutions from without, even if only as a minority in the democratic sense. The historical conjecture and the balance of forces, as opposed to the authority of constitutional majorities, will alone determine the extent of the struggle, which, according to the possibilities of class dynamics, proceeds from theoretical critique via the propaganda of political opposition to unceasing anti-capitalist agitation, and finally to the reactionary armed assault. In particular, the party will denounce as counter-revolutionary any movement which declares, as a precautionary measure, with a view to easier agitation and electoral success, that is useful to simulate deference to the sovereign validity of parliamentary consultation, which claims to be capable of passing from this politics of equivocation, which has been tried often enough in history and which has always led to the corruption and disarming of revolutionary energies, to attack on the established order. In local elections, the party cannot disregard, in pursuit of temporary interests, the general objective, which consists in separating the responsibilities and the approach of the proletarian forces from all the others, pursuing in a consistent manner agitation for its general historical demands. As the situation moves into a more mature phase, which is only likely to occur in the presence of close inter-European connections, the party will prepare itself in the masses for the formation of Soviets, class-based representative organs which are simultaneously organs of struggle, and within which the right of the economically exploitative classes to be represented is entirely eliminated. The party, in the construction of proletarian organs of any nature, before and after the revolution, makes no distinction between the male and female workers. Whereas the question of granting the vote to women in the current representative government is a secondary issue, since it must be considered in conjunction with the critique that the exercise of the right to vote is a mere legal fiction in an environment where economic disparity creates insurmountable subjugations, one of which is the subjugation of the female, whose emancipation is only conceivable in an economy that is non-personal and non-familial. Okay, we're actually going to get this entire section, but we're going to split into two parts. This first one here, and then second one down here. And this is a general sense, not a singular only about women. It's also about, for example, LGBTQ plus, black civil rights, etc., etc. Okay. The party needs to make it clear that the proletariat cannot at any point adequately reach its class interests through the electoral process, much less achieve political power. The program should be accepted by everyone and not simply a majority cut off by the percentages of a given number. The class struggle cannot be fought within the terrain of legal electoral struggle, but only in the historical conjuncture and balance of forces between the contending classes. The best way to develop such is necessarily a complete rejection of the political structure of capitalist society with the intent to the development of armed revolutionary assault. At no point should the party or any worker organization recognize the validity of bourgeois society and its decisions. No being like, oh, well, the majority supported it, therefore we have no choice but to abide by it. It's a false dichotomy. If you're given, again, I go back to the example of ice cream. You give people a choice between however many types of ice cream that you want, and people are just going to be like, yeah, I guess I had choices, but I really wanted something that wasn't on the list, right? It's a method of variety attunement. And the variety attunement that capitalist society does is the variety which is within the limitations of capitalist society. That's the only choices that you're going to be able to make. Things that are within the limitations of capitalist society. All right. So within local elections, the party needs to keep in mind the general objective. This objective is principally the aim to make it clear that the party is completely against the ruling order and thus distinct from all other organizations. The anarchists would like to have something to say for that. It should agitate for general historical demands. As the class struggle develops, the party seeks to develop worker councils, class-based representative organs which engage in struggle solely in the interests of the proletariat. The party continually aims for the final goal, even under the conditions wherein a progressive policy might help some individual grouping within the proletariat. For example, women or gay men or all sorts of different lists of groupings. Liberation is through the proletariat as a whole, which contains all of these groups, not for individual groups, which are unable to obtain liberation external to class movement ultimately. Because even if you are liberated, it's within the boundaries of capitalism, which is that actual liberation? No, it's not. You're still not dealt with the primary contradiction. Yeah, it's nicer, it's better, but you've not actually dealt with the situation at hand. Okay. Continuing. 158. Perspectives on the post-war situation in relation to the party's 1945 platform. This was written in 1946, a year later. The attitude proclaimed for our movement in the event of the Third Imperialist War Third Imperialist War is therefore to deny and reject on both sides in the great struggle any watchword that resembles remotely defensism, a term as already well known in which Lenin used in his critical and political battle against the first cycle of opportunism between 1914 and 18, and to oppose any intermediatism, by which we mean the claim to indicate as a primary preliminary objective towards which the revolutionary proletariat should direct its force and effort, not the overthrow of their class oppressors, but the achievement of certain changes in the way of existing society is organized, which would provide it more favorable terrain for future conquests. The defensist aspect of it's a rejection of a reformism. And I remind you that Rosa Luxemburg argued in Reform or Revolution that, hey, these things aren't, completely distinct, and reform can be utilized in such a way that leaves you in a better position to take revolutionary action, right? Let's say that you've got an educational reform that is teaching children the evils of communism and all that sort of stuff, and is undergoing an active effort to just completely make it so it's impossible to develop a communist ideology with the entire generation of students. Should you or should you not fight against this? Obviously you should, but should you do it within the boundaries of the legal system when that's the only way to stop it? And the answer is probably yeah, because not doing that will leave you on really poor grounds in the future to engage in the struggle. It's a strategic action. Now they're rejecting this, and I would I would argue that this rejection of intermediatism is functionally an immediatist perspective. It's because the only conception that we can get from this is effectively they want to engage in struggle right now. And they believe that they can. But you can't always engage in struggle, especially when you're developing. Whether they can or not, can't is on their own end. Anyway, let's continue. The defensive aspect of opportunism consists in the assertion that the working class in the current social order, while being the class that the upper classes dominate and exploit, risks seeing its conditions worsen in 101 ways if certain characteristics of the current social order come under threat. We have therefore seen dozens of times the defeatist hierarchies of the proletariat calling for it to abandon the class struggle and dash off, in coalition with other social and political forces on the national and global level, to defend extremely varied postulates: freedom, democracy, the representative system of government, the fatherland, national independence, universal pacifism, etc., etc. thus casting aside the Marxist theses according to which the proletariat as the one revolutionary class considers all these conventions of the bourgeois world as the best armor which capitalist privilege has to protect itself from time after time, and knows that it has nothing to lose but its change in the revolutionary struggle. This proletariat, transformed into the manager of precious historical patrimony, into the savior of the bankrupt ideals of bourgeois politics, is the one that defensist opportunism consigned, even more wretched and enslaved than ever, to its class enemies and the ruinous crisis that arose during the First and Second Imperialist Wars. Under its complementary aspect of intermediatism, opportunist corruption no longer appears merely in the guise of a protector of benefits that the working class enjoys and stands to lose, but also under the more appealing aspect of the preliminary conquests it might achieve, evidently with the complacent and generous assistance of the most modern and developed section of the bourgeoisie and its parties, taking it to a place from which making the jump to its maximum conquest would be easier. Intermediatism thrived in 1,000 forms, always resulting, however, in class collaboration, from the Revolutionary War, which Italian socialists were called to by Mussolini in 1914, to the partisan insurrection and progressive democracy, which the renegades from the Third International came up with during the recent war, as a surrogate for the revolutionary struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat, with the aggravating circumstances of camouflaging this tracking of principles as the application of the elasticity of tactics which they attribute to Lenin. Again, this isn't a Lenin thing. This is a Rosa Luxemburg thing. Not to say that Lenin didn't also argue this, but this conception that it always leads to this is on completely faulty grounds, right? I mean, I don't know how you come to this conclusion, but it might just be more as regular overstating that they do, and then maybe eventually later on they'll come in and modulate it. It's like, oh yeah, it doesn't always do that, but usually it does. That tends to be the way these things go in this text, where it starts out with the most extreme and overarching position, and then it goes in and then it fixes it in its own right. You know, I don't think it's difficult to explain. Hey, look, there are different circumstances in which it is a superior ground to organize, and maybe that these guys straight out say it's easier to organize under fascism. No, it ain't. But they make that argument. This could be considered a functionally, accelerationist point of view, wherein one might argue, oh yes, they want to not engage in any defense of the current system or anything so that things get worse and then people will just spontaneously join in with them. Despite the reality that, because they have to move underground and be secretive and stuff, people don't even know how to engage with them because they can't be found. Yeah, that's a result of this sort of thing, Anyway, there are in fact conditions where it is superior or inferior to organize upon, and you want to protect through whatever methods you have available that are most effective and most in line with your principles and aims, your ability to maneuver on the terrain in which you are best suited to. This isn't a very controversial topic, I don't think. In a very similar vein are the meaningless and barely comprehensible expressions of proletarian Europe and the United States of the world, and other such ambiguous substitutes Marx and Lenin's central programmatic postulates of the armed conquest of the political power by the proletariat. In conclusion, the next time there's a rift in the world imperialist front, the revolutionary workers' political movement will only be able to establish itself, put up a resistance, and launch a historical insurrection that knows how to avoid the two traps of defensist opportunism, which would have it waste all of its ammunition on the one front for the sake of the representative freedom of Western democracies, and on the other for the sake of Russian proletarian and communist power. Likewise, the condition for a uh, resumption of classism is the analogous rejection of all intermediatism, which seeks to fool the masses by indicating the path to their subsequent revolutionary salvation is lying, on the one hand, at the front which supports a parliamentary method of government against Muscovite totalitarianism. I think Muscovite in this case means Moscow. And on the other, in the extension of the pseudo-Soviet regime to Western capitalist countries. So, we're just going to get this because I think that this needs to be discussed further. Yeah. So they reject any form of intermediatism where an effort is used, I assume primarily in the legal form, to maintain the benefits won by the working class. They reject any sort of grayer positioning being made possible through small gains, which create a more safe or fertile class terrain for struggle on the grounds that aiming for such gives grounds for opportunists. A reminder again, Rosa Luxemburg's argument in Reform or Revolution is that any reforms that you happen to do need to be in service to the development of the conditions for the final goal. There's nothing particularly wrong with going out and doing struggle for legal reform, but only if it is in service for giving you better positioning. We're doing a class war. It's a war, and that means sometimes you gotta maneuver in different ways. You gotta go by the sea, or you gotta go by land. You need to be maneuverable in all these different areas. They reject this. They say that, oh, hey, well, opportunists take advantage of this, therefore we can't utilize it. But this is poor strategy, fundamentally, right? If you're just saying we're not going to do it because it makes it so opportunism is more possible, then it doesn't really matter what you're going to be doing, because the result is that you're going to just get torn to shreds anyway because you can't maneuver properly. And you're alienating yourself from your base. That's a reality, because people are going to sit there and be like, well, why didn't you go and support us in this stuff? Now, they had this entire section up above about the necessity of supporting various social democratic stuff, but not through the party. Rather, getting people to fly the party's colors, but then the party never actually gets involved. I don't think that this will work. Um, I might be wrong, but I just don't think that it'll get people thinking about the activities of the party. They'll just think that the party is kind of, you know, taking advantage of things. I mean, that's the aim of it, but taking advantage in the sense that it's just there and other people are actually doing all the hard work, and the party is just, saying, oh, hey, we're here. You should consider us important despite us not, getting involved at all. It's the old what's that Mother Goose tale where everybody's making the pie or the cake or whatever, and then the various people get involved and help out, and then the one person who doesn't is like, oh, can I have some? And then it's like, no, you didn't help out. All right. Anyway, 159. After the Garibaldi Aid, 1948. If, however, they had won, neither Barbarossa nor Grey Moustache, footnote, time play on word style and Grey Moustache is compared to Holy Roman Emperor Barbarossa, Red Beard. Barbarossa fought 5 campaigns in Italy but failed to establish his hegemony there. Will have invaded Italy. It is not electoral counts that determine situations, but economic factors that materialize in positions of power, an inexorable control over production and consumption, and an organized salaried police force. In the fleets cruising the sea, their masters control. Any person elected to the government of the Republic would have no other choice than to offer his services to the global capitalist forces which manage the Italian vassal state or quit. As for carrying out, quote, sabotage, this is another illusion about the role of the parliamentary standard bearer. It is the circles of bourgeois wheeler-dealerism and the high civil and military magistracies who have the petty politicians with portfolio at their mercy and who can sabotage them and not vice versa. The electoral mechanism has now fallen into the inexorable domain of conformism with the submission of the masses to the influence of the centers of very high potential, just as iron filings align submissively with magnetic field forces, or force fields, excuse me. The elector is not tied to an avowed ideology or to party organization, but rather to an evocation of power. And in the voting booth, he certainly does not resolve to the great challenges of history and social science, but 99 times out of 100, the only thing that is within scope: who is going to win? He is thus like the player of a national lottery. He makes his best guess with absolutely no expertise in the game he is playing, while disavowing his own heartfelt sympathies at the same time. So this is a consequence of the design of the electoral system. There are ways of dealing with this. And I was actually in an interesting conversation just the other day about Arrow's theorem. What was that? There it is, Arrow's impossibility theorem. And in effect, what happens, and this includes ranked choice voting as well, by the way, for the various people who support it. Effectively, there is always the spoiler effect. Effectively, there is always a drive to do these things, and it's a very interesting scenario because what actually happens with the ranked choice voting, as an example, there is an interest in actually voting for the worst candidate as your second, because so you want to vote for the person that you really want in position, but then you look at the next level down and you say, if I vote this other person who I'm sure isn't going to win because nobody likes him, then my higher choice is more likely to get there, right? But then everybody's thinking like that. So what you'll see in ranked choice voting, as an example, is some weird shit happens, wherein very often all the people that nobody actually wants get into position, and none of the people that people actually want get into position, because the spoiler effect, because people are voting with the intent to quote unquote game the system. They're not voting with the intent of getting the correct person. I mean, they are, but as a result of the very structure of the voting system, it's not. And the answer to this is to add another variable, which is degree of likelihood to vote for some other person under different circumstances. Amazon voting or any other process of that nature outside of the political sphere utilizes this. And as you can probably tell, given that, you know, our current algorithms literally predict what you want before you want it, that way actually works and is very, very, very effective. And there's a lot of powerful people who have very strong interests on not employing this structure within our current voting systems, because it would put them out of their position. um, so this thing right here, it's not, just the electoral mechanism. It's really more a particular formation of electoral mechanism. It's not universal. We can, in fact, do better in terms of consulting people in general. Continuing. This arduous problem of guessing who's the strongest is confronted by the candidate in relation to the government, and by the government in relation to the international scene. The elector faces it in relation to the candidate he votes for. He searches for personal support in his difficult day-to-day struggle, but he doesn't bring that support himself. Had it been known on the day before the election that De Gasperi, footnote, founder of the Christian Democrats, in December 1945, De Gasperi became prime minister of a government that also included the Italian Communist and Socialist parties, back to text, would win, he would have gained not just 50% but 90% of the vote. The dialectic of the frontists that had got to this, and any serious subject was avoided and prostituted before the dominant preoccupation. We must win, and we can pay with the money of Pantalone. Footnote, a character in the Commedia dell'arte. In this case, he represents the state, or better still, the taxpayer. Okay, so he's an actor. Canvassers, hanger-ons, and the charming quote-unquote independent acolytes. Mussolini said nothing else. De Gasperi said, and it has no hesitation about doing so. All the policies and tactics of the adversaries of the Christian Democrats have been defeatists. The leaders of these so-called mass organizations have practiced opportunism for so long it has led to a situation where it is no longer possible for a party with a program and attitude of principled opposition, which proclaims to electors its rejection of the illusion that the exploited class can nevertheless achieve power by the democratic path, or to make any progress by taking part in battles on the electoral terrain. Today, electoralism is only conceivable with the promise of power, marginal scraps of power in mind. Okay, so 160, Characteristic Theses of the Party, 1951. We just read this. Part 3, 17. It was instead to do with the full realization that the great historical event predicted by Marxism, and by it alone, the economic concentration having fully evidenced the social and global character of capitalist production, had pushed the latter to unify its own machinery, and the consequent politics of the social war, which emerged from the long-awaited class confrontation, corresponding to that alternative scenario in which the pressure exerted by the proletariat was lower than the defensive capability of the capitalist class state. The leaders of the International, due to a glaring historical confusion with Kerenskyist period in Russia, relapsed instead not only into a serious error of the theoretical interpretation, but into an inevitable inversion of tactics as a consequence. A strategy for the defense and conservation of existing conditions was outlined for the proletarian communist parties, who were advised to form a united front with all those bourgeois groups which upheld that certain immediate advantages should be granted to workers, and that the people should not be deprived of the right to associate, vote, etc. Indeed, it was the very groups which were least decided and enlightened, and thus very unreliable allies. Okay. I thought that the whole point is that we would not need that the people would spontaneously get on our side, and it didn't matter how decided or enlightened they were. If you're relying on that, then aren't you making a mistake? Isn't that your argument elsewhere? So why is it suddenly condemning them for reaching out to the masses here? All right, continuing. The International failed to understand that fascism or National Socialism was neither to do with an attempt to return to despotic and feudal forms of government, nor with the victory of the so-called right-wing bourgeois sections over the more advanced capitalist class and big industry, or with an attempt by the intermediate classes between the employers and the proletariat to form a government of their own. It also failed to understand that by freeing itself from a hypocritical parliamentarism, fascism inherited pseudo-Marxist reformism in full, and that with a series of measures of interventions by the class state, in the interest of conserving capitalism, it secured for the least fortunate classes not only a living wage, that went away pretty soon, by the way, but a series of improvements in their welfare, and that went away very quickly as well. The Communist International thus launched the slogan, Struggle for Freedom, which was forced upon the Communist Party of Italy by the President of the International from 1926 onward. Yet to conduct the fight against fascism, which had been in power for 4 years, nearly all the militants in the party wanted to pursue an autonomous class policy, not a policy of uniting with all the democratic, monarchist, and Catholic parties to demand a restoration of constitutional and parliamentary guarantees. From then on, the Italian communists would want to discredit the anti-fascism of all the bourgeois, petit bourgeois, and pseudo-proletarian parties and show the real reasons behind it. And they would warn in vain that the degenerative path, eventually leading to the Committees of National Liberation, being followed by the International and would totally squander all the revolutionary energy. Basically, they wanted the communists to continue the fight as partisans on their own rather than aligning with the various democratic and liberal movements. And their mindset there is that it would hopefully allow the scenario to develop such that not only would they be the most effective fighters against fascism as they discredit all the others, and thus it would allow them to get the side of all the people who were truly anti-fascist. Um, Part of the problem here is that it also puts a target on their back. So we don't know whether or not they could have survived the entire focus by the fascists against their against the partisanship. The other problem here is that fascism was not overthrown internally; it was overthrown externally. And I don't think that there's realistically a scenario where it could have been overthrown internally. I might be wrong, but I don't think that there realistically was. And the thing is, what one might recall happened after the overthrow of fascism externally in Italy. Winston Churchill was the main guy involved in that. And guess what he did? Murdered hundreds of communists, of course. Marched through the streets and went out and got and hunted down communists and killed them. Very people who had been fighting against the fascists. That's Winston Churchill for you. So I don't really know if this would have worked out. It was probably the right move, but I don't think it would have actually changed anything. And might have made things more difficult. We don't know. We're playing with history here. Continuing. The policy of the Communist Party is, by its very nature, offensive, and in no case may it struggle for the illusory preservation of conditions peculiar to capitalism. If before 1871 the working class had to fight side by side with bourgeois forces, this was not so the latter could maintain its position or to prevent the loss of existing historical forms, but rather so they could destroy outgrown political and social forms and move beyond them. Remember, the communists join any revolutionary movement. They join any historically progressive movement. That's what Marx said in the manifesto. In everyday economic policy, just as in general politics, the working class has nothing to lose and therefore nothing to defend. Attack and conquests, those are its only tasks. Consequently, in response to manifestations of capitalist concentration, unitary and totalitarianism, the Revolutionary Party must above all recognize that this marks the confirmation of its doctrine and therefore its complete ideological victory, and that therefore its only concern should be the effective strength of the proletarian class in relation to its oppressor in order to get ready for the revolutionary civil war. This relationship has only ever been made unfavorable by opportunism and gradualism. The Revolutionary Party shall do all in its power to stir up the final attack, and where this is impossible, face up to defeat. No. Without ever announcing a defeatist and stupid get thee behind me, Satan, which is equivalent to begging foolishly for tolerance and forgiveness by the enemy. What the hell? This is... I don't know what this is. This is a death wish. What are you gonna do? Oh man. All right. Did I take note of this before? Hold on. I just gotta check it out. No, I didn't. I must have determined that this is just too stupid to write down. All right. Okay, so part 4, section 12. The party is not a derivation of the abstentionist fraction of the Italian Socialist Party, although the latter played a major role in the foundation of the Italian Communist Party at Leghorn in 1921. The opposition of the left inside the Italian Communist Party and the Communist International was never based on abstentionism, but on the more fundamental issues. With the development of the capitalist state, which will openly take on the form of class dictatorship identified by Marxism from the start, parliamentarism gradually loses its importance. Even where they appear to survive, the elective parliamentary institutions of the traditional bourgeoisies become devoid of content. With just empty talk remaining, and in moments of social crisis, they allow the dictatorial nature of the state to come to the fore. As capitalism's last resort against which the violence of the revolutionary proletariat must be exercised. Given this current state of affairs and the balance of forces, the party therefore takes no interest in democratic elections of any sort and does not carry out its activity in this domain. Okay. The 161, the corpse is still walking, 1953. It is clear that the main problem is the elimination of the social pacifists from the proletarian party, and whether or not it should participate in elections is a secondary question, both in Lenin's thinking at the time and in the subsequent debates on and theses on parliamentarism at the Second Congress not long afterwards. But for us today, it is also clear that it is also clear what we were advocating back then, just after the war, that the only way to achieve the transfer of forces onto revolutionary terrain was by making an enormous effort to neutralize the tremendous attractions of democracy and elections, which had already celebrated too many Saturnalia. Did we already get this? First Saturnalia brought up before. Okay, so this is elsewhere. All right. We'll get this area here. The tactic desired by Moscow was followed by the party of Leghorn with discipline and engagement. But unfortunately, the subordination of the revolution to the corrupting demands of democracy was already underway at both the international and local levels, and the Leninist way of accommodating the two problems as well as their relative weight became insupportable. Like catching your coattail on a machine, the parliamentary system inevitably sucks you in and crushes you. Its use in reactionary times, as advocated by Lenin, was feasible. But times when a revolutionary attack is possible is a maneuver in which the bourgeois counter-revolution too easily gains the upper hand. Over and over, and in many different contexts, history has proved that there's no better diversion from revolution than electoralism. If we are recalling all this once again, is to establish the close link that exists between every assertion of electoralism, parliamentarism, democracy, and liberty, and a defeat, a backward step in proletarian class potential. The same has to be said for the historic battle against the fraud law. Elections are not only fraudulent per se, but are all the more so when they claim to give equal weight to each individual vote. In Italy, the whole hodgepodge is concocted by a few thousand cooks, sous chefs, and bottle washers, who shepherd the 20 million voters into various improvised sheep pens. I don't think that needs explaining. If the purpose of Parliament was actually to administer something technically and not just to fool the citizens, it would not dedicate out of its maximum 5-year lifespan one of them to elections and another to debating the law on how to constitute itself. Okay, and we're going to add this here because this was the first time that they actually made their argument for anti-electoralism a bit beyond what they normally do. Okay, and let's finish up this section first. 162, the Western Anti-Capitalist Revolution, 1953. All the following points will have to be demonstrated to recoup the situation. That socialism is not being built in Russia. That the Russian state, if it does fight, will fight not for socialism, but due to imperialist rivalries. And, especially in the West, that not only are democratic, popular, and progressive objections of absolutely no interest to the working class, but they serve to keep a decrepit capitalism on its feet. 163, Easy Derision, 1953. Drawing on the same resources which we tapped so long ago, we have now arrived at the point where we slap down all the superstitious beliefs in the method which totes up personal opinions, considering them all to be of equal weight, and by the same token we declare that anyone who employs this method at the societal, class, or even party level is a charlatan, because these wretched impostors talk of class and party as forces that transform society, but conceive of themselves as bad parodies of democratic bourgeois society. And there's filthy much they are unable to extricate themselves. Okay, whatever. Alright, so we're going to break this down real quick, and then we're going to get started on our conclusion. Alright, so in order to get the proletariat to struggle on a revolutionary terrain, we need to fundamentally convince it of the fact that the electoral terrain is a losing battlefield. Within reactionary times, electoralism is feasible, and we'd have to see what these reactionary times are according to Lenin, and if they still exist or not. But during conditions wherein revolutionary attack is at all possible, and that could be both external and internal, electoralist action becomes terrain for the defeat of the proletariat, diverting the proletariat from the correct battlefield. Calls for electoralism and everything connected lead to backward steps in proletarian class potential. Our focus needs to be on the final goal, the revolution, not in winning small stuff in desperate times. You know, I mean, again, I don't think that you should be making it so you can't do things. You need to have terrain to maneuver. And note how they go in and they later like, yeah, you know, Lenin was right that during reactionary times, electoralism was okay. This is more of their, we're taking the full position, but then later we're going to take it back. Right? So I don't know exactly what they want. They aren't ever really clear about it. It's clear by and large they don't want you voting, which is fine. I agree with them on that. But they don't explain the conditions wherein that might be the case. And note, this is in terms of like, if there's a communist party on the ballot, you should never vote for the Liberal Party. No. Stupid. Absolutely not. Voting for Democrats. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we'll be back with the conclusion next time.